Saga Treasure. The life stories of the monks. I shall now narrate the stories of the great disciples on the authority of the exposition of the collection of the numerical discourses, Anuttara Nikāya, commentary beginning with the story of the great elder Koa, taken from among the members of the noble Sangha, the Buddha's disciples who were endowed with such attributes as practicing well, Sāippat. In narrating the stories of these great disciples, I shall do so in 3 stages. 1. Aspiration in the past. 2. Ascetic life adopted in final existence. 3. Foremost title achieved. 1. Venerable Koa. Aspiration in the past. Counting backward from this fortunate aeon, Mahā Kassapa, over 100,000 eons ago, there appeared the Buddha Pajamuttara. The reason for the Buddha having this name has been mentioned in Chapter 9, the Chronicle of Buddha Pajamuttara. About 9 jars full of pollen rose up and spread all over his body of 58 cubits in height, as though powder of red orpiment and sulphuret of arsenic was sprinkled on it. On account of this particular happening, the Buddha was renowned as Buddha Pajamuttara. Having appeared among the 3 classes of beings, Buddha Pajamuttara, in the company of 100,000 monks, made his alms rounds visiting a series of villages, townships and royal cities in order to compassionately release many from suffering, and arrived at his native city of Hasavat. His father, King Anuruddha, heard the good news of his son's visit and together with his people and officials extended welcome to the Buddha. As the Buddha gave a discourse to the crowd headed by King Anuruddha, some became stream enterers, some once returners, some non-returners and the rest arahats at the end of the discourse. The king then invited the Buddha for the next day's meal, and the next day he sent for the Buddha with a message about the mealtime and made a grand offering of food to him and his company of 100,000 monks at his golden palace. Buddha Pajamuttara gave a talk in appreciation of the meal and went back to the monastery. In the same way, the citizens gave their great gift, Mahādana, the following day. The 3rd day saw a gift again by the king. Thus the great gifts performed by the king and the citizens on alternate days went on for a long time. At that time, a man of good family, the future Koa, was born in a prosperous household. One day, while the Buddha was teaching, he saw the citizens of Hasavat with flowers, perfumes, etc. in their hands, heading to where the Buddha's was to deliver his discourse, and he went along with them too. In the meantime, Buddha Pajamuttara declared a certain monastic as the first of all long-standing Ratanyu monastics to realize the 4 truths and thereby to gain release from sasra in his dispensation. When Koa, the man of good family, heard this, he reflected, "Great indeed is this man. It is said that, leaving aside the Buddha himself, there is no other person before him who has realized the 4 truths. What if I too become a monk like him, realizing the 4 truths before all others do in the dispensation of a coming Buddha?" At the close of the Buddha's teaching, the man of good family approached the Buddha and gave an invitation to him, saying, "Please accept my offering of food tomorrow, exalted Buddha." The Buddha accepted the invitation by keeping silent. Knowing clearly that the Buddha had accepted his invitation, the man of good family paid his respects to the Buddha and returned home. During the whole night, he spent decorating the seats with fragrant festoons of flowers, and also by preparing delicious food. The following day, he treated the Buddha and his company of 100,000 monks at his house to a sumptuous feast of fine rice with gruel and other courses as side dishes. When the feast was over, he placed at the feet of the Buddha entirely new and soft, but thick pieces of cloth, made in the country of Vega and enough to make 3 robes. Then he reflected as 1177 follows. "I am not a seeker of a small religious post, but I am a seeker of a big one. One day's great gift, Mahādana, may not be adequate if I aspire for a lofty designation. Therefore, I shall aspire after it by performing a great gift for 7 days successively." Thus, the man of good family gave a great gift in the same manner for 7 days. When the meal offering was over, he had his storehouse of garments opened and put fine and nice clothes at the feet of the Buddha and offered 3-piece sets of robes to the 100,000 monks. He then approached the Buddha and said, "Exalted Buddha, just as the monastic whom you declared as foremost 7 days ago, May I be able to become the first to penetrate the four truths after donning the robe in the dispensation of a coming Buddha. Having said so, he paid respects by prostrating at the Buddha's feet. Hearing the man of good family's words of aspiration, Buddha Pajamuttara tried to see in his vision, saying to himself, "This man of good family has done many significant deeds of merit. Will his aspiration be fulfilled or not?" He then came to know clearly that it definitely will be. Indeed, there is no hindrance at all, even as an atom, that would cover his vision when a Buddha tries to see the past or the future or the present events. All the events in the past or the future, though there is a barrier of millions of eons, or all the events in the present, though there is a barrier of thousands of universes, they are all associated with reflection. As soon as they are reflected, they become manifest distinctly. In this way, with his intellectual power that knew no hindrances, Buddha Pajamuttara saw in his vision thus: 100,000 eons from now, there will arise a fortunate one, Gautama by name, among the three classes of beings. Then will this man of good family's aspiration be fulfilled. Knowing thus, the Buddha predicted to the man of good family, "Dear man of good family, 100,000 eons from now, a Buddha, by the name of Gautama, will appear in the three worlds. When Buddha Gautama delivers the first discourse, the turning of the Dhamma wheel, you will be established at the end of this discourse with its three functions, together with 180 million Brahmas, in stream entry Sotapatti Phala. Mahākala Antsuakala. Having performed deeds of merit such as alms-giving for a period of 100,000 years, the wealthy man of good family, the future Koa, was reborn in a celestial abode on his death. While he was repeatedly being reborn either in the Deva realm or human world, 99,909 eons elapsed. After living through such a long duration, 91 eons, when counted backwards from this fortunate aeon, the future Koa was born in the family of a householder and named Mahākala, in a village near the gate of the royal city Bandamati. His younger brother was known as Kakla. At that time, the Bodhisattva Vipassi expired from the Tusita realm and took conception in the womb of Bandamati, the chief queen of King Banduma, and, in time, became an omniscient Buddha. As he was requested by Mahabrahma to preach, he pondered as to whom he should preach first. He then saw his own younger brother Prince Ka and the chaplain's son, the young Tissa. These two, he decided, are capable of penetrating the four truths first. He decided thus, "I will preach to them. I will also do a favor to my royal father." He then took an aerial journey by his psychic power from the Mahabodhi tree and descended at the deer park called Kema. He sent for Prince Ka and Tissa and taught them a discourse, at the end of which both of them became arahats, together with 84,000 sentient beings. The 84,000 clansmen, who went forth together with the Bodhisattva Vipassi, heard of the event and went to him to listen to his Dhamma, and they duly became arahats also. Buddha Vipassi appointed Venerable Ka and Venerable Tissa to the position of chief disciples and placed them on his right and left-hand side respectively. On receiving the news, King Banduma became desirous of paying homage to his son, 1178 Buddha Vipassi, and went to the park, listened to the discourse and took the three refuges. He also invited the Buddha for the next day's meal and departed after paying his respects to the Buddha. On arrival at his palace, an idea arose to him while sitting in his grand pavilion. "My older son has renounced the word and has become a Buddha. My second son has become chief disciple on the Buddha's right-hand side. The chaplain's son, the young Tissa, has become chief disciple on the left. The rest of the 84,000 monks used to surround and attend upon my son while they were laymen. Therefore, the Sangha, headed by my son, was under my charge before, and so should they be now too. I alone will be responsible for the provision of them with the four requisites. I will give others no chance to do so." Thinking thus, the king had the walls of acacia wood built on either side of the route, from the gate of the monastery to the palace, and had them covered with canvas. He had festoons hung which were as thick as the trunk of a toddy palm and decorated with gold stars. He also had canopies put up. As for the ground, he had it covered with exquisite spreads. On both sides of the route within the walls, he had pots filled with water and placed near the flowering bushes, and had perfumes placed among flowers and flowers among perfumes. Then he sent the Buddha a message that it was now time for the meal. In the company of his monks, Buddha Vipassī came to the palace along the fully covered route and partook of his meal and went back to the monastery. Nobody else had a chance even to see the Buddha. How could one have an opportunity to offer food and to honor him? Then there took place a discussion among the citizens. It has now been 7 years and 7 months since the arising of the Buddha in the world. But we have so far had no opportunity even to see the Buddha, what to speak of offering food, honoring him and listening to his sermons. We have no such privileges at all. The king personally attends to the Buddha adoringly with the notion that the Buddha is my Buddha only, the Dhamma is my Dhamma only, and the Sangha is my Sangha only. The arising of the Buddha is for the welfare of the world of sentient beings, together with Devas and Brahmas, and not only for the king's welfare. Indeed, it is not that hellfire is hot only for the king and is like a cool blue lotus to others. It would be better, therefore, if the king gave us our right of service to the fortunate one. If not, we shall battle with the king and take over his rights to donate to the Sangha and do deeds of merit towards them. Let us fight for our right. But there is one thing: we citizens alone might not be able to do so. Let us, therefore, find a chief who will lead us. Accordingly, they went to the general of the army and openly told him of their plan and directly asked, "General, will you be one of us or will you join the king?" Then the general said, "I will be one of you. But there is one condition: you must give me the first day for my service to the Buddha." And the citizens agreed. The general went to the king and said, "The citizens are angry with you, great king." When asked by the king about the reason, he said, "Because you alone are attending to the Buddha and they do not have such a chance, so they say. Great king, it is not too late yet. If they were given permission to serve the Buddha, they would no longer be angry. If not, they say they will give battle against you." Then the king replied, "General, I shall wage war, but by no means shall I give up right to serve the Sangha." "Great king," said the general, putting the king in a difficult position, "your servicemen are threatening that they will take up arms against you. Whom would you call up to encounter the looming war?" "Are not you my general?" asked the king persuasively. "I cannot fight after being separated from the citizens, great king," said the general. The king then realized, the force of the citizens is great. The general too is one of them. He therefore made a request, saying, "In that case, friends, let me feed the Sangha for another period of 7 years and 7 months only." But the citizens did not agree and rejected the request. The king reduced the duration of his proposed gift step by step to 6 years, 5 years, and so on, and finally to 7 days. Then the people came to a unanimous decision, saying among themselves, "Now that the king has asked for only 7 days to perform the act of food offering, it is not good for us to be so stubborn in 1179 rivalry with him." King Banduma gave away, in 7 days, all his offerings, which were meant for 7 years and 7 months. For the first 6 days he did so without letting the people see. On the 7th day, however, he invited the citizens and showed them his grand gift offering, saying this to sound them out, "Friends, will you be capable of giving such a grand alms-giving, Dana?" "Great king," retorted the citizens, "your gift took place only with our help, isn't it?" And he asserted it was true. "Yes, we are capable," they said, wiping the tears with the back of his palm. The king paid respects to the Buddha and said, "My dear son, exalted Buddha, I have decided to support you together with 168,000 monks for life with the 4 requisites, giving no assignments to others. But now I am compelled to allow the people to attend to you. In fact, they were angry with me and complaining about the deprivation of their right of giving alms. My son, exalted Buddha, from tomorrow onwards, please do allow them to serve you." Thus did he pathetically utter words of compliance in his despair. The next day, the general gave a grand gift to the Sangha with the Buddha at its head, according to the agreement he had with the people. Faithful Sumana. On the day allotted to him, the general, while supervising his grand gift, Mahā, issued the order saying, "Care must be taken so that no other person should get a chance to offer even a spoonful or ladleful of rice." And he placed sentries to keep watch around the area. That very day, a widow of a wealthy merchant of Bandamati, was crying in great distress because she did not get a chance to offer her share of gifts on the first day. She complained pitiably, saying to her daughter, who had just come back from the games she had been playing with her 500 female playmates, "My darling daughter, if your father were alive, today I could have been the first to feed the Buddha." The daughter responded with words of comfort. "Mother, please do not worry. I will do something so that the Sangha, headed by the Buddha, will accept and partake of our meal first." After that, the daughter filled the gold bowl, which was worth 100,000 coins, with milk rice unmixed with water. She added butter, honey, molasses, etc. to enrich the food. She covered it with another gold bowl turned upside down and tied both the gold bowls with garlands of jasmine so that it might look like a garland of flowers. When the Buddha entered the city, she carried it herself on her head and left the house in a company of her many attendants. On the way, a dialogue took place between the wealthy lady and the watchman. "Watchman, do not come here, daughter." "Lady, dear uncles, why don't you allow me to go?" "Watchman, we are to keep watch by the general's order, that nobody else must be allowed to offer alms food, daughter." "Lady, but uncles, do you see any food in our hands that warrants you to bar me like this?" "Watchman, we see only the garland of flowers." "Lady, well, did your general say even an offering of flowers was not allowable?" "Watchman, as for an offering of flowers, it is allowable, daughter." The lady then said to the watchman, "In that case, please go away. Do not prevent us, uncles." And she went to the Buddha and offered her gift with a request. "Please, exalted Buddha, accept my offering of a garland of flowers." The Buddha glanced at a watchman, signaling him to bring the floral garland. The lady made obeisance and said, "Exalted Buddha, may my life throughout Sasra be free from want and worry. May I be lovable to many, like this garland of jasmine, Sumana, flowers, and may I be named Sumana in all my coming existences." 1180, the Buddha answered, "May you be well and happy." And the lady then paid respects to him joyfully and departed. The Buddha went to the general's house and took the seat prepared for him. The general brought rice gruel and offered it him. The Buddha covered the bowl with his hand. The general thought that the Buddha did not accept the gruel because the monks had not all come yet. When all had come, the general reported to the Buddha saying that all were present and seated. The Buddha said, "We have already had a bowl of food which we received on the way." When the covering jasmines were removed from the bowls, the milk rice with puffs of steam was found. Then the general's young serviceman who had brought the floral garland said, "General, I have been cheated by a lady who told me that it was just a garland of flowers. The milk rice was sufficient for all the monks beginning with the Buddha. Only after giving the milk rice to the Buddha did the general hand over the offerings that were made by himself. When the partaking of food was over, the Buddha delivered a discourse on auspiciousness and left. When the Buddha had left, the general asked his men about the lady's name, and they told her that she was the daughter of a wealthy merchant. What a wise woman she is! If such a wise woman administers a household, it may not be difficult for the householder to attain divine pleasures. Speaking in praise of the lady, the general managed to take her in marriage and placed her as the mistress of the house. While taking charge of the wealth of both houses, her father's as well as the general's, she gave gifts to the Buddha till the end of her life. She was reborn in the celestial abode, the world of sense pleasures. At that very moment, a rain of jasmines fell heavily, filling the whole divine city to about knee-deep. This divine damsel has brought her own name, even by herself. So saying, all the Devis named her Sumana Devi. Sumana Devi had no suffering states for 91 eons, taking rebirth in divine and human abodes. Wherever she was reborn, there rained jasmines continuously, and she continued to be known only as Sumana Devi or Sumana Kumari. In the dispensation of the present Buddha, she was born of King Kosala's chief queen. Simultaneously, in the households of the king's various ministers, all her maids were born on the same day as Sumana. At that very moment, jasmine flowers rained very heavily to about knee-deep. Seeing that phenomenon, the king thought, "My daughter must have done a unique act of merit in the past," and became overjoyed. "My daughter has brought her name by herself," and he let her bear the very name Sumana. pondering, "My daughter must not have been born alone." The king had her birth mates searched for all over the city, and hearing that 500 girls were born, the king took the responsibility for feeding, nursing and bringing up all the 500 birth mates. He also ordered that each month the 500 girls must be brought and presented to his daughter. When Princess Sumana was 7, the Buddha, in the company of monks, visited Savatthi as he had been invited by the wealthy Anthapika through a messenger, for he had completed the construction of the Jetavana monastery. Anthapika went to King Kosala and said, "Great King, the Fortunate One's visit to our city of Savatthi means auspiciousness for you and us. Therefore, please send Princess Sumana and her 500 maids with water-filled pots, perfumes, flowers, etc. to welcome the Fortunate One and receive him." The king replied, saying, "Very well," and did as told by the merchant. Under the orders of the king, Sumana approached the Buddha and paid him homage with perfumes, flowers, etc. and stood at a suitable distance. When the Buddha taught Sumana, even on his way, she and all her companions were established together in stream entry, Sotapati Phala. So were the 500 girls, 500 women and 500 male lay devotees established in the same fruition at the Buddha's assembly. In this way, on the day the Buddha visited the monastery, before he reached it but while on the way, 2,000 people became stream enterers, Sotapanna. When the princess came of age, King Kosala gave her 500 chariots and emblems of royalty, so that she might use them on her travel with her 500 companions. In those days, there were 3 women who received 500 chariots and royal emblems from their parents. They were 1. Kundi, daughter of King Bimbisara. 2. Visakha, daughter of the wealthy merchant Dhananjaya. 3. Sumana, daughter of King Kosala. As had been said, the day after the general had the permission from the king and performed his great gift, Mahādana, to the Buddha on a grand scale, the citizens organized an offering that was greater than the king's and gave great gifts to the Sangha headed by the Buddha. When the meal offering by the whole city was accomplished, the villagers near the city gate arranged to pay homage, as it was their turn to do so. Then the householder Mahakala discussed with his younger brother Kakla, "Our turn to pay homage to the Fortunate One is tomorrow. What kind of homage shall we offer?" "Brother," replied Kakla, "please think by yourself of what is proper." Then Mahakala said, "Dear brother, if you follow my plan, from our land of 28 acres, full of ripening fine rice paddy, we shall take out the newly ripened paddy from the ears and cook milk rice, which is befitting to the Fortunate One." Kakla presented his view. "Brother, if we do so, nobody will be benefited. Therefore I do not agree to that." Then Mahakala said, "If you do not agree to it, I wish to have my share of property." So the 28 acres of land was divided into 2 halves, each measuring 14 acres, and a fence was erected in the middle of the 2 portions. Then Mahakala took out the tender grain from the ears, to which he added milk unmixed with water. He had it cooked and the 4 sweet things, katamadu, put to it and offered, 1. The first food to the Sangha headed by the Buddha. The strange thing was that the ears from which the grain had been taken out became full again with grain as before. It was a gift of the first grain formed in their earliest stage of development. Mahakala similarly gave the following in generosity. 2. The first portion of the paddy that had partially developed to yield newly appeared grain, yet to be pounded. 3. The first portion of the paddy that had fully developed or ripened. 4. The first portion of the paddy that had been reaped. 5. The first portion of the paddy that had been made into sheaves. 6. The first portion of the paddy that had been piled up in sheaves. 7. The first portion of the paddy that had been threshed. 8. The first portion of the paddy that had been winnowed. 9. The first portion of the paddy that had been stored up in the granary. In this way, each time he grew paddy, he accomplished gifts of the first portion, agadana, 9 times. And never did the harvest of his paddy become low despite his gifts. In fact, the amount of paddy even increased and became bigger than before. This indeed was his wholesome deed in connection with his expressed aspiration made in the past. The virtuous Mahakala, the future Koa, performed deeds of merit in this way throughout the Buddha's life as well as throughout his own, and he wandered from the human abode to the divine abode and back and enjoyed divine and human luxuries. Ascetic life in his final existence. When our Buddha was about to arise, he was reborn in a wealthy Brahmin family in the village of Doavathu, near the city of Kapalavathu. On his naming day, the young Brahmin was given the name of Koa. While being brought up, he was educated in the 3 Vedas and was accomplished in the physiognomy of a great man. At that time, our Buddha had passed away from the Tusita realm and was conceived in the womb of Mahamaya, chief queen of King Suddhodana of Kapalavathu, and was later duly born. On the naming day, the king presented 108 Brahmins with absolutely new garments and fed them with sweet pure milk rice. He selected from among them 8 highly intelligent Brahmin wise men and let them be seated in serial order in the courtyard. He then had the little prince, the Bodhisattva, put down on white linen and brought to the Brahmins who were to examine the baby's body marks. The Brahmin, who occupied the first seat among the 8, raised his 2 fingers and predicted, "If this boy remains a layman, he will become a universal monarch. If he lives an ascetic life, he will definitely become a Buddha in the 3 worlds." In the same way, 6 more Brahmins declared the same by putting up 2 fingers. Of those 8 Brahmins, Koa was the youngest. When his turn to predict came, he studied very carefully the marks on the body, and noticed that the one who would become a universal monarch should not have the mark of a universal monarch on his soles. But the boy had that mark on his soles, so he put up only 1 finger, boldly predicting, "There is absolutely no reason for the prince to stay in a household. The prince will indeed become a Buddha." After the predictions, the wise Brahmins went back to their respective homes and summoned their sons and gave instructions saying, "Dear sons, we have become old. We may or may not be living by the time Prince Siddhartha, son of King Suddhodana, attains omniscient Buddhahood. When the prince does, you, dear sons, should become monks in his dispensation." King Suddhodana brought up his son in comfort by providing him with protection, facilities, and resources, beginning with his appointment of attendants. When he became 16 years of age, the prince enjoyed deva like royal luxuries, and at the age of 29, when he became intellectually more mature, he saw the disadvantages of sense pleasures and the advantages of renunciation. So, on the day his own son Rahula was born, he performed a great act of renunciation by riding the royal steed, Koṇḍañña, in the company of his coeval and personal officer, Channa, going through the city gate that was opened by the Devas. On that single night, he passed through the 3 cities of Kapalavathu, Koliya, and Devadaha, and proceeded to the bank of river Anoma, where he put on the robe and other paraphernalia which were brought and offered by Brahmagaikra. Soon, he arrived at the city of Rajagaha in a very pleasing manner, like a great elder of 60 years standing and 80 years of age. After going on alms round, he partook of his meal in the shadow of the Pava hill. Though King Bimbisara invited him to stay on and promised to give his kingdom, he turned down the offer, and proceeding in due course he reached the grove of Uruvala. "Oh," he exclaimed, "this flat ground is very pleasant. For clansmen who wish to devote themselves to meditation, it is an ideal place." With this reflection, he sojourned in that grove and commenced his meditation and ascetic practice. By the time of the Bodhisattva's renunciation, all the wise Brahmins, except Koa, had deceased. The youngest, Koa, alone remained in good health. On hearing the news that the Bodhisattva had gone forth, he visited the sons of these deceased Brahmins and said, "It is said Prince Siddhartha had become an ascetic. No doubt the prince will really become a Buddha. If your fathers were alive, they would go forth even today. Come, if you wish to do so, let us become monks in the wake of that great man." But the 7 sons were not unanimous in their aspirations, and 3 did not like the idea. Only the remaining 4 donned robes under Koa's leadership. After becoming ascetics, the group of 5, Pankavaggiya, went round for food in villages, towns, and royal cities and reached the Bodhisattva's dwelling eventually. While the Bodhisattva was practicing his austere meditation for 6 long years, they entertained great hope, thinking, "He will soon become a Buddha. He will soon become a Buddha." So thinking, they attended to the Bodhisattva, staying and moving about him. In the 6th year, the Bodhisattva came to realize that the ascetic practice, Dukkara Kariya, would absolutely not earn him the noble paths and fruitions, though he had spent time eating just a rice grain, just a sesame seed, etc., and had become emaciated and weary. He collected food in the village of Senanigama and ate whatever was available, such as rice and hard cakes. Then the group of 5, as compelled by the law that dictates the lives of all bodhisattvas, were fed up with the bodhisattva and left him, and went to Isipatana and the deer park. After the group of 5 had thus left him, by eating whatever was available, such as rice and hard cakes, the bodhisattva's skin, flesh and blood became normal in 2 or 3 days. On the full moon day, the day he was to become enlightened, he took the excellent milk rice, 1183 food offered by Sujata, wife of a wealthy merchant. He then placed his bowl in the river Naranjara and came to decide that he would definitely become a Buddha on that very day. In the evening, after the Naga King Ka have spoken in praise of him, he went to the site where the Mahā Bodhi tree was and sat crossed-legged on the undefeated throne, the unshakable seat, facing the east. Having developed his fourfold exertion, he drove away the deity Mara just before sunset, acquired the knowledge of previous lives, Pubnavesa a with Makrane, in the first watch of the night, the divine eye, Dibba Kakhu a with Makrane, in the middle watch and in the last watch he was absorbed in the wisdom of dependent origination, Paika Samuppada. He reflected, with his diamond-like great insight knowledge, Mahavajira Vipassana a with Makrane, on its 12 factors forward and backward, up and down, and finally become a Buddha, having gained unique omniscience, Astra Sabanuda a with Makrane, which belongs to all Buddhas as has been told in the section of the Buddha's awakening. On that very throne under the Mahā Bodhi tree, the Buddha passed 7 days, being absorbed in the Arahat fruition attainment, Phala Samapatti. In this way, the Buddha stayed in the 7 places, and later on being requested by Brahma Sahampati, he considered, asking himself, to whom should I preach first? Then he came to know that the religious teachers, Ra and Adaka, had deceased, and when he continued to think, he reflected thus. To the group of 5 I am very thankful. They served me while I was engaged in the austere practices. What if I should preach to them first? Such an idea is conceived by all Buddhas as a rule. With the exception of Koa, there was none who could first grasp the 4 truths in the dispensation of the Buddha. As for Koa, his capability to grasp the 4 truths, first and foremost, was because he had performed significant deeds of merit for 100,000 eons and had given the unique gifts of the first crop, 9 times to the saga headed by the Buddha, as has been told above. Taking his bowl and robe, the Buddha set out for the Isipatana deer park and duly reached the dwelling of the group of 5 monastics. The 5 monastics saw the Buddha coming and they made an agreement among themselves not to fulfill their obligatory duties. But, as the Buddha was approaching nearer, they could not keep their original agreement, and one took the bowl and robe from the Buddha, another prepared the seat for him, still another brought water for washing his feet, the 4th washed the Buddha's feet, and the 5th brought a round fan made of palm leaf to fan him. Thus they rendered their respective services. When the 5 monastics had taken their seats near the Buddha after doing their duties, the Buddha delivered the discourse setting the Dhamma will turning, Dhamma Kakkapavatana Sutta, SN 56.11, with 3 functions to the 5 monastics, with Venerable Koa as the principal listener in his presence. At that time the Buddha thought, as the ascetic Koa was first to penetrate the 4 truths which I have understood with thousands of difficulties, he deserves the name Anasai Koa. And so he uttered a solemn utterance. Anasai Veda Bo Koa, Anasai Veda Bo Koa. Koa has penetrated the 4 truths. Koa has penetrated the 4 truths. Because of this solemn utterance, Venerable Koa came to be known as Anasai Koa. Koa the one who knows from that time onwards. Foremost title achieved. In this way, Venerable Koa became a stream enter, Sotapanna, on the full moon day of July Shah, in the year 528 BCE. The same year the Buddha became a Buddha. Likewise, the day after the full moon, Venerable Bhaddiya also became a stream enter, Sotapanna. 2 days after the full moon, Venerable Vappa, 3 days after the full moon, Venerable Mahanama, and 4 days after the full moon, Venerable Assaji. 5 days after the full moon, at the end of the delivery of the discourse about the characteristics of non-self, Anatta Lakha Sutta, all 5 members of the group of 5 were established in the Arahat fruition, Arahata Phala. At that time, the number of Arahats amongst human beings were therefore 6, the 1184 Buddha himself and the group of 5. From that time onwards the Buddha led 55 friends headed by Yasa, the son of a wealthy merchant, to the noble paths and fruitions. He also led the 33 Bodha princes in the Kapasika Grove, 1,000 former matted hair ascetics on the stone plateau of Gayasisa and others. After leading a large multitude of people to the noble paths and fruitions, on the full moon day of January Fusa. In the same year, the Buddha arrived in Rajagaha and established Brahmin householders, numbering 110,000 headed by King Bimbisara in stream entry, Sotapadiphala, and 10,000 such householders in the 3 refuges. Having caused the abundant blossoming and fruition of his teaching, with the 8 wonders and 3 trainings, throughout Jambudvipa, the entire land of which he caused to be illuminated bright with the color of the robes and caused the environs to be blown by the rushing wind from the moving monks and other noble ones. Later on, once he had arrived at the Jetavana monastery of Savatthi, and while remaining there at the monastery and sitting on the Dhamma throne, the seat for a Buddha, he delivered a discourse, and in the course of his delivery, he became desirous of declaring that his eldest son, Koa, was the best of all who were first to realize the 4 truths, and he uttered, Itad aga bikhave mama svakna bikna ratana yad ida anasai Koa. O monks, of my monastic disciples who are of long standing, ratanyu, anasai Koa is the foremost, itad aga. Thus speaking in praise of Venerable Koa, the Buddha declared him the foremost of those of long standing, ratanyu itad aga. Herein long-standing ratanyu literally means one who knows the nights, that is to say, one who has passed through a long duration of many nights since one's renunciation. In the Buddha's dispensation there was none who realized the 4 truths earlier than Koa. Hence Koa was the one who knew many nights and lived over the greatest number of years, since he became a monk. According to this explanation, a long-standing ratanyu individual means the senior most in monkhood. Or, as Venerable Koa realized the 4 truths before all others, since his realization, he had passed through many a night. According to this, the word in question means the earliest knower of the 4 truths. Or, as every arahat is conscious of daytime and nighttime, he earns the epithet of knower of nights, ratanyu, one who is aware of the divisions of day and nighttime. Because Venerable Koa was the earliest of all arahats, he stood out from other long-standing arahats knowing the divisions of time. After his attainment, Venerable Anasai Koa became an arahat on the 5th day after the full moon of July, Sha. On the full moon day of January, Fusa, that year, the Buddha arrived in Rajagaha, and on the first waxing day of February Magga, the future chief disciples, Sāriputta and Moggallāna, donned the robes. On the 7th day, Venerable Moggallāna became an arahat and Venerable Sāriputta did so on the full moon day. In this way, there arose complete categories of arahats such as chief disciples, great disciples, and ordinary disciples in the Buddha's dispensation, all going for alms round in a single line, with the most senior in front and the most junior last in the line. When the Buddha gave a discourse, he sat on the Dhamma throne, the Buddha seat decorated in the middle of the assembly. The captain of the Dhamma, Venerable Sāriputta, sat on the right side of the Buddha, and Venerable Moggallāna sat on the left side. At the back of the 2 chief disciples, a seat was prepared for Venerable Koa. The remaining monks took their seats surrounding him. Because Koa was the first to understand the 4 truths in the Buddha's dispensation, and because he was senior also by age, the 2 chief disciples were respectful to him. They regarded him as Mahabrahma, as 1185 a huge mass of fire, or as a highly poisonous serpent. They felt somewhat scared, though they occupied the front seats. They were also shy and embarrassed. Venerable Koa then reflected, for the front seats, these 2 chief disciples had fulfilled the perfections, parami, for one immeasurable period and 100,000 eons. Though they are taking those seats, they are less confident, shy, and embarrassed. I shall do whatever is necessary to make them live at ease. This was a reason for his vacant seat. Besides, Venerable Koa was a highly powerful great elder. Like the attributes of the Buddha, his attributes spread among the people in this universe as well as among the Devas and Brahmas of the 10,000 world element. Therefore, whenever divine and human beings visited and honored the Buddha with perfumes, flowers, etc., they immediately after that approached Venerable Koa and honored him, remembering, this Venerable was the first to comprehend the unique doctrine of the 4 truths. There is also a religious custom, according to which the visited monk is to give a Dhamma talk or to exchange greetings with them. As for Venerable Koa, he was inclined only to remain blissfully in the attainment of fruition attainment, Phala Samapatti. Therefore, to him, Dhamma talks given to and greetings exchanged with the visitors appeared superfluous. This was another reason. For these two reasons, Venerable Koa desired to stay away from the master. As he foresaw that his nephew, the young Phwa, son of the Brahmin lady Mantani, would become a famous Dhamma preacher, Dhamma Kathika, he went to the Brahmin village of Doavathu and made his nephew a monk and helped him become a resident pupil, Antivasika, with the thought that he would stay behind near the fortunate one. Then he approached the Buddha and made a request. Exalted Buddha, to me a rural residence is not suitable. I am not capable of staying with the laity. Therefore, kindly permit me to live in the Chedanta forest. And the permission was granted by the Buddha. Having obtained permission from the Buddha, Venerable Koa packed up his bedding, and taking his bowl and robe, he went to Lake Mandakini in the Chedanta forest. In the region around Chedanta, 8,000 elephants, who were experienced in serving Pakskabuddhas and who were long-lived, like spirits, became happy as they thought, "A large expanse of a fertile field has come to us so that we might sow the seeds of meritorious deeds." So they shoveled a path with their feet and got rid of grass to make a meditation path for the Venerable. They also cleared the meditation path of twigs and branches that might be in his way, and after making his residence clean, the 80,000 elephants held a discussion among themselves thus: "Friends, if we expect this elephant will do what is necessary for the Venerable, or that elephant will do it for him, the Venerable will then have to return to his dwelling from alms round with his bowl washed as before, as if he had been to a village of his relatives. Therefore, let us serve him by taking turns so that there might be no negligence. We must be careful especially when it is an assignment of a particular sort and do it without thinking selfishly." And so they took turns in serving the Venerable. The elephant on duty would arrange water for washing the face and twigs for brushing the teeth and so on, and the arrangement went on like this. The elephant, whose assignment was to serve, made fire by rubbing dry firewood that could easily burn, such as pine. With this fire he baked stones and rolled them down by means of sticks into the water in the stone basins. After ascertaining if the water was hot enough, he would place a toothbrush made of firewood sticks. Then the same elephant assigned would sweep the meditation hut that was Koa's dwelling, both inside and outside, with a broom made of branches. He would also perform other duties, including his feeding of Koa in the way that will soon be described. Lake Mandakini, where Koa resided, was 50 leagues wide. The middle area of the lake, measuring 25 leagues, was entirely free from algae and other aquatic plants. The water was crystal clear. In its outer circle, where the water was waist deep, there flourished white lotus thickets of half a league's width, surrounding the lake of 50 leagues. Beyond the white lotus thickets existed red lotus thickets also of half a 1186 leagues width. Beyond them white lotus thickets. Beyond them blue lotus thickets. Beyond them red lotus thickets. Beyond them fragrant red paddy fields. Beyond them creeper thickets full of such tasty vegetables as cucumber, gourd, pumpkin, etc., and measuring half a league in width. Beyond them existed sugar cane thickets also of half a league width, encircling the lake. The sugar cane stalks growing there were as thick as the trunk of an areca palm. Beyond the sugar cane thickets lay banana tree thickets, also of half a league's width, encircling the lake. Those who happened to have eaten 2 bananas or so would suffer, feeling stiff and uneasy. Beyond the banana trees lay jackfruit groves bearing fruit, each being the size of a large jar. Beyond that lay cherry groves. Beyond that lay mango groves. In this way there lay more groves of fruit trees. In short, it could not be said there were no edible fruit around Lake Mandakini. There were fruits of all kinds. During the flowering period, the wind blew, carrying the pollen from the blossoms, and placed them on the lotus leaves. Drops of water fell on these leaves. By the heat of the sun, the pollen was cooked and became solidified milk. It was called lotus honeycomb. It was brought to Venerable Koa by the elephants in turns. The lotus stems were as thick as a tilling log. These stems too the elephant took and gave to Venerable Koa. The lotus stems were as large as a drumhead. Each joint of the stems contained about 1 measure of lotus milk. That lotus milk too the elephants brought and offered to Venerable Koa. The elephants mixed the lotus stems with honey and offered it to Venerable Koa. They placed the sugar cane plants, which were as thick as areca palm, on a stone slab and crushed them with their feet. The juice then flowed into stone cups and holes and was cooked by the heat of the sun, and it became solidified sugar cane cakes that were like solidified milk. They then brought these sugar cane cakes and offered them to Venerable Koa. On the Kailasa hill in the Himavanta lived a god named Nagadatta. Venerable Koa sometimes went to the doorway of his mansion. The god filled Venerable Koa's bowl with pure milk food made of newly produced butter and powder of lotus honey. The god gave an alms-giving dana of sweet-smelling butter and milk by the lot for 20,000 years during the lifetime of the Buddha Kassapa. Hence, such pure milk food containing butter and powder of lotus honey appeared to him as nourishment. In this way, Venerable Koa dwelt near Lake Mandakini in the Chedanta forest. Venerable Koa's passing. Later, when he reflected on his life process, Sakra, he found that it was coming to an end. When he further reflected as to where he should decease, it occurred to him thus: these 8,000 elephants who have served me for 12 years have done what is difficult to do. I am very grateful to them. I shall first go to the exalted Buddha and seek his permission to pass into Parinibbana, and then I will return and do so in the meditation hut near these elephants. Having decided thus, he immediately appeared at Vivana Monastery in Rajagaha and visited the Buddha. He bowed his head, touching the feet of the Buddha, and kissed them with his mouth. He also pressed them with his hand forcefully. He then mentioned his name in his supplication to the Buddha. Exalted Buddha, I am Koa. Gracious One, I am Koa. Herein, the reason for Venerable Koa's mention of his own name was this. At that time among the monks around the Buddha, some elderly monks knew him, but the younger ones did not. Therefore, it occurred to him, the young monks who do not know me might offend me with the thought, who is this white-haired, bent, toothless, and failing old monk? Who is he that is talking with the exalted Buddha? Those young monks who wronged me might land in a suffering state. If I mention my name, those who previously did not know me will now realize who I am. Thus the two groups of monks, the one older and aware of my name and the other younger and coming to know me now, will be pleased and faithful at the thought, ah, here is a great disciple, Mahāsavaka, who has renounced like the exalted Buddha throughout the 10,000 world system, and this would lead them to the realm of Devas. In order to close the road to the suffering states, and open that to 1187, the Deva realms, the Venerable disclosed his name in his announcement to the Buddha. At that time, a thought arose in the mind of Venerable Vagsa thus: this Venerable Anasai Koa visited the Fortunate One after 12 long years. He touched the feet of the Fortunate One with his head and kissed his feet with his mouth, and he also pressed them with his hand. Mentioning his name, he also said, Exalted Buddha, I am Koa. Gracious One, I am Koa. What if I should sing appropriate verses in praise of this Venerable Koa in the presence of the Buddha? So he rose from his seat, adjusted his robe so that it covered his left shoulder, raised his joined hands towards the Buddha and addressed him thus: Exalted Buddha, these improvised verses, Piṇḍola, occurred to me. Gracious One, these improvised verses occurred to me. Thereupon the Buddha granted permission, saying, Dear son Vagsa, you may recite some improvised verses. Accordingly, Venerable Vagsa sang the verses in praise of Venerable Koa in the presence of the Buddha as follows, SN 8.9. Buddhanubudodo so thero Koa tiba nikamo. Labi Sukha Verna Vivekna Abhihaso. That Venerable who is known by his clan name Koa and who has visited the supremely exalted Buddha, is distinguished as awakened through following the Buddha Buddhanubbata. For he is the first who understood the four profound truths, having contemplated the Buddha's teachings intelligently. He is endowed with the unique, forceful energy of the right exertions. He achieves without interruption the three forms of seclusion, the means of blissful living. Yasavakina Pataba, Sathu Sasana Karina, Sabasa Tam Anapada, Appa Matassa Sakato. The saga of noble disciples who follow the Buddha's exhortation should attain the four paths, the four fruitions, and the analytical knowledges, etc., through their wisdom. That supreme person of glory, Venerable Koa, attained them all ahead of other disciples, smoothly supported by the necessary facilities, for he possessed mindfulness and practiced assiduously in the threefold training. Mahanubhavo Tavijo, Sito Pariyaya Kovido, Koa Buddha Dayado paid Vandati Satuno, the Venerable, who is known by his clan name Koa, who is highly powerful, who clearly possesses the threefold knowledge of the remembrance of former rebirths, the divine eye and the extinction of all pollutants, who can read others' minds, as he knows all the mental activities, who has inherited first and foremost the supermundane legacy of the Buddha, has indeed respectfully paid homage at the Buddha's lotus feet by touching them with his head, kissing them with his mouth and gripping them with his hands. By the time these verses had been sung, silence reigned in the assembly. Knowing of the silence, Venerable Koa exchanged a few words with the Buddha and asked for permission. Exalted Buddha, my life process has come to an end. I am going to pass into 1188 Parinibbana. Where will you pass into Parinibbana, my dear son Koa? Asked the Buddha. Venerable Koa replied, Exalted Buddha, the elephants who served me for 12 years have done something that is difficult to do. Therefore, I shall pass into Parinibbana somewhere around the elephants, by the lake in the Chiddanta forest. The Buddha granted his permission by keeping silent. When Venerable Koa requested permission to attain Parinibbana, if the Buddha had not granted permission, it might be thought that Venerable Koa took delight in the round of suffering in the three worlds, which he himself had taught to be something sickening. On the other hand, if the Buddha were to grant permission, it might mean that he encouraged him to die. In order to avoid these two ends, therefore, the Buddha asked a neutral question, Where will you pass into Parinibbana? Thereupon Venerable Koa made obeisance to the Buddha and spoke, Exalted Buddha, formerly when you were practicing the ascetic practice, Dukkara Kriya, we visited you for the first time to attend to you. In other words, my first obeisance took place in the deer park. Now this is my last obeisance. While many people were lamenting, Venerable Koa paid homage to the Buddha, came out from his presence and, standing at the doorway, admonished the people, Do not be sad, do not lament. There is none among those conditioned, be they Buddhas or disciples, who will not come to destruction. While the people were looking on him, Venerable Koa disappeared from there and reappeared near the lake, in the Chiddanta forest, where he bathed. Thereafter, he put on the robe properly, put away his bedding and spent the 3 watches of the night engaged in the meditation of fruition attainment, Phala Samapatti. Just before morning came with its very brilliant light, Venerable Koa entered the Parinibbana with no grasping at existence remaining. No sooner had Venerable Koa entered Parinibbana than all the trees in the Himavanta burst open with flowers and fruit both at the top and bottom, and they bent down as well. The elephant, whose turn it was to serve Venerable Koa, performed his usual duties early by placing water for washing the face and a toothbrush made of twigs, stood at the end of the wall without knowing about Venerable Koa's Parinibbana. Not seeing Venerable Koa coming, though he had waited till sunrise, the elephant began to wonder. The noble Venerable Koa used to take an early walk and used to wash his face, but now he has not come out from his dwelling even at sunrise. What could be the reason for this? So he opened the door of the dwelling wide enough to see into it, and saw Venerable Koa sitting. He stretched out his trunk to investigate whether there was in-breath or out-breath, and it came to know there was neither. Then, coming to know that Venerable Koa had entered Parinibbana, he put his trunk in his mouth and trumpeted aloud. The sound of its trumpet echoed all over the Himavanta. The elephants discussed the situation in unity. Venerable Koa's body was put on the largest elephant. The others surrounded him, each carrying branches that had fully blossomed. After repeatedly going around the Himavanta and paying homage, they conveyed the remains to the lake in the Chiddanta forest. Then Sakka summoned Deva Vissakama and gave him an order. Dear Vissakama, our elder brother, Venerable Koa, has passed into Parinibbana. Let us do homage to him. Create a coffin measuring 9 leagues and adorn it with a pinnacle. Vissakama created what he was asked for. The remains of Venerable Koa were put in the coffin and returned to the elephants. Carrying the coffin together and repeatedly moving around the whole Himavanta, measuring 3,000 leagues, the elephants paid homage. From the elephants, the coffin was taken by the devas of the sky who performed the funeral rites. Thereafter, the coffin was taken by the devas of the rain clouds, the devas of the cold clouds, and the Devas of the hot clouds, the Katamaharjika Devas, the Tvatisa Devas, and so on. In this way, the pinnacled coffin containing Venerable Koa's body reached up to the realm of the Brahmas. Again the Brahmas returned it to the Devas, and in this way the coffin went back to the elephants. Each Deva or Brahma brought 2 sandalwood pieces, each being about the breadth of 1189 4 fingers. The pile of such sandalwood pieces was 9 leagues high. Upon the pile of sandalwood the coffin carrying Venerable Koa's body was put. 500 monks appeared simultaneously and recited the Dhamma throughout the night. Venerable Anuruddha gave a discourse in the assembly, and, as a result, many devas realized the 4 truths and were released from Sasra thereby. The night saw the burning of the remains. On the following morning, at dawn, the pile of burning fragrant wood was extinguished and the monks filled the water filter with the relics, which were as white as jasmine buds, and brought them to the Buddha, who was readily waiting and welcoming at the doorway of the Vivana monastery. Holding the filter containing the relics, the Buddha delivered a discourse befitting that occasion and causing spiritual urgency, savega, in the minds of those present, after which he stretched out his hand towards the earth. Instantly, a colossal shrine, Satya, emerged, resembling a huge silver bubble, penetrating the great earth. The Buddha enshrined the relics of Venerable Koa with his hands in that shrine. It is said that the shrine exists even today. Two 3. Venerable Sāriputta and Venerable Moggallāna. In this dispensation, Venerable Sāriputta and Venerable Moggallāna are known as the 2 chief disciples of the Buddha. These 2 venerables had mostly worked together to fulfill the perfections during the period of their performance of meritorious deeds for that goal. In their last existence too, they renounced the world together and became monks together. Hence their accounts are given together in the commentaries and sub-commentaries. Following these treatises in this book too, their accounts will be given together. Aspiration in the past. From this present aeon, Kappa, one immeasurable period, Asakya, and 100,000 eons ago, the future Sāriputta, a virtuous person, was born in a wealthy Brahmin family and was named Sarada the youth. The future Moggallāna, another virtuous man, was also born in another family and was named Siravahana the householder. They became intimate friends, having played together in their childhood. One day, while Sarada the youth was examining and managing the wealth of his household, which was inherited from his forebears, as his father had died, a thought arose in him thus: I know only about this existence. I do not know about the hereafter. It is absolutely certain that beings born are subject to death. It would be proper, therefore, if I become a recluse and seek the doctrine for liberation from Sasra. Sarada went to his friend Siravahana and said, Friend Siravahana, I shall become a recluse and seek the doctrine for liberation from Sasra. Will you be able to come together with me? No, friend, I am not, answered Siravahana. You, friend, go ahead. Then it occurred to Sarada. Among those who pass into the hereafter, there is none who is able to take his friends and relatives with him. It is indeed true that only his good or bad deeds are his own property, as they do actually follow him. Thereupon, he opened his treasure houses and performed a great alms-giving dana to the destitutes, poor people, travelers, and beggars. Thereafter, he made his way to the foot of a mountain and became an ascetic. Those who became matted hair ascetics in the wake of Sarada numbered 74,000. The ascetic Sarada himself acquired the 5-fold mundane psychic power and the 8-fold absorption jhana attainments. He also taught his followers how to make preparations for meditation on a device, Kaja, how to practice that meditation, and they too gained the same power and attainments. At that time, Buddha Anomidasi appeared in the world. One day, when Buddha Anomidasi surveyed the world 1190 of sentient beings after emerging from his attainment of the absorption of compassion, Karusamapati, at daybreak, he saw the ascetic Sarada and decided, thinking, when I visit Sarada, a grand Dhamma talk will take place. The ascetic will express his aspiration to become a chief disciple, flanking on the right-hand side some other Buddha in the future. His friend, Siravahana, will do similarly for the other chief disciple, flanking on the left. By the end of the talk, Sāripputta's 74,000 followers, those ascetics who accompanied Sāriputta, will become arahats. I should, therefore, pay a visit to Sāripputta's dwelling at the foot of the mountain. Taking his bowl and robe, he set forth alone, without informing anybody else, like a lion king. While Sāripputta's pupils were away gathering fruit, Buddha Anuruddha made a resolution that Sāripputta should come to know him as an omniscient Buddha, and while Sāripputta was looking at him, the Buddha descended from the sky and stood on the ground. As he had seen the magnificence and the physical splendor of Buddha Anuruddha, Sāripputta studied them in accordance with the physiognomical treatises and unwaveringly came to the conclusion: one who is possessed of these marks will become a universal monarch if he were to live a household life, but if he were to put on the robe, he would become an omniscient Buddha. He, therefore, welcomed the Buddha, paid homage by touching the floor in 5 ways and offered the prepared seat to him. The Buddha sat down in that seat and the recluse also took an appropriate seat for himself. At that time, the 74,000 pupils returned, carrying with them fruits of various sizes with immensely rich flavor and nutrition. Seeing the seating arrangement of the Buddha and that of their teacher, they remarked to him, "Master, we thought that there was no person higher than you in the world. But now it seems that this noble man is far superior to you." The master reprovingly replied, "How dare you say so, pupils? You wish to compare a mustard seed with the great Mount Meru, which is 168,000 leagues high. Do not weigh me against the Buddha." Then the pupils said among themselves, "If this were an unworthy one, our master would not have given such a simile. Indeed, he must be supreme." So saying, they all prostrated at the feet of the Buddha and venerated him with their heads. Thereafter, the recluse told his pupils, "Dear sons, we have no gift that is proper for the Buddha. It was during his hour for collecting alms food that he came to our residence at the foot of the mountain. Let us give alms to the best of our ability. Pupils, bring big and small fruits that appear nice and wholesome." Thus, he had the fruit brought, and having washed his hands, he himself offered the fruit after putting them in the bowl. No sooner had the Buddha accepted the fruit than Devis put ambrosia in the bowl. Sāripputta offered water that he had duly filtered. Having eaten the fruit, the Buddha washed his hand and sat calm and quiet. While the Buddha was sitting thus, Sāripputta summoned all his pupils and spoke to the Buddha words that ought to be remembered for long. Then the Buddha resolved that his 2 chief disciples should visit him in the company of the monks at this mountain foot. The 2 chief disciples, Venerable Nasaba and Venerable Anoma, knowing the Buddha's desire, immediately appeared, accompanied by 100,000 arahats and, after paying homage to the Buddha, stood at suitable places. Thereupon, the recluse Sāripputta called his pupils and ordered, "Dear sons, the seat made for the Buddha is still low. The 100,000 monks are also without seats. You, dear sons, should today do high honor to the Buddha. Bring beautiful and fragrant flowers from the foot of the mountain." The time spent on giving the order seemed even longer. The power of the mighty ones is wonderful beyond imagination. Instantly, therefore, the pupils miraculously brought flowers of beauty and fragrance and made them into the Buddha's seat, measuring a league. The floral seat made for the 2 chief disciples measured 3 miles each, and the seat for the rest of monks measured half a league or 2 miles. Even for the youngest monk, the seat was 1/2 a mile yusaba in height. After making the seats in this manner, Sāripputta stood before the Buddha and addressed him with his joined hands raised. "Exalted Buddha, please take this seat of flowers for my long welfare and happiness." Buddha Anuruddha mounted the seat and sat down and remained there, engaging in the attainment of cessation, Nirodha Samapatti, for 7 days. Knowing what the 1191 Buddha was doing, the 2 chief disciples and the rest of the monks, while remaining in their respective seats, in the wake of the master, engaged themselves in the absorptions, jhana. Sāripputta the recluse stood holding a floral umbrella over the Buddha. While the Buddha was absorbed in the attainment of cessation, Nirodha Samapatti, the pupils sought various roots and fruits during the food-gathering hour and ate them. For the rest of the time, they stood, raising their joined hands in the direction of the Buddha. Sāripputta, however, did not move even for searching for fruit, but held the umbrella over the Buddha, and spent the time living on the food of rapture, pity. Emerging from the attainment of cessation, Nirodha Samapatti, the Buddha asked the chief disciple, Venerable Nasaba, who was sitting near him on his right side, "Teach, dear son, a discourse in appreciation of the flowers to the honorable recluses." With his mind immensely gladdened, as a heroic warrior who had received a great reward from the universal monarch, Venerable Nasaba taught them by virtue of his perfect intelligence as a disciple. At the end of Venerable Nasaba's teaching, the Buddha asked the other chief disciple, Venerable Anoma, who was on the left side, "You too teach a discourse, dear son." Reflecting on the Buddha's words contained in the 3 baskets, Venerable Anoma gave a discourse. The realization of the truths and the attainment of release did not affect yet a single recluse despite the teaching of the 2 chief disciples. Thereafter, Buddha Anuruddha, in his incomparable state as a Buddha, taught the Dhamma. By the end of his teaching, all 74,000 matted hair recluses attained arahat fruition, arahata phala. Sāriputta alone remained unaffected. Then the Buddha stretching his right arm and pronounced, "Come, monks!" At that very moment the hair and beard of all these ascetics disappeared, and they became monks already equipped with the 8 items of requisites. Sāriputta's aspiration for chief discipleship. It may be asked, why did he fail to become an arahat though he was a great teacher? The answer is because he was distracted. Since the time when Venerable Nasaba, the chief disciple, one who sits on the right, started teaching, Sāriputta had been repeatedly distracted by the thought, "It would be well if I should gain the same position as this chief disciples in the dispensation of a Buddha to come." Because of this distraction, Sāriputta failed to penetrate and gain the knowledge of the paths and fruitions. He was left behind with no acquisition of the paths and fruitions, Magga phala. After his pupils had become monastics, Sāriputta the recluse paid homage to the Buddha and while standing before him asked, "What is the name of the monk who is sitting just next to you?" When the Buddha replied, "His name is Nasaba, my right-hand side chief disciple, who, in my dispensation, can turn the wheel treasure of the Dhamma after me, who had reached the apex of the perfect wisdom of a disciple, and who had penetrated the 15 forms of wisdom, Puṇṇa." Sāriputta the recluse said, "As a result of my act of merit by honoring you with a floral umbrella held over you for 7 days, I do not long for the state of a Sakka nor that of a Brahma, but I wish to become a chief disciple, one who sits on the right, like this noble Venerable Nasaba, but during the dispensation of a Buddha in the future." When Buddha Anuruddha inquired with his knowledge of the future, Angatasa a with Makrane, into whether Sāripputta's wish would be fulfilled, he foresaw that it would be fulfilled after one immeasurable period, Asakya, and 100,000 eons, Kappa. So he said to the recluse, "Your wish will not go unfulfilled. When an immeasurable period and 100,000 eons have elapsed, the Buddha Gautama will appear in the 3 worlds. His mother will be Queen Mahamaya, his father, King Suddhodana, his son, Rahula, and the chief disciple on the left-hand side, Moggallāna. But you will become Buddha Gautama's chief disciple on the right-hand side, by the name of Sāriputta." Having predicted this, he gave a Dhamma talk and afterwards he rose into the air in the company of the monks. Sāriputta the recluse then approached the venerables who had been his old pupils and said, "Venerable sirs, please tell my friend Siravahana the householder thus. Your friend Sāriputta the recluse has aspired, at the foot of the Buddha Anuruddha, for the rank of chief disciple on the right-hand side, for that of the chief disciple on the left-hand side of Gautama. A coming Buddha, you, householder, may decide." After giving the message thus, Sāriputta went hurriedly ahead of them by another road and stood at the door of the house of Siravahana, thinking, "My master has come after a long time after being absent." Siravahana gave a seat to Sāriputta and he himself sat down in a lower seat and asked, "Venerable sir, your retinue of residential pupils is not seen." "They are not, friend. Buddha Anuruddha visited our recluses. We honored the Sangha headed by him to the best of our ability. The Buddha taught us, and by the end of the teaching, all 74,000 recluses became arahats and monks, except for myself." "Why you did not become a monk?" asked Siravahana. "Having seen Venerable Nasaba, the Buddha's chief disciple on the right-hand side," replied Sāriputta, I wished for a similar position during the dispensation of the coming Buddha Gautama. You too can wish for the second chief discipleship on the Buddha's left-hand side. When the recluse urged him thus, his friend replied, I have no experience of talking with a Buddha. Then Sāriputta said, encouraging him, let the talking with the Buddha be my responsibility. On your part, make an arrangement for your great aspiration, Adhikara. Having listened to Sāriputta's advice, Sirivahana leveled the ground measuring 14 acres in front of the doorway of his house and covered it with white sand, scattered over it confetti of flowers of the 5 kinds with parched rice as the 5th. He also built a shed roofed with blue lotus flowers, prepared the seat for the Buddha and arranged things that were dedicated in honor of the Buddha. Then only did he give a signal to Sāriputta to bring the Sangha headed by the Buddha. Taking his cue from Sirivahana, Sāriputta brought the Sangha, with the Buddha at its head, to Sirivahana's house. Sirivahana welcomed the Buddha and took his bowl and robe and respectfully brought him into the shed and offered water together with excellent food to him and his Sangha. When the meal was over, he gave highly valuable robes to the Buddha and his Sangha. Thereafter, he said, Exalted Buddha, this act of merit performed by me is not intended for a small reward. Therefore, kindly do me a favor in this way for 7 days. The Buddha kept silent in agreement. Sirivahana then performed a great alms-giving Mahādana in the same manner for a week. On the last day of the alms-giving, while standing with his joined hands raised respectfully in the direction of the Buddha, he said thus, Exalted Buddha, my friend Sāriputta has aspired for the position of a chief disciple on the right-hand side of the Buddha Gautama. I too aspire for the position of the chief disciple on the left-hand side of that very Buddha Gautama. When the Buddha surveyed the future, he saw that the aspiration of Sirivahana would be fulfilled. So he predicted, an immeasurable period Asakiya, and 100,000 eons from now, you will become a second chief disciple on the left-hand side. Hearing the Buddha's prophecy, Sirivahana was overjoyed. After giving a talk in appreciation of the alms-giving, the Buddha returned to the monastery in the company of the monks. From then onwards, till his death, Sirivahana made efforts to perform deeds of merit. On his passing away from that existence, he was reborn in the heavenly sense realms, Kamavakara Deva Loka. Sāriputta the recluse developed the 4 sublime practices, Brahma Vihara, and was reborn in the Brahma realm. Ascetic life in their final existence. The commentary says nothing much about their good works done during the existences after their lives as the recluse Sāriputta and the householder Sirivahana, but it gives an account of their lives in the last existence. Just before the appearance of our Buddha Gautama, a virtuous man, the future Venerable Sāriputta, who had formerly been recluse Sāriputta, was conceived in the womb of a Brahmin woman, a merchant's wife, Rupasari by name, in the village of Upatissa, near the city of Rajagaha. On that very day, another virtuous man, formerly Sāripputta's friend, Sirivahana, the future Moggallāna, took conception in the womb of Moggali, wife of another merchant, in the village of Kalita, also near Rajagaha. These 2 great families had been very friendly households for 7 generations. When they were born, after 10 months had elapsed, each boy was looked after by 66 nurses. On the naming day, the son born of Rupasari was named Upatissa because he was the scion of the head of Upatissa village. The son born of Moggali was named Kalita as his family was chief in Kalita village. When the 2 boys grew up, they became accomplished in all kinds of crafts. The ceremonial paraphernalia of the youth Upatissa included 500 golden palanquins to accompany him constantly whenever he paid a visit to the river, to the garden or to the hill for sport and pleasure. As for the youth Kalita, it was 500 chariots drawn by the best breed of horses that usually went along with him. In Rajagaha there was an annual festival held on the hilltop. For the 2 friends the couches were fixed and prepared at the same place. Both took their seats together, and while watching the show they laughed when there was humor and they were shocked when there was horror. They also gave awards when they were supposed to do. After enjoying the show in this manner many times, one day they became more sober at the show and were no longer amused by the funny scenes, nor frightened by the horrible ones. Also, there were absolutely no more awards given where they were expected. Both of them thought thus. Where are those things attractive to the eyes on this festive occasion? Those who participate in the show and those who come to see it will all disappear before the end of 100 years. We should therefore search for some form of spirituality for our escape from Sasra. They reflected on the miseries of life. Thereafter, Kalita said to his friend Upatissa, "Friend Upatissa, you show no satisfaction as on the other days. What are you thinking about, friend?" Upatissa replied, "Friend Kalita, I found nothing worthy in watching the show. Enjoyment of the festivity is useless. It is empty. I was, therefore, sitting with the thought that I ought to seek something for myself that would lead to liberation from Sasra." Having said this, he asked, "Friend Kalita, why are you also wearing a long face and looking displeased?" Kalita's answer was the same as Upatissa's. Knowing that his friend was contemplating the same thing, Upatissa consulted, saying, "Our common idea, dear Kalita, is something well conceived. Those who seek release from Sasra should adopt an ascetic life. Under whom shall we become ascetics?" At that time, the great wandering ascetic Sanjaya, the leader of a religious sect, was staying in Rajagaha with a large gathering of pupils. The two friends agreed to become ascetics in the presence of Sanjaya, each with his 500 attendants. Since the time of the two friends' association with him, Sanjaya attained the height of his possession of retinue and fame. Within 2 or 3 days, the two wanderers, Upatissa and Kalita, became well educated in all the doctrines of the teacher Sanjaya, and they asked, "Teacher, is that all that you have mastered? Or, is there still some more that we have to learn?" "That is all I have mastered," replied Sanjaya. "You have learned all of my doctrines." The two friends then discussed between them, "In that case, it is useless to remain observing celibacy, Brahmacharya, under this teacher, Sanjaya. We have come from the life of householders in quest of release from Sasra. Never shall we be able to achieve that release in his presence. Jambudvipa is vast. If we wander about villages, towns and royal cities in search, certainly we shall find some teacher who will give us the means leading to liberation." From that time onwards, they visited various places, which they learned were the resort of learned monks and Brahmins, and had doctrinal dialogues and discussions. There were, however, no monks and Brahmins who were really learned and able to answer the questions raised by the two wandering friends. In fact, it was the two friends who had to solve the problems put forth by the so-called learned sages. Having failed to find someone whom they should regard as their teacher, though they had roamed about all over Jambudvipa and made inquiries, they returned to their ascetic dwellings and made an agreement between themselves that whosoever received the doctrine concerning the deathless earlier should inform the other. The time was the first waxing moon of February Magha, about half a month after the arrival of the Buddha in the city of Rajagaha. Readers are now referred to chapter 16. That chapter contains such episodes as the conversion of the two friends and their pupils from the state of wandering ascetics to that of monastics called forth in the presence of the Buddha, and their attainment of the height of wisdom as disciples. These episodes are only summarized here. Foremost title achieved. In the year he became enlightened, the Buddha passed his rains retreat, Vasa, in the Deer Park. Thence he went to the Uruvala forest and converted 1,000 recluses headed by the 3 Kassapa brothers and established them in awakening by means of the instruction about burning, Aditta Pariyaya Sutta, SN 35.235. On the full moon day of January, Fusa, he arrived at Rajagaha in the company of 1,000 monks. After a fortnight, on the first waxing moon of February Magha, Upatissa met the Arahat, Asaji, a member of the group of 5, in Rajagaha. Having listened to the verse beginning with Yidama Hetupabhava, whatever things have a cause and source, from Venerable Asaji, Upatissa became a stream enter, Sotapanna. So did Kalita, after having heard the verse through Upatissa. Thereafter, both noble stream enter friends and their followers became monastics summoned by the Buddha. Before they became monks, their followers became arahats the moment they heard a discourse from the Buddha. As the wisdom of discipleship was much greater to achieve, the future chief disciples had still not attained that state, and it was on the 7th day of his monastic life that Venerable Moggallāna became an arahat, and it was on the 15th day, that is, on the full moon day of February Magha, that Venerable Sāriputta did. In this manner, the two venerables reached the apex of their perfections and wisdom in chief discipleship while the Buddha was staying in Rajagaha. But, at a later time, while he was at the Jetavana monastery, Savatthi, he uttered this in praise of them, and 1.14. Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknama pana yad ida Sāriputto. Monks, among my disciples who are of great wisdom, Sāriputta is the foremost. Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknade hidamantna yad ida Mahā Moggallāna. Monks, among my disciples who are of great supernormal powers, Mahā Moggallāna is the foremost. With these words, the Buddha placed Venerable Sāriputta the foremost in great wisdom and Venerable Moggallāna as foremost in supernormal powers. These two venerables had practiced for the welfare of sentient beings for 44 years since they became monastics. The discourses given by them are quite numerous in the 5 collections and the 3 baskets. They are so numerous that it is almost impossible to reproduce them here, especially the Path of the Analytic Knowledges Paisambhidmagga, the long exposition Mahā Nadesa, and the short exposition Ka Nadesa, which embody the words of Venerable Sāriputta. His verses in the verses of the elder monks, Therigatha, contain many of his doctrines. So do Moggallāna's verses, his doctrinal miscellany. Those who desire to may read the translations of the texts concerned. Here in this work, however, only the account of their attainments, after making efforts for the welfare of sentient beings for 44 years, will be given. Venerable Sāriputta's attainment of Parinibbana. Having observed his last and 45 rains retreat, Vassa, at the small village of Vuva, near the city of Visali, the Buddha emerged from that rains retreat and, as has been stated above, left the village by the same road which he had taken in reaching there. After setting forth for the last time, the Buddha arrived in Savatthi and entered the Jetavana monastery. The captain of the Dhamma, Venerable Sāriputta, served the Buddha and went to his dwelling. When his pupils had fulfilled their duties to him at his dwelling and left, he would sweep the place and spread the leather mat. Then he washed his feet, sat down cross-legged and engaged in the arahat fruition state, arahata phala. When the prescribed time for meditation was over, Venerable Sāriputta rose from it and wondered whether the Buddha would attain Parinibbana first or his chief disciples. He came to know that the disciples usually did earlier, and when he examined his life process, he found that it would go on only for 7 more days. He further considered where his attainment of Parinibbana should take place. Venerable Rahula attained Parinibbana in Tvatisa and Venerable Koa at the lake in Chidanta. Where should I do so? He pondered repeatedly and remembered his mother, the Brahmin lady Rupasari, as follows. My mother has no faith in the 3 treasures, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, despite her being the mother of 7 arahats. Does that mother of mine possess the spiritual potential for any of the paths and fruitions? When he reflected thus, he came to know that she had, from her past deeds of merit, the potential that would lead to stream entry, Sotapadimagga. He continued to reflect as by which approach she would realize the 4 truths, and it became manifest to him thus. My mother's realization of the 4 truths and conversion will happen by my teaching to her and not by any other way. If I were to be indifferent without caring to convert her, people may speak words of reproach, saying, Venerable Sāriputta is a dependable person to others. This is true. The day the Venerable Sāriputta taught the discourse on the even-minded, Samasiddha Sutta, and 2.37, 1,000 billion devas and brahmas became arahats. Those who attained lower fruitions are countless. Those who gained liberation by realizing the 4 truths elsewhere have also been witnessed. Besides the celestial families, those who have faith in Venerable Sāriputta are 80,000 in number. Venerable Sāriputta is now helpless even to remove the wrong views of his own mother. Therefore, after eradicating my mother's false notions, I shall attain Parinibbana in the very chamber in which I was born. Having decided thus, an idea to inform the Buddha, seek his permission and set out even on that day, appeared in him. So he ordered his young brother Venerable Koṇḍa, Dear Koṇḍa, inform my 500 monastic pupils to make themselves ready with their bowls and robes. The captain of Dhamma, Venerable Sāriputta, is desirous of going to Nalaka, his native village. Venerable Koṇḍa did as he was told by his older brother. The 500 monks packed their beddings, took their bowls and robes and gathered round their master in unison. The great elder himself packed his own bedding, swept his dwelling, stood at its doorway and viewed the place, thinking, "This is the last time I will see this place. I will not come here again." Together with the company of his 500 pupils, he went to the Buddha, paid homage to him and said in supplication, "Exalted Buddha, may the Fortunate One give me permission to leave. May the Gracious One grant me permission to leave. The time has come for me to attain Parinibbana. My life process has been given up." Herein, the word anujanatu of the sentence, Anujanatami Banti Bhagava, of the text is translated, "Give me permission," and such is the required meaning. Its literal meaning, however, is, "May you know of my proposed entry into Parinibbana." That is to say, I am aware of my coming attainment of Parinibbana. May you also be aware of it. When other disciples who were also arahats came and sought permission for their demise, if the Buddha had said, "Do so," those with wrong views would blame him. The Buddha speaks in praise of death. If, on the other hand, he said, "No, dear son, do not do that yet," they would blame him all the same, saying, "He speaks in praise of suffering." The Buddha asked Venerable Sāriputta, "Dear Sāriputta, where will you attain Parinibbana?" Venerable Sāriputta answered, "There is, exalted Buddha, my birthplace, Nalaka village, in the country of Magadha. There I will do so. Now you are aware, dear son, of the time of your Parinibbana. It may be very difficult for your brethren, particularly, to no longer see a man of your stature any longer. You had better give them a discourse." Understanding that the Buddha wanted him to engage in teaching preceded by a performance of miracles, the noble Venerable Sāriputta paid homage to the Buddha, rose up into the air to the height of a toddy palm tree, came down and paid homage at the Buddha's feet. Again he rose into the air to the height of 2 toddy palm trees, came down and paid homage at the feet of the Buddha once more. In this way he rose up to the height of 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 toddy palm trees and displayed hundreds of miraculous feats. While so doing, he taught. How did he preach? He taught while showing himself. He taught while hiding himself. He taught while showing and hiding the upper part of his person. He taught while showing and hiding the lower part of his person. Sometimes he created and showed the shape of the moon. Sometimes he created and showed that of the sun. Sometimes he made the shape of a great mountain. Sometimes he made the shape of a great ocean. Sometimes he became a universal monarch. Sometimes he became the Deva king Vesava. Sometimes he became Sakka, the lord of the Devas. Sometimes he became Maha Brahma. In this way the great elder taught while performing hundreds of miracles. The entire city of Savatthi assembled. Having taught in this way to his heart's content, he came down and paid homage at the Buddha's feet and stood firmly like a golden gatepost. Then the Buddha asked, "Dear son Sāriputta, what is this kind of teaching called?" Venerable Sāriputta replied, "Exalted Buddha, it is called the sport of a lion, Siha Vikita." The Buddha delightedly approved of Venerable Sāriputta's reply by saying, "Dear son Sāriputta, yours is indeed the sport of a lion. Yours is indeed the sport of a lion." Venerable Sāriputta's last homage to the Buddha. Firmly holding the feet of the Buddha by the ankles with his hands dark red like the color of liquefied lac, the noble Venerable Sāriputta said in supplication, "Exalted Buddha, I have fulfilled the perfections, parami, for an immeasurable period, asakya, and 100,000 eons just to pay homage at these 2 feet of yours. The result of the fulfillment of my heart's desire has now successfully reached its apex. There is no prospect of reunion with you elsewhere in some existence through rebirth from now on. Familiarity or friendliness connected with this life has been totally cut off. Now will I enter the city of Nibbana, which is free from old age, death and danger, which is blissful, calm, secure, which hundreds of thousands of Buddhas have entered. Should there be any wrongdoings, physical and verbal, done by me to your displeasure, kindly forgive me. The final moment for me has now come, exalted Buddha. My son Sāriputta, I forgive you. There is nothing whatsoever wrong physically or verbally on your part. You may now go, my dear son, wherever you wish." Thus, the Buddha gave his permission. Immediately after the Buddha had given permission, Venerable Sāriputta pressed and gripped the Buddha's feet most vigorously. When he stood up, the great earth quaked instantly down to the water below, very strongly as though it were saying, Though I am able to shoulder Mount Meru, the universe, the Himavanta and the 7 surrounding mountains, I cannot today bear this aggregate of virtues. A loud crash of thunder occurred, roaring tumultuously across the entire sky. Huge clouds arose in a second and let a lotus rain, Vasa, fall heavily. The Buddha thought, Sāriputta has paid homage to me as I am sitting. Now I shall let him do so as I am standing. So he rose from the Dhamma throne, the Buddha seat, from which he usually gave sermons, and walked towards the fragrant chamber and stood on the wooden boards studded with gems. Venerable Sāriputta circumambulated the Buddha, who was thus standing, keeping him on his right, and made obeisance from the front, from the back, from the left and from the right of Buddha. Then he made his last supplication. Exalted Buddha, I expressed my wish, prostrating at the feet of the Buddha Anuruddha an immeasurable period and 100,000 eons ago, just for seeing you. My wish has now been fulfilled. I have had a chance to see you. When I expressed my wish, I listened continuously to the prophetic word of Buddha Anuruddha, and I visualized you through my knowledge, and that was my first sight of you. My seeing you now is my last. There is no more chance for me to see you again. Thereafter he raised his joined hands, which were graceful and bright with the 10 nails, towards the Buddha and walked backward till the visibility of the Buddha ended. Having paid respect thus, he departed together with his 500 pupils. Then again the earth failed to bear Ven Sāriputta's excellence and quaked down to the water below. The Buddha asked the monks surrounding him, Dear sons, go and see your elder brother off. All 4 classes of the assembly then left the Buddha alone at the Jetavana monastery and went out without anyone remaining there, to give Venerable Sāriputta a send-off. The citizens of Savatthi too learnt that Venerable Sāriputta was leaving Jetavana to attain Parinibbana after seeking permission from the Buddha. Wanting to get a glimpse of the noble Venerable Sāriputta, they came out from the city gate that was wholly crowded, with no room for exit or entry. Carrying perfumes and flowers and with their hair disheveled, they wailed, Venerable Sir, to which venerable should we go now? Inquiring, Where is Venerable Sāriputta of great wisdom? Where is Venerable Sāriputta, the captain of the Dhamma? Into whose hands do you entrust the exalted Buddha and leave, noble Venerable? Wailing in this way, they followed Venerable Sāriputta step by step. As Venerable Sāriputta was of great wisdom, he exhorted the crowd briefly. This path leading to the death of every arising being is something which no one can avoid. He also asked the monks, You too stay behind, monks, and do not neglect the fortunate one. Thus he sent them back and headed for Nalaka village together with his own followers. To those people who went along with him lamenting, Formerly the noble one used to travel only to come back, but his journey now is of no return. Venerable Sāriputta gave an exhortative discourse, saying, Dear supporters, virtuous ones, be mindful. Conditioned things, whether physical or mental, happen like this. After arising, they end by passing away. By this advice concerning mindfulness, Venerable Sāriputta persuaded them to go home. Venerable Sāriputta goes home. After uplifting the people on the way for 7 days, spending just 1 night at each place, but without prolonging his stay, he traveled on till he reached Nalaka one evening. He stopped and rested at the foot of a banyan tree near the village gate. Then the nephew of Venerable Sāriputta, a boy by the name of Uparevita, came out of the village. Seeing the noble Venerable Sāriputta, he went up to him and stood, paying respects. Venerable Sāriputta asked his nephew, Uparevita, is your grandmother at home? When the boy answered that she was, Venerable Sāriputta said, Go and tell her of our arrival in the village. If she asks the reason for our coming here, say that we shall stay here the whole day, and ask her in my name to clean the chamber where I was born and also to arrange lodgings for 500 monks. Uparevita went to his grandmother Rupasari and told her, Grandmother, my uncle Upatissa has come. Where is he now? Asked the grandmother. The boy answered, At the city gate. Is he alone, or is there somebody else too? Yes, there are 500 monks who have come along. Why did he come? The grandmother asked him again, and the boy related all as instructed by Venerable Sāriputta. Oh, why does he want me to clean and arrange lodgings for such a great number of monks? Wondered the lady. After becoming a monk in his youth, perhaps he desires to return to lay life now that he has grown old. With this thought, she cleaned the chamber which was the birthplace of Venerable Sāriputta and prepared the accommodation for the 500 monks. She also lighted the 1198 standing lamps and sent for Venerable Sāriputta. The noble Venerable Sāriputta, having ascended to the upper terrace together with the 500 monks and having entered the chamber and sat down there, dismissed them saying, "Go to your respective places." As soon as the monks were out, a severe ailment occurred to Venerable Sāriputta's body. Deadly pains with discharge of blood developed incessantly. The care given to him involved an exchange of a vessel in for a vessel out. Thinking, "I do not like the way my son is suffering," the Brahmin lady Rupasari stood, leaning against the doorway of her chamber. Then the four great kings surveyed the present whereabouts of the noble Venerable Sāriputta, the captain of the Dhamma, and they saw him lying on his deathbed in his chamber, his birthplace in the village of Nalaka, and they decided to go there to pay their last respects and to give their last treatment. On arrival, they stood near him while paying respects. When Venerable Sāriputta asked who they were, they answered that they were the four great kings. "Why did you come?" inquired Venerable Sāriputta, and they answered, "We come to look after you, sir." He sent them back, saying, "Enough! I have a monk as my nurse. You may return." When they went back, Sakka came and spoke in exactly the same way. When Sakka departed, Mahabrahma came and spoke in exactly the same way. Both Sakka and Mahabrahma were sent back by Venerable Sāriputta with the same words. Having seen the coming and going of Devas and Brahmas, the Brahmin lady Rupasari became desirous of knowing who those beings were that came and paid homage to her son. She went to the doorway of the chamber and asked her younger son Venerable Koṇḍa, who was already there, "Dear son Koṇḍa, what is the matter?" Venerable Koṇḍa explained to his mother that Venerable Sāriputta was sick, and he told Venerable Sāriputta of their mother's presence. When Venerable Sāriputta asked why she came untimely, the mother replied that she did so to see her ailing son, and asked, "Who are those persons, dear son, that visited you earlier?" "Those who came to me, madam, are the four great kings." "Are you superior to those four great kings, son?" Venerable Sāriputta answered, "Madam, those four great kings are like the guardsmen of our residence. Armed with their swords they have protected our master, the exalted Buddha, since his conception." The mother continued to ask, "Who came immediately after the four great kings?" "He was Sakka." "Are you superior to Sakka too?" Venerable Sāriputta answered, "That Sakka, madam, is like a young novice who carries my bowl and other articles. When our master, the exalted Buddha, descended from the Tvatisa abode to the human world after his teaching of the Abhidhamma there, Sakka came along carrying the master's bowl and robe." The mother asked again, "Who is he that came shinning immediately after Sakka's visit?" "Madam," answered Venerable Sāriputta, "the one who came last was Mahabrahma, your god and master." "Dear son, are you also superior to Mahabrahma, our god?" Then Venerable Sāriputta said, "Oh yes, madam. On the day our teacher, the exalted Buddha, was born, for Mahabrahmas, not just one, came and received the Bodhisattva, the supreme one with a gold net."
Rupasari atain stream entry.
Then his mother reflected, "What I have seen now is my son's magnificence. I wonder what the magnificence of my son's master, the exalted Buddha, would be like. It must indeed be inestimable." While she was thus wondering, the 5 kinds of joy, pity, occurred to her and pervaded her whole body. Venerable Sāriputta perceived, "Now joy and happiness, piti somanassa, has occurred to my mother. This is a very suitable occasion for me to give a Dhamma talk to her." So he asked, "Madam, what are you thinking about?" "I am wondering, son. I have seen my son's magnificence, but what is your master's magnificence like? For it must be inestimable." Then Venerable Sāriputta explained, "Madam, when our master, the fortunate one, was born, when he gave up the world, when he gained awakening, and when he delivered the Dhamma wheel, Dhammacakka discourse, the system of the 10,000 world element trembled roaringly. There is none in the world who equals our master in such virtues as morality, mental concentration, wisdom, emancipation, and 1199 insight through emancipation. For these reasons, he is the possessor of such attributes as Araha and Samma Sambuddha. With this introductory speech, Venerable Sāriputta gave a Dhamma talk expounding elaborately on the attributes of the Buddha. At the end of the discourse by her beloved eldest son, the mother was established in stream entry, Sotapati Phala, and said reprovingly, "My dear son Sāriputta, why did you fail to give me such wonderfully substantial happiness? Why did you have the heart to do like this?" Thinking, "I have paid my debt of gratitude to my mother for my birth. Stream entry, Sotapati Phala, is good enough for her." Venerable Sāriputta sent her away, saying, "Go, madam." Then he asked his brother Venerable Koṇḍa about the time. When the reply was, "Almost daybreak," Venerable Sāriputta called a meeting of the monks, and when Koṇḍa informed him that the monks had assembled, he asked Venerable Koṇḍa to help him sit up. Venerable Sāriputta, asking for forgiveness, addressed the assembly. "Friends, if there is any unpleasant deed or word on my part while you were wandering along with me for 44 years, kindly forgive me." The assembly of monks replied, "Venerable Sir, during our wandering with you, without deserting you for 44 years, we saw no unpleasant deed or word of yours. In fact, it is you, Venerable Sir, who must forgive us." When they had asked for forgiveness, he gathered his robe and covered his face and lay on his right side. Like the Buddha, he entered upon the 9 absorptions, jhana, that were to be taken up in order. He was absorbed in them progressively and then regressively. Again he proceeded in his absorption from the first absorption up to the 4th absorption. Immediately after his emergence from the 4th absorption, Venerable Sāriputta attained parinibbana, complete extinction of the physical and mental aggregates, the element of nibbana without any remnants of the aggregates remaining, causing immediately the great earth to roar and echo. Being aware that her son did not say a word and wondering what had happened to her son, the mother Rupasari inquired by running her hands on the back of his soul, and she came to know that her son had attained parinibbana. So making a loud noise, she touched Venerable Sāriputta's feet with her head and cried, uttering, "Dear son, we did not know of your virtues previously. Now we have no opportunity to invite hundreds of thousands of monks, with you at their head, to my house for feeding. There is no chance to offer you robes, no occasion to have hundreds of dwellings built." Thus, she wailed till dawn. As soon as dawn came, his mother summoned goldsmiths, had the treasuries opened and gold bars weighed with a huge pair of scales and handed them over to the goldsmiths, ordering, "Brothers, make with this gold bullion 500 spired halls and 500 pavilions." Sakka too called Vissakhamma and commanded him, "Friend Vissakhamma, the captain of the Dhamma, Venerable Sāriputta, has attained parinibbana. Create 500 spired halls and 500 pavilions of gold." Vissakhamma created them all under Sakka's command. In this way, there were 500 spired structures and 500 pavilions built by his mother, and another 500 spired halls and 500 pavilions created by Vissakhamma, totaling 2,000 golden structures. Thereafter, a large hall was built with a big golden pinnacle in the middle, at the center of the Nalaka village, and other pinnacles were made for lesser halls. Then the ceremony for funeral rites took place. In this ceremony, Devas mingled with humans and humans with Devas, and thus they all paid homage to the remains of Venerable Sāriputta, making the ceremony more crowded. The story of Revti, the female devotee. Venerable Sāriputta's female devotee, Revti by name, came to the funeral with 3 golden vases made to honor her master. At that moment, Sakka too came to the human world with the intention to do honor to Venerable Sāriputta, and with him were divine dancing girls as his companions, numbering 25 million. Learning of Sakka's visit, people turned back and moved away. In the crowd was Revti, who also tried to move back like 1,200 the others, but as she was heavy with child, she could not get to a safe place and fell down in the midst of the people. Not seeing her, the people trod on her and went away. Revti died on the spot and was reborn in a golden mansion in Tvetisa. Instantly she had a body about 3 miles long, resembling a huge gemstone. Her ornaments were about a load of 60 boxes, and her retinue of divine maids were 1,000 in number. Then the maids placed a big mirror in front of her. When she saw her luxuries, she pondered, "This wealth is great indeed. What kind of good works have I done?" And this led her to know, "I paid homage to Venerable Sāriputta with 3 golden vases. The people stomped on me and went away. I died on the spot and instantly took rebirth in this Tvetisa heaven. I shall tell the people clearly of the result of my wholesome deeds done to Venerable Sāriputta." So she went down in her own flying mansion to the realm of human beings. Seeing the golden mansion from a distance, the people were amazed, wondering, "What is happening? Are there 2 suns rising brightly?" While they were thus talking, the big mansion descended near them and showed its shape. Then they said, "This is not a sun. It is a gigantic gold mansion." While the people were talking among themselves, the golden mansion descended in a moment and halted in the sky just above the funeral pyre of fragrant wood piled up to burn the remains of Venerable Sāriputta. The goddess Revti left the mansion in the sky and went down to earth. "Who are you?" asked the people, and Revti replied, "Do you not know me? I am Revti by name. After honoring Venerable Sāriputta with 3 golden vases, I was trodden to death by the people and was reborn in Tvetisa heaven. Behold my fortune and splendor. You too now give alms. Do other deeds of merit as well." Thus she spoke in praise of the beneficial results of good works. She paid homage and circumambulated the funeral pyre by keeping it on her right. Then she went back to her divine abode in Tvetisa heaven. Venerable Koṇḍa conveys the relics to Savatthi. Having performed the funeral rites for 7 days, the people made a heap of fragrant wood, its height measuring 99 cubits. They put Venerable Sāriputta's remains on top of the fragrant wooden heap and lighted it with fragrant grass. On the site where the cremation took place, a Dhamma talk was given throughout the night. At daybreak, Venerable Anuruddha extinguished the fire of the funeral pyre with scented water. Then Venerable Sāriputta's younger brother, Venerable Koṇḍa, put the relics in the water filter, and thinking, "I must not stay here now in this Nalaka village. I shall report the attainment of Parinibbana by my older brother, Venerable Sāriputta, the captain of the Dhamma, to the fortunate one." So he took the water filter containing the relics and collected Venerable Sāriputta's requisites, such as bowl, robes, etc., and went to Savatthi. He spent only 1 night, not 2 nights, at each stage of his journey and eventually arrived at Savatthi. Then Venerable Koṇḍa bathed in the lake near the Jetavana monastery, returned to the shore and put on his robes properly. He reflected, "Buddhas are great personalities, to be respected, like a stone umbrella. They are difficult to approach like a snake with its hood erect, or like a lion, tiger, or an elephant in heat. I dare not go straight to the fortunate one to inform him. Whom should I approach first?" Reflecting thus, he remembered his preceptor. "My preceptor, the custodian of the Dhamma, Venerable Ananda, is a very close, good friend of my brother. I shall go to him and relate the matter, and then I shall take him with me and speak to the fortunate one." So he went to Venerable Ananda, paid respects to him, and sat down at a proper place. And he said to Venerable Ananda, "Venerable Sir, Venerable Sāriputta has attained Parinibbana. This is his bowl, and this is his robe, and this is the water filter containing his relics." Thus he presented one article after another while speaking to Venerable Ananda. Then Venerable Ananda said, "My friend Koṇḍa, we have a reason to see the fortunate one. Come, friend Koṇḍa, let us go. Let us approach the fortunate one and tell him of the matter." So saying, Venerable Ananda took Venerable Koṇḍa to the Buddha, paid respects, 1201 to him, and they took their proper seats. Thereafter Venerable Ananda said to the Buddha, "Exalted Buddha, this Venerable Koṇḍa, who is a novice, Samadhisa, has informed me that Venerable Sāriputta has attained Parinibbana. This is Venerable Sāriputta's bowl. This is his robe, and this is his water filter with his relics." So saying, Venerable Ananda handed over the water filter to the Buddha. The Buddha stretched out his hand to receive the water filter and placed it on his palm and addressed the monks. "Monks, my dear sons, 15 days ago Sāriputta performed a number of miracles and sought my permission to enter Parinibbana. Now only his bodily relics remain, which are as white as a newly polished conch shell. Monks, that monk Sāriputta was one who had fulfilled the perfections, parami, for an immeasurable period asakiya, and 100,000 eons. He was the individual who turned the Dhamma wheel that had been turned by me previously, or one who had taught the Dhamma wheel that had been taught by me. Marvelously did he occupy the place that was next to me. That monk Sāriputta light up the assembly of disciples, Savaka Sanapada. With his presence extremely well, the assembly of disciples which emerged on the day he became an arahat. Besides me, he was peerless in possessing wisdom throughout the field of births, Jataketa, the system of the 10,000 worlds. That monk Sāriputta was of great wisdom, of vast wisdom, of active wisdom, of quick wisdom, of sharp wisdom, and of wisdom destructive to the defilements, Kilesa. A few wants, easily contented, free from the hindrances, Nvara, who didn't mix with people and was highly energetic. He admonished others by pointing out their faults, and he condemned evil deeds and evildoers regardless of their social positions. Dear monks, that monk Sāriputta embraced asceticism after renouncing great wealth in 500 existences. That monk Sāriputta had forbearance that was as mighty as the great earth. That monk Sāriputta was least conceited like a horn-broken bull. That monk Sāriputta was as humble-minded as a beggar's son. Dear monks, behold the relics of Sāriputta who was of great wisdom. Behold the relics of Sāriputta who was of vast wisdom, of active wisdom, of quick wisdom, of sharp wisdom, of wisdom penetrative of the defilements, of few wants, easily contented, free from the hindrances, who did not mix with people and was highly energetic. He admonished others by pointing out their faults, condemned evil deeds and evildoers regardless of their social positions. After uttering this in prose, the Buddha went on to speak the following verses. These verses are from the commentary to the Discourse to Kunda, Kunda Sutta, SN 47.13. Yo pabaji jati satani panka, pahaya kamani mano ramani. Ta vida raga susam hitindriya, paranibhita vandatha sriputta. O my dear sons, monks, that noble monk, named Sāriputta, unflinchingly and completely discarded sense pleasures that would delight the foolish mind. He adopted an ascetic life with great faith for 500 existences. To that noble monk named Sāriputta, who now has totally cut off craving and passion, whose sense faculties were well restrained, who has attained parinibbana and ceased suffering, bow your heads in homage with respectful faith and conceit destroyed.
Khanti badapiye cheviyai samonakupati, nakpi sitasa vasena vatati.
1202. Anakampako kruko ca nabudo, paranibhita vandatha sriputta. O my dear sons, monks, that noble monk named Sāriputta had great forbearance as his strength. Resembling the great earth, he showed no anger to others. He never yielded to the whims of the unstable mind. He looked after many beings with loving kindness. He was immensely compassionate. He quenched the heat of the defilements. To him, who has attained parinibbana and ceased suffering, bow your heads in homage with respectful faith and conceit destroyed. Kala puto yatha nagra paviho, nika mano karati kaopi hatho. Tatha aya vikarati Sāriputto, paranibhita vandatha sriputta. O my dear sons, monks, just as the son of a poor beggar who enters towns and villages looking for food with a worn-out cup made of bamboo strips in his hand, wanders without conceit but humble-minded, even so this noble monk, named Sāriputta, wandered knowing no pride but in all humility. To him, who has attained parinibbana and ceased suffering, bow your heads in homage with respectful faith and conceit destroyed. Yusebo yatha chinna visako, ahayanto karati puranter vain. Tatha aya vikarati Sāriputto, paranibhita vandatha Sāriputtam. O my dear sons, monks, just as the horn-broken bull wanders in towns, villages and forests, absolutely harmless to other beings, even so the noble monk named Sāriputta wandered doing no harm to others and lived in harmony in the four postures of lying, sitting, standing and walking. To him, who has attained parinibbana and ceased suffering, bow your heads in homage with respectful faith and conceit destroyed. Beginning thus, the Buddha praised the virtues of Venerable Sāriputta in 500 verses. The more the Buddha praised in every way Venerable Sāriputta's virtues, the greater was Venerable Ananda's helplessness. As a chicken near a cat's mouth trembles, so did Venerable Ananda helplessly tremble. Accordingly, he asked the Buddha, "Exalted Buddha, having heard of Venerable Sāriputta's parinibbana, I feel as though my body is stiff, the directions are blurred to my eyes, the Dhamma does not manifest itself to me. I am not inclined to learn any unlearnt Dhamma texts, nor am I interested to recite what I have learnt. Then in order to cheer him up, the Buddha said as follows, My dear Ananda, did Sāriputta attain Parinibbana taking with him the aggregate of your virtues, sila, or taking with him the aggregate of your concentration, samadhi, your wisdom, puṇṇa, your freedom, vimudhi, your knowledge and seeing of freedom, vimudhi a with me kranidasana? Thereupon Venerable Ananda replied, Exalted Buddha, Venerable Sāriputta when attaining Parinibbana, does not take the aggregate of my virtues, sila, or take with him the aggregate of my concentration, samadhi, my wisdom, puṇṇa, my freedom, vimudhi, my knowledge and seeing of freedom, vimudhi a with me kranidasana. In fact, Exalted Buddha, Venerable Sāriputta, the great elder exhorted me, made me plunge into the Dhamma, made me understand the Dhamma, and made me set up the Dhamma. He made me become ardent and happy to practice the Dhamma. He was anxious to preach to me. He respected his co-residents. I always remember his 1203 Dhamma influence, his Dhamma instruments, and his righteous support. The Buddha, knowing that Venerable Ananda was really in great distress, said to him as follows, for he desired to abate his sorrowful feelings, My dear Ananda, have I not spoken to you long before about separation from one's beloved while alive, nanabhava, separation by death, vinabhava, and separation in different existences, anathabhava? Dear Ananda, herein how could it be possible to wish that something, having the nature of coming to life, coming into existence and being subject to conditioning and destruction, should not pass away? Indeed, there is no such possibility. My dear Ananda, while a big substantial tree is standing, its largest branch might come to destruction. Similarly, while the community of worthy monks is existing, Sāriputta ceases to live. Herein how would it be possible to wish that something, having the nature of coming to life, coming into existence and being subject to conditioning and destruction, should not pass away? Indeed, there is no such possibility. My dear Ananda, do not live depending on others but live depending on yourself. Live not by relying on other doctrines but by relying on the supermundane ones. My dear Ananda, how should a monk not live depending on others but live depending on himself? How should one live not relying on other doctrines but by relying on supermundane ones? My dear Ananda, in this dispensation, a monk lives eradicating craving and grief that tend to appear in the world, by putting forth strong effort, by reflecting, by being mindful, by repeatedly seeing the body as the body. By putting strong effort, by reflecting, by being mindful, one lives eradicating craving and grief that tends to appear in the world, by repeatedly seeing feelings as feelings, by repeatedly seeing the mind as mind, by repeatedly seeing phenomena as phenomena. My dear Ananda, in this way a monk lives not by depending on others but by depending upon himself. He lives not by relying on other doctrines but by relying on supermundane ones. My dear Ananda, if monks, at present or after my demise, live by not depending on others but by depending on themselves, by not relying on other doctrines but by relying on supermundane ones, all of them will become noble arahats, indeed among those who take up the three trainings. Speaking to him in this way, the Buddha gave some relief to Venerable Ananda. Thereafter, he had the bone relics of Venerable Sāriputta placed in a shrine, Satya, in the city of Savatthi. Herein, the Buddha attained awakening on the full moon day of May Visakha. On the first waxing day of February Magha, Venerable Sāriputta and Venerable Moggallāna joined the Sangha, and on the 7th day Venerable Moggallāna became an arahat. On the 15th day, the full moon of February, Sāriputta became an arahat. On the full moon day of November Kattaka of the year 483 BCE, the day the Buddha completed 45 rains retreat, Vassa, and the two chief disciples, 44 rains retreat, Venerable Sāriputta attained Parinibbana in his native village Nalaka. It should 1204 be noted briefly in advance that Venerable Moggallāna did the same at the Kalasila stone slab on Mount Isijalai, Rajagaha, on the new moon day of that same month of November, Kattaka, in the same year. Venerable Moggallāna's attainment of Parinibbana. After having the relics of Venerable Sāriputta placed in a shrine in Savatthi, as has been said, the Buddha gave a hint to Venerable Ananda that he would travel to Rajagaha. Venerable Anuruddha then informed the monks of the Buddha's proposed journey to that city. In the company of a large number of monks, the Buddha set out from Savatthi to Rajagaha and took residence in the Vavana monastery. While the Buddha was staying at the Vavana monastery of Rajagaha, Venerable Mahā Moggallāna was sojourning to the stone slab, named Kazal, on Mount Isigilai. As Venerable Mahā Moggallāna was at the height of his supernormal powers, he used to visit the realm of Devas as well as to that of Asada hell. After seeing for himself the great enjoyment of divine luxuries by the Buddha's followers in the realm and the great suffering of the heretical disciples in Asada, he returned to the human world and told the people that such and such a male or female supporter was reborn in a certain realm, enjoying great luxuries, but among the followers of heretics such and such a man or a woman was reborn in a certain hell. People therefore showed their faith in the Buddha's teaching and avoided heretics. For the Buddha and his disciples, the people's honor and hospitality increased, whereas those for the heretics decreased day by day. So the latter conceived a grudge against Venerable Mahā Moggallāna. They discussed it and decided, saying, "If this monk Moggallāna lives longer, our attendants and supporters might disappear and our gains might diminish gradually. Let us have him killed." Accordingly, they paid 1,000 pieces of money to a chief robber, named Samaguttaka, to put the noble Venerable Mahā Moggallāna to death. With the intention to kill Venerable Mahā Moggallāna, the chief robber Samaguttaka, accompanied by a large number of robbers, went to Kalasila. When Venerable Mahā Moggallāna saw him, he disappeared into the air by means of his supernormal powers. Not finding Venerable Mahā Moggallāna, the chief robber went back that day and returned again the next day. Venerable Mahā Moggallāna evaded him in the same way. Thus 6 days elapsed. On the 7th day, however, due to a misdeed done in the past, the unwholesome deed that comes to fruition in a future life, apropariya akusala kama, took effect. The unwholesome deed of Venerable Mahā Moggallāna was as follows. In one of his former existences, when he was inexperienced, wrongly following the slanderous words of his wife, he wished to kill his blind parents. So he took them in a small vehicle to the forest and, pretending to be plundered by robbers, he attacked his parents. Being unable to see who attacked them because of their blindness and believing that the attackers were real robbers, they cried for the sake of their son, saying, "Dear son, these robbers are striking us. Run away, dear son, to safety." With remorse, he said to himself, "Though I myself beat them, my parents cried, worrying about me." And he realized, "I have done a wrong thing." So he stopped attacking them and making them believe that the robbers were gone. He stroked his parents' arms and legs and said, "Mother and father, fear not. The robbers have fled." And he took them home, having no chance to show its effect for a long time. His evil deed remained like a live charcoal covered by ash, and now, in his last existence, it came time to seize upon and hurt him. A worldly simile may be given as follows. When a hunter sees a deer, he sends his dog for the deer, and the dog, following the deer, catches up at the right place and bites his prey. In the same way, the evil deed done by Venerable Mahā Moggallāna now had its chance to show its result in this final existence of Venerable Mahā Moggallāna. Never has there been any person who escapes the result of his evil deed when it finds the opportunity to show up at an opportune moment. Knowing full well his being caught and bitten by his own evil deed, Venerable Mahā Moggallāna was unable to get away by his supernormal power at the 7th attempt. This was the power that had been strong enough to make even the Naga king Nandopananda tame and to make the Vejjayanta palace tremble, but as a result of his past wickedness, he could not disappear into the air. The power that had enabled him to defeat the Naga king and to make the Vejjayanta tremble had now become weak because of his former unwholesome deed. The chief robber, Samaguttaka, arrested Venerable Mahā Moggallāna, and together with his men he hit him and pounded him so that the bones broke to pieces like broken rice. After doing this 1205 deed known as pounding the bones to dust so they become something like straw used as a cushion to put something on Palapahika, and thinking that Venerable Mahā Moggallāna was dead, the chief robber threw the body into a bush and left together with his men. Becoming conscious, Venerable Mahā Moggallāna thought of seeing the Buddha before his demise, and having fastened his pounded body with the bandage of his psychic powers, he rose into the sky and appeared before the Buddha and paid homage to the Master. Thereafter, the following conversation took place between Venerable Mahā Moggallāna and the Buddha. Venerable Mahā Moggallāna, Exalted Buddha, I have given up the control of my life process, Au Sakra. I am going to attain Parinibbana. Buddha, are you going to do so, my dear son Moggallāna? Venerable Mahā Moggallāna, yes, I am, Venerable Sir. Buddha, where will you go and do that? Venerable Mahā Moggallāna, at the place where the Kalasila stone slab is. Exalted Buddha. Buddha, in that case, dear son Moggallāna, give a Dhamma talk to me before you go. I will not have another opportunity to see a disciple like you. When the Buddha said thus, the noble Venerable Mahā Moggallāna, replying, Yes, exalted Buddha, I shall do as you say, and he paid homage to the Buddha and flew up into the air up to the height of a toddy palm tree, then that of 2 palm trees, and in this way he rose up to the height of 7 trees, and as Venerable Sāriputta had done before on the day of his Parinibbana, he displayed various miracles and spoke of the Dhamma to the Buddha. After paying homage respectfully, he went to the forest where Kalasila was and attained Parinibbana. At that very moment, a tumult arose in all 6 planes of the Deva realms, and they spoke among themselves, saying, Our master, Venerable Moggallāna, is said to have attained Parinibbana. Devas and Brahmas brought divine unguents, flowers, fragrance, smoke and sandalwood power, as well as various divine firewood. The height of the funeral pyre made of sandalwood was 99 cubits. The Buddha himself came together with his monks and standing near the remains, supervised the funeral arrangements and had the cremation conducted. On a vast funeral site, a rain of flowers fell. At the funeral ceremony, there were human beings moving about among devas and devas moving about among human beings. In due course, among devas stood demons, among demons Gandhabas, among Gandhabas Nagas, among Nagas Garuas, among Garuas Kinnaras, among Kinnaras umbrellas, among umbrellas fans made of golden yak Kamara tail. Among these fans round banners, and among round banners were flat ones. Devas and humans held the funeral ceremony for 7 days. The Buddha had the relics of Venerable Mahā Moggallāna brought to him, and a shrine, Satya, was built. In it, the relics were enshrined near the gateway of the Vivana monastery. The murderers are punished. The news of the murder of Venerable Mahā Moggallāna spread throughout the whole of Jambudvipa. King Ajatasattu sent detectives to all places to investigate and arrest the murderous robbers. While the murderers were drinking at a liquor shop, one of them provokingly slapped down the liquor cup of another fellow. Then, to pick a quarrel, the provoked man said, Hey, you wretched one, you stubborn fellow! Why did you do that and make my cup fall to the ground? Then the first man asked annoyingly, Hey, you scoundrel! How was it? Did you dare to hurt Venerable Mahā Moggallāna first? Hey, you evil one! Did you not know that I was the first and foremost to harm that monk? The other man defiantly retorted, hearing the men discussing among themselves, It was I who did the killing. It was I who murdered him. The king's officers and detectives seized all the murderers and reported to King Ajatasattu on the matter. The king summoned them and asked, Did you kill the 1206 Venerable Mahā Moggallāna? Yes, we did, great king. The men replied, admitting it. Who asked you to do so? Great king, those naked heretics did, and they gave us money. The men confessed. The king had all the 500 naked heretics caught and buried together with the murderers in the pit, navel deep in the courtyard. They were covered with straw and burnt to death. When it was certain that they all had been burnt, they were cut to pieces by plowing over them with an iron plow. Herein, the account of Venerable Mahā Moggallāna's attainment is taken from the exposition of the birth story about the teacher Saribhaga Jataka, Ja 522. That of the punishment of the murderers from the exposition of the story about Mahā Moggallāna Vathu, of the Dhamma verses, Dhammapada 123, commentary. Regarding the fact that the Buddha himself supervised the funeral of Venerable Moggallāna, the monks in the Dhamma hall remarked, Friends, since Venerable Sāriputta's Parinibbana did not take place near the Buddha, he did not receive the Buddha's honor. On the other hand, Venerable Mahā Moggallāna received it because he attained Parinibbana in the neighborhood of the Buddha. When the Buddha came and asked the monks what they were talking about, they told him. The Buddha then said, Monks, Moggallāna was honored by me not only in this life but also in the past. The Buddha told them the birth story about the teacher Sāriputta, Sāriputta Jataka, Ja 5:22. Soon after the parinibbana of the two chief disciples, the Buddha went on a great circular Mahamala tour in the company of monks and reached the town of Ukasila, where he made his alms round and delivered the discourse at Ukasila Sutta, SN 47.14, on the sand banks of the Ganges. Four. Venerable Mahā Kassapa. Aspiration in the past. 100,000 eons ago, Buddha Pajamuttara appeared and, with the city of Hasavat as his alms resort, he resided in the Kema Deer Park. While he was so residing, a wealthy person owning 800 million, named Vedaha, who was the future elder Mahā Kassapa, had his delicious early meal and kept the observance day Upasatha. With unguents, flowers, etc. in his hand, he went to the monastery where he made obeisance and sat down at a proper place. At that time, the Buddha spoke about his third disciple, Mahā Kassapa by name, saying, "Monks, among my disciples who themselves practice the austerities, Duttaga, and advise fellow monks to practice the same, Kassapa is foremost, itad aga." Hearing the Buddha's words, Vedaha was very pleased and his faith increased, and when the audience had left as the occasion came to an end, he respectfully paid homage to the Buddha and said, "Exalted Buddha, please accept my alms food tomorrow." "Supporter," replied the Buddha, "the monks are too many." "How many are they, exalted Buddha?" When the Buddha said they were 6,800,000, he said boldly, "Exalted Buddha, without leaving even a single novice at the monastery, kindly have my meal offering together with all of your monks." The Buddha accepted the invitation of the devotee Vedaha by keeping silent. Knowing that the Buddha had accepted his invitation, Vedaha returned home and prepared a great offering, and on the next morning sent a message to the Buddha announcing the time for having the meal. Taking his bowl and robe, the Buddha went to Vedaha's house in the company of monks and sat on the prepared seat. When the pouring of the waters of dedication was over, the Buddha accepted the rice gruel and other food, and the distribution and partaking of food was made. Sitting near the Buddha, Vedaha was pleased. At that time, while on alms round, Venerable Mahā Kassapa came to that road. Seeing Venerable Mahā Kassapa, Vedaha got up from his seat and drew near to him. Showing his respect, he asked, "Venerable Sir, please hand your bowl to me." The noble Venerable Mahā Kassapa handed his 1207 bowl to Vedaha. "Please come into my house," said Vedaha. "The fortunate one is still seated there." "It is unbecoming to come into the house," Venerable Mahā Kassapa replied. So the devotee filled the bowl with food and offered it to him. After sending off the noble Venerable Mahā Kassapa and returning home, Vedaha took his seat near the Buddha and said, "Exalted Buddha, although I told him that the exalted Buddha was still in my house, he did not want to come in. Does he possess virtues that are greater than yours?" Never has a Buddha any reluctance to speak in praise of others, Vammakariya. Accordingly, the Buddha gave his reply as follows, immediately after the lay devotee had asked, "Supporter, expecting food, we are seated in your house, but Kassapa never sits, waiting for food. We occupy a dwelling near a village, but Kassapa stays in a forest dwelling. We stay under a roof, but Kassapa dwells only in open air. These are Kassapa's unusual attributes." The Buddha elaborated on Venerable Mahā Kassapa's virtues as though he filled the ocean with more water. As for Vedaha, he developed greater faith with greater satisfaction as though more oil was poured into the lamp that is burning with its own oil. So he came to a conclusion. "What use is there for me with human and divine luxuries? I shall resolve to become foremost among those who speak about austerity, due to Veda, monks who themselves practice austerities, Duttaga, and advise their co-residents to do so." Again, the lay devotee Vedaha invited the Sangha headed by the Buddha to his food for the next day. In this way, he offered a great alms-giving Mahādana, and on the seventh day he distributed, in generosity, 3 robes to each of the monks. Then he fell at the feet of the Buddha and told his wish as follows. Exalted Buddha, with the development of deeds accompanied by loving kindness, metta kaya kama, words accompanied by loving kindness, metta vaci kama, and thoughts accompanied by loving kindness, metta mano kama. I have performed deeds of merit for 7 days such as this great alms-giving, Mahādana. I do not long for the bliss of Devas, the bliss of Sakka nor the bliss of Brahma as a result of my good works. But may it be the wholesomeness will enable me to strive for becoming foremost among those who practice the 13 ascetic Duttaga practices in the lifetime of a coming Buddha, similar to the position that has been achieved now by Venerable Mahā Kassapa. Buddha Pajamuttara surveyed Vedaha's future with his psychic power, wondering whether he will achieve it or not, for it is so great an aspiration, and he saw the man's wish would definitely be fulfilled. So the Buddha said prophetically as follows. Supporter, you have expressed your wish for the position you love. In future, at the end of 100,000 eons, a Buddha by the name of Gautama shall arise. You shall then become the third disciple, named Mahā Kassapa, of the Buddha Gautama. Having heard the prophecy, lay devotee Vedaha was happy as though he was going to attain that position even the following day. For he knew that a Buddha speaks only the truth. For as long as he lived, Vedaha performed various sorts of generosity, kept the precepts and did other wholesome deeds, and on his death, was reborn in a divine abode. Life as Ekasaka Brahmin. From that time onwards, the devotee enjoyed luxury in the divine and human worlds. 91 eons ago, Buddha Vipassi appeared and was staying in the deer park called Kema, with the city of Bandamati as his alms resort. The lay devotee, former Vedaha, then passed from the divine world and took rebirth in an unknown and poor Brahmin family. Buddha Vipassi used to hold a special convocation, once in every 7 years, and gave discourses. In so doing, he held day and night sessions so that every being might be able to attend. For the day session, he taught in the evening, and for the night session, he spent 1208 the whole night. When the convocation was drawing near, there arose a great noise, and Devas, roaming about the whole Jambudvipa, announced that the Buddha would deliver a discourse. The Brahmin, the future Mahā Kassapa, heard the news, but he had only one garment. So did his housewife, the Brahmin woman. As for the upper garment, the couple had but one. That was why he was known all over the town as Ekasaka Brahmin, the Brahmin with only one garment. When a meeting of Brahmins took place to discuss some business, the Brahmin himself went to the meeting, leaving behind his wife at home. When an assembly of Brahmin women occurred, the Brahmin stayed at home and his wife went there, putting on the same piece of upper garment. On the day the Buddha was to speak, Ekasaka asked his wife, "Dear wife, how is it? Will you go to hear the discourse at night, or will you go for the day session? We women are unable to listen to sermons at night. I shall attend the day session." So saying, she left her husband at home and went along with other female lay devotees and supporters to the day session wearing the upper garment. There, she paid respect to the Buddha, sat at a proper place and listened to the sermons, and went home together with the female companions. Then, leaving his wife, the Brahmin, in his turn, put on the same piece of upper garment and went to the monastery at night. At that time Buddha Vipassi was gracefully seated on the Dhamma throne and, holding a round fan, spoke the Dhamma words like a man swimming in the celestial river, or like a man stirring up the ocean forcefully with Mount Meru as a churning stick. The whole body of Ekasaka, who was sitting at the end of the assembly and listening, was filled with the 5 kinds of joy, pity, profusely, even in the first watch of the night. Hence he folded the upper garment and was about to give it to the Buddha. Then he became reluctant to do so, as stinginess, Makariya, occurred in him, manifesting 1,000 disadvantages of giving it away. When stinginess thus occurred in him, he utterly lost his willingness to offer it because worry overwhelmed him as follows. We have only one upper garment between my wife and myself. We have nothing else for a substitute, and we cannot go out without it. When the second watch of the night came, the 5 kinds of joy reappeared in his mind, and he lost his enthusiasm once more as before. During the last watch too, he felt the same joyful emotion. But this time the Brahmin did not allow stinginess to appear again and was determined, saying to himself, "Whether it is a matter of life or death, I will think about the clothing at a later time." With this determination, he folded the garment, placed it at the feet of the Buddha and wholeheartedly offered it to the Buddha. Then he slapped his bent left arm with his right 3 times and uttered aloud 3 times, "Victory is mine! Victory is mine!" At that time, King Banduma, seated behind the curtain, at the back of the throne, was listening to the Dhamma. As a king, it was he who should declare victory, so the shout, "Victory is mine," did not please him. He, therefore, sent one of his men to inquire what the shout meant. When the man went to Ekasaka and asked about it, the Brahmin answered, "Man, all princes and others, riding elephants, horses, etc., and carrying swords, spears, shields, and cover, defeat their enemy troops. The victory achieved by them is no wonder. As for me, like a man who with a club strikes the head of a bull and made the beast run away, so I have defeated my stingy heart and successfully given in generosity the upper garment of mine to the Buddha. I have overcome miserliness and I am invincible." The man came back and reported the matter to the king. The king said, "Friend, we do not know what should be given to the Buddha, but the Brahmin does." So saying, he sent a set of garments to the Brahmin. The Brahmin thought to himself, "The king gave me nothing as I kept silent at first. Only when I talked about the Buddha's attributes did he give this to me. What use is there for me with this set of garments that occurred to me in association with the Buddha's attributes?" So thinking, he also offered that set of garments to the Buddha. The king asked his men as to what the Brahmin did with the garments given by him and came to know that the poor man had given it away to the Buddha. So he had 2 sets of garments sent to the Brahmin. Again, the Brahmin gave them away to the Buddha. The king then had 4 sets sent to the Brahmin, who again gave them away to the Buddha. In this way, the king doubled his gift each time and had 32 sets sent to the Brahmin. This time the Brahmin thought, "Giving away all to the Buddha without leaving some for us seems to mean that we are increasingly receiving the garments." Accordingly, out of the 32 sets, he took 1 set for himself and another set for his wife and gave the rest to the Buddha. After that, the Brahmin became friendly with the master. Then one day, in the extremely cold evening, the king saw the Brahmin listening to the Dhamma in the presence of the Buddha. He gave the Brahmin his red mantle which he had on and which was worth 100,000 coins, asking him to cover himself while listening to the Dhamma. But the Brahmin reflected, "What is the use of covering this putrid body of mine with this mantle?" He therefore made it into a canopy and offered it to the Buddha, fixing it above the Buddha's couch in the fragrant chamber. Touched by the Buddha's 6-colored radiance, the mantle became all the more beautiful. Seeing the mantle, the king remembered what it was and said to the Buddha, "Exalted Buddha, that mantle once belonged to me. I gave it to Ekasaka Brahmin to put on while attending your Dhamma assembly." The Buddha replied, "Great king, you honored the Brahmin, and the Brahmin honored me." The king thought to himself, "The Brahmin knows what should be given to the exalted Buddha, but we do not." So thinking, the king gave all kinds of useful articles to the Brahmin, each kind numbering 64. Thus, he performed the act of generosity called the 8x8 ahahaka to the Brahmin and appointed him as his Brahmin chaplain. Understanding that 8x8 equals 64, the chaplain sent 64 vessels daily of food for distribution among the monks by lot. Thus, he established his alms-giving dana for as long as he lived, and on his death, he was reborn again in the realm of Devas. Life as a householder. Passing away from the Deva realm, the future Mahā Kassapa was reborn in the house of a layman, in the city of Braz, during the period between the 2 Buddhas, Buddhantra, Kagamana, and Kassapa, who appeared in this fortunate aeon, Mahā Kassapa. When he grew old, he married, and while living a householder's life, he one day took a stroll towards the forest. At that time, a certain Paksabuddha was stitching a robe near a river bank, and as he did not have enough cloth to make a hem, he folded up the unfinished robe. When the householder saw the Paksabuddha, he asked the latter why he had folded the robe. When the Paksabuddha answered that he had done so because he did not have enough cloth for the hem. Hearing this, he gave his own clothes, saying, "Please make the hem with this, venerable sir." Then he expressed his wish, praying, "In my coming existences in Sasra, may I know no lack of such things." Later on, at the householder's residence, There was a quarrel between the householder's sister and his wife. While they were quarreling, a certain Kaccāyana appeared to receive alms food. Then the householder's sister offered the food to the Kaccāyana and said, "May I be able to avoid the householder's wife even from a distance of 100 leagues." While standing at the doorway, the wife heard the wish and thinking, "May the Kaccāyana not partake of the other woman's food." She took the alms bowl and threw away the food and filled the bowl with mud before she gave it back to the Kaccāyana. Seeing what the wife was doing, the sister scolded her, saying, "Hey, you stupid woman, you may abuse me, or even beat me if you wish, but it is not proper to throw away the food and fill the bowl with mud and give it to the Kaccāyana, who has fulfilled the perfections, parami, for so long a period of innumerable years." Then only did the householder's wife regain her moral sense and said, "Wait, please, venerable sir." Then she begged his pardon and threw away the mud from the bowl and washed it thoroughly and rubbed it with fragrant powder. She then filled the bowl with 12 and the 4 sweet things, katamadu, and poured butter which was white like the color of a thickly grown lotus, and added brilliance thereby. Handing the bowl back to the Kaccāyana, the wife said, "Just as this food shines, even so may my body emanate a brilliant radiance." The Kaccāyana spoke words of appreciation, gave his blessing and flew up into the sky. The husband and wife performed meritorious deeds throughout their lives, and upon their death they were reborn in the divine world. Life as a bronze merchant. Again, when they passed away from the divine world, the householder was reborn during the lifetime of the Buddha Kassapa, in the city of Braz, as the son of a wealthy merchant who owned 800 million. Similarly, his wife became the daughter of another wealthy merchant. When the son came of age, that very daughter was brought to his home as his wife. Because of her past misdeed, the result of which until then had been latent, as soon as she passed the threshold while entering the house, a putrid smell issued forth from her body, as though the toilet was opened. When the merchant's son asked whose smell it was and came to know that it was the odor of the bride who had just come, he ordered that the bride be expelled and sent back to her parents' house in the same pomp and grandeur that had attended her when she came. In this way, she had to return to her parents' home from 7 different places because of the foul smell that appeared as soon as she entered the threshold of her husband-to-be's house. Terrible indeed is an evil deed. At that time, as Buddha Kassapa had attained parinibbana, people began to erect a relic shrine, Datu Satya, a league high with bricks of gold worth 100,000 made from pure gold bullion. While the shrine was under construction, it occurred to the lady thus, "I am the one who had to return from 7 places. What is the use of my living long?" So she sold her jewelry, and with the money thus obtained she had a gold brick made, 1 cubit long, half a cubit wide and 4 fingers thick, and then took the gold brick together with ornament and 8 lotus stalks and went where the shrine was situated. At that moment, a brick was wanted to fill the gap that appeared when an encircling layer of bricks was laid as part of the shrine. So she said to the master mason, "Please, sir, fill the gap with my brick." "Lady," replied the master mason, "you have come at an opportune moment. Do it by yourself." When permitted wholeheartedly thus, the wealthy daughter climbed up to that spot and, having mixed the ornament with the liquid, she filled the gap with her brick by means of that cohesive mixture. Then she paid homage by placing the lotus stalks at the brick and expressed her wish, "In whatever existence in Sasra, may sandalwood fragrance emanate from my body and lotus fragrance from my mouth." After worshipping the shrine respectfully, she went home. At that moment, the wealthy merchant's son, to whom the lady was to be married first, remembered her. A festival was held in full swing then. The son asked his men, "Once there was a girl brought to my house. In whose house is she now?" When the men answered that the young lady was still at her father's house, the man said, "Friends, go and fetch her. Let us enjoy the festival together with her." So saying, he sent his men for her. When they got to the young lady's residence, they paid respect to her and stood there. When the lady asked about their visit, they spoke of their purpose. "Brothers," said the lady, "I have offered all my ornaments in honor of the shrine. I have no more to put on." The men reported the matter to their master, who replied, "You just bring the girl. She will get some jewelry." So the lady was brought to him by his men. As soon as the merchant's daughter entered the house, The whole house was filled with sandalwood fragrance as well as that of lotus. The wealthy son asked, "The first time you came here your body issued forth a foul smell, but now it is sandalwood fragrance from your body and lotus fragrance from your mouth. What is the reason for that?" When the whole story of her meritorious act was told, the man's faith developed as he thought, "Ah, the Buddha's teaching is indeed able to free one from the cycle of suffering." Accordingly, he wrapped the golden shrine, measuring a league, with velvet blankets. At certain places, he made decorations in the form of golden lotus flowers so as to add exquisite beauty to the shrine, the flowers being the size of a chariot's wheel. The hanging stems and stalks of the golden lotus were 12 cubits in length. Life as King Nanda. Having done meritorious deeds in that existence, the wealthy husband and wife lived the full span of life and were reborn in a divine realm on their death. Again, when they passed away from that realm, the husband was reborn at a place a league away from the city of Braz, in the family of a nobleman, while the wife became the eldest princess in the palace in that city. When both came of age, an announcement was made to hold a festival in the village where the nobleman's son Nanda lived. Then Nanda asked his mother for clothes to put on while enjoying the festive amusements and got a washed, second-hand cloth. The son asked for another cloth on the ground that the one given to him was coarse. The mother gave another cloth as a substitute, but it was also rejected because of its roughness. When the rejection was repeated several times in this way, the mother said, "We are of such a noble man's household, dear son. We are not fortunate enough to have clothes better than this. In that case, mother, I shall go where finer clothing is available." "I wish you kingship of Braz, dear son," replied the mother, "even today." Thus the mother gave her consent with such auspicious words. Having done obeisance to his mother, the young Nanda asked her permission to go. And the mother willingly gave her permission, but she did so because of her conviction, thinking, "Where is my son going? He has nowhere else to go. He will be staying here and there in my home." But Nanda left his village for Braz and took a nap with his head covered on the stately stone couch in the royal garden. That was the 7th day after the king's demise. The ministers performed the funeral rites and held a meeting in the courtyard, discussing among themselves. Only a daughter was born to the king. He had no son. A kingdom without a king is unseemly. Who should become the monarch? They proposed one another for kingship, saying, "Be our king." "No, you should become the ruler." Then the Brahmin chaplain said, "We should not see many persons to choose from. Let us send the state chariot to search for the deserving one." When the chaplain's decision was agreed by all, they let the state chariot loose, and it was followed by the 4 army divisions with the 5 kinds of musical instruments playing. The chariot departed through the eastern gate of the city and ran towards the royal garden. Some people suggested that the chariot should be turned back because it was running towards the garden as a result of its force of habit. The suggestion, however, was rejected by the chaplain. The chariot entered the garden, circumambulated Nanda 3 times and stopped and set itself ready for Nanda to get on. After removing the edge of the covering cloth from Nanda, the chaplain studied his sauls and declared, "Let alone Jambudapa, this man is worthy to rule over the 4 continents with their 2,000 surrounding smaller islands." He also ordered the musicians to play 3 times. Then Nanda removed the cloth that covered his face and saw the ministers, with whom he entered into a conversation. "Nanda, for what purpose did you come here?" Ministers, "Great king, the kingship of Braz has come for you." Nanda, "Where is the king?" Ministers, "He has passed away, sir." Nanda, "How many days have elapsed since his passing away?" Ministers, "Today is the 7th day." Nanda, "Did not the late king have a son or a daughter?" Ministers, "He had only one daughter, but no son, great king." When the ministers said thus, he accepted the kingship, saying, "In that case I shall act as king." Then the ministers constructed a pavilion for consecration and brought the princess who was fully bedecked and made him king of Braz after duly holding a royal consecration ceremony. Thereafter, the ministers offered a dress costing 1,000 to the consecrated Nanda. "Friends, what sort of clothing is it?" asked King Nanda. "Great king, It is for you to put on." "Friends," inquired the king, "this is but coarse clothing. Have you not got a finer one?" "Great king, there is no finer one among the clothes to be used by men," replied the ministers. "Did your late king put on such a dress?" asked Nanda. When the ministers answered in the positive, King Nanda remarked, "Your late king did not seem to be one of great fortune. Bring a golden jar full of water. We shall get very fine clothing." The ministers brought it and handed it to the king. Rising from his seat, the king washed his hand and mouth, and carrying the water with his cupped hand, he tossed it in the direction of the east. Then 8 wish-fulfilling trees emerged, breaking up the great mass of earth. When he did the same in the southern, the western and northern directions, 8 trees in each direction emerged. In this way there were 32 wish-fulfilling trees in the 4 directions. King Nanda wrapped the lower part of his body in a divine robe and put on another one for the upper part. Then he had an announcement made by the beat of drum. The announcement being, "In this state of King Nanda let no women spin yarn." He also raised the royal white umbrella, bedecked himself with adornments, entered the city on the back of an elephant, ascended the upper terrace of the palace and enjoyed a great kingly life. After some years of Nanda's enjoyment of kingly life, the queen, watching his life, showed her manner, expressing pity as she thought, "Rare indeed is a new act of merit." When the king asked why her manner expressed pity, she reminded him, "Your luxurious life is really great. That is because you have truly performed good deeds with faith in the past. But now you do nothing for future happiness." "To whom should we give alms?" asked the king. "There are no virtuous recipients. Great King Jambudapa is not void of arahats. You had better arrange things to be given." "I shall bring worthy individuals to receive," said the queen boldly. The next day the king had the offerings arranged at the eastern gate of the city. The queen performed a vow early to observe the precepts and facing to the east and prostrating, invited by word of mouth, "If there be arahats in the eastern direction, may they come and accept our alms food." Since there were no arahats in that direction, nobody came to do so. The offerings had to be made to destitutes and beggars. On the next day, similar arrangements took place at the southern gate. The 3rd day saw them too at the western gate. But no arahats came from those directions either, as there were none. On the 4th day, the offerings were arranged at the northern gate, and when the queen extended her invitation as before, the Paksabhuddha Mahāpaduma, the oldest of 500 Paksabuddhas, who were all sons of Queen Padmavati, addressed his younger brothers, "Brother Paksabuddhas, King Nanda has invited you. Accept his invitation." The noble ones accepted the invitation with pleasure. They washed their faces at Lake Anuruddha and then disappeared from there and reappeared at the city's northern gate. The citizens went to the king and informed him, "Great king, 500 Paksabuddhas have come." With the queen, the king went to the Paksabuddhas and welcomed them with folded hands. Holding the alms bowl, he brought the 500 Paksabuddhas to the upper terrace of the palace after performing a great almsgiving. When the performance was over, the king, sitting at the feet of the eldest member of the assembly, and the queen at the feet of the youngest member, made a request, saying, "Venerable sirs, if you stay in our garden, you all will be happy with our supply of requisites. There will also be a growth of merit on our part. Therefore, please give us your promise to stay in the garden of Bra's city." The promise was given to the king, who made full accommodations, such as 500 lodgings, 500 meditation paths, etc., in the royal garden. The 4 requisites were also provided to them so that they might find no trouble. When such provision had lasted for some time, a state of unrest and disturbance took place in the border areas. The king asked his queen to look after the Paksabuddhas during his absence to quell the border rebellion. As the king had instructed, the queen supported the Paksabuddhas with the 4 requisites carefully. After some days, just before the king's return, the life process of the Paksabuddhas came to an end. So the eldest one, Mahāpaduma, spent all 3 watches of the night in absorption, jhana, and standing and leaning against the wooden backrest, attained parinibbana with no grasping remaining. In the same manner, the rest of Paksabuddhas attained parinibbana. On the next day, the queen prepared the seats for the Paksabuddhas by applying cow dung, strewing flowers and pervading the air with perfumes, and waiting for their arrival. As she did not see any signs of their approaching, she sent a male servant, saying, "Go, my son, and find out the reason. Is there any mental or physical discomfort for the venerable ones?" When the royal servant went to the garden and looked for Kaccāyana Mahapaduma, after opening the door of his dwelling, he did not see him there. So he went to the walk and saw him standing and leaning against the wooden board. After paying homage to him, the servant invited the Kaccāyana, saying, "It is time to have a meal, venerable sir." There was no reply at all. Thinking that the Kaccāyana was sleeping, the servant moved nearer and felt the back of his feet. After making such investigations, he came to know full well of the Kaccāyana's attainment of parinibbana, for his feet were cold and stiff. So he went to the second Kaccāyana and then subsequently to them all until the last one. When he investigated thus, he realized that the Kaccāyanas had all reached the state of parinibbana. On his return to the palace, the queen asked him, "Where are the Kaccāyanas, son?" "They have all attained parinibbana, madam," answered the servant. The queen wept bitterly and went out from the city to the royal garden with the citizens and performed funeral rites and cremation. She took their relics and had a shrine built and the relics enshrined. Having brought the border areas to normalcy, the king returned to the city, and on seeing the queen who had come to meet him, he asked, "Dear queen, did you attend to the Kaccāyanas without any negligence? Are the noble ones well?" When the queen replied that they had passed into parinibbana, the king was shocked and reflected. Even to these wise ones of such a nature, death occurred. How can there be liberation from death for us? The king did not proceed to the city but immediately went to the royal garden. He called his eldest son and handed the kingship over to him, and himself adopted the life of a recluse, like a monk in the dispensation of a Buddha. The queen too, thinking, "If the king becomes a recluse, what is there for me to do? There is nothing." And she followed suit as a female ascetic in the royal garden. Having developed the absorptions, jhana, both were reborn in the realm of the Brahmas. Ascetic life in his final existence. While they were still in the Brahma realm, the time had come for our Buddha to arise. At that time, Pippali the youth, the future Mahā Kassapa, took conception in the womb of the wife of a wealthy Brahmin, named Kapila, in the Brahmin village of Mahatitha, in the Magadha country, whereas his wife, the future Bhatta Kapilani, took conception in the womb of the wife of another wealthy Brahmin, a Koṇḍañña descendant, in the city of Sagala, also in the Magadha kingdom. When they grew up, the young Pippali, being 20 years of age and Bhatta Kapilani being 16, the former's parents noticed that their son had come of age and insisted that he be married, saying, "Dear son, you have come of an age to raise a family. One's lineage should last long." As Pippali had come from the Brahma world, he refused to agree and said, "Please do not utter such words into my ears. I shall attend to you as long as you live, and when you are gone, I shall take up a homeless life as a recluse." After 2 or 3 days, the parents again spoke to him. The son remained resolute. Another persuasion took place, but that too fell on deaf ears. From that time onwards, the mother was insistent. When the insistence became too unbearable, Pippali thought, "I shall let my mother know how much I want to become a monk." So he gave 1,000 ounces of gold to the goldsmiths, asking them to create a gold statue of a girl out of it. When the statue had been created and polishing had been done, he dressed the statue with red garments and adorned it with colorful flowers and brilliant ornaments. Then he called his mother and said, "Mother, I shall remain at home until I get a girl as beautiful as this statue. If not, I shall not do so." Since the Brahmin mother was wise, she considered, "My son is one who has done good works, who has performed almsgiving, who has expressed his noble aspiration. While he was engaging in deeds of merit in his past existence, it was unlikely that he did them alone. Indeed, my son must have had an excellent woman, very pretty like the golden statue, with whom he did meritorious deeds." So considering, she summoned 8 Brahmins, had great honor made to them, and had the gold statue placed on a chariot and said, "Go, brothers, if you see a girl resembling this gold statue in a family who equals ours in caste, lineage and wealth, give the statue to her as a gift or as a pledge." With these words she sent the Brahmins away. The 8 Brahmins concurred, saying, "This indeed is a task to be done by the wise like us." So saying, they left the village and discussed among themselves on the destination of their journey. Then they decided unanimously thus: "In this world, the country of Matta is the home of beautiful women. Let us go to Matta." So they went to the city of Sagala, which lay in that state. Having left the statue at the bathing ford in that city, they watched from a remote place. At that time, the female attendant of Bhadda Kapilani, the daughter of a wealthy Brahmin, bathed her and bedecked her with ornaments and left her in the chamber of splendor before she went to the bathing ford. On seeing the statue, she thought, "My mistress has come ahead of me." Then she scolded her and grumbled in various ways. "Hey, you stubborn daughter! Why are you here alone?" As she said, "Go home quick!" she raised her hand to strike her mistress. When she actually did strike the back of the statue, the whole of her palm hurt as though she had struck a stone slab. The female attendant stepped back and spoke harshly to pick a quarrel. "Although I saw this woman with such a thick neck, how foolish I have been to mistake her for my mistress. She is not worthy ever to hold my lady's skirt." Then the 8 Brahmins surrounded the attendant, asking, "Is your mistress of such beauty? What beauty is this lady?" "Our lady's beauty is more than 100 times or 1,000 times superior to that of this lady," retorted the attendant. "If she sits in a room of 12 cubits, it is not necessary to light a lamp there. Darkness can be expelled by her natural complexion." "In that case," said the Brahmins, "come, let us go." So saying, they took the attendant, and having brought the gold statue, they went to the house of the wealthy Brahmin of the Kaccāyana clan and stopped at the doorway to announce their visit. The Brahmin treated them well as a host and asked them as to where they came from. They replied that they came from the home of the wealthy Brahmin Kapila of Mahatitha village, in the kingdom of Magadha. When the host asked the reason, they told him of the purpose of their visit. "Friends," said Brahmin Kaccāyana, "it is a welcome purpose. Brahmin Kapila is equal to me by birth, by descent and by wealth. I shall give our daughter as a bride." Having promised thus, Brahmin Kaccāyana took the statue. The visiting Brahmins then sent a message to Brahmin Kapila, saying, "The bride has been found. Go ahead with whatever is necessary." Getting the news, the servants of Pipali transmitted it to him gleefully, saying, "Master, it is learnt a bride has been found for you, who looks like your gold statue." But Pipali reflected, "I thought it was impossible to find such a one, but now they say, the bride has been found. As I do not want her, I shall write a letter and send it to her." So he went to a secluded place and wrote a letter as follows: "I would like my dear sister to marry another man equal by birth, descent, and wealth. I will adopt the life of a recluse in a forest. I do not wish you to be in distress later on." Then he sent the letter secretly to Bhadda Kapilani. When Bhadda Kapilani learnt the news that her parents were desirous of giving her in marriage to Pipali the youth, the son of the wealthy Brahmin Kapila of Mahatitha village in Magadha country, she similarly went into seclusion and wrote the following letter: "I would like my brother to get married with another woman of equal caste, family, and wealth. I am going forth and will become a female recluse. I do not want you to be unhappy afterwards." She then sent the letter in secret to Pipali. When the 2 parties of messengers met midway, Bhadda Kapilani's men asked, "From whom is the letter you are carrying, friends, and to whom is it going?" Pipali's men replied honestly, "The letter is sent by our master Pipali to Bhadda Kapilani." They also asked in return, "From whom is the letter you are conveying and for whom is it meant?" Bhadda Kapilani's men gave a straightforward reply, "It is from our mistress to Pipali." Then the messengers from both sides agreed to open and read the letters, and they were amazed to know the spiritual sense of the letters and said, "Look what the groom and the bride are doing." Then they tore up both the letters and threw them away in the forest. They also wrote 2 new letters expressing reciprocal agreement and gladness and sent them to their respective senders. In this way, the time for marriage between Pipali, the son of a wealthy merchant, and Bhadda Kapilani, the daughter of another wealthy merchant, came about as arranged by their parents and the middlemen, despite their unwillingness to be joined in the household life. On the day of their marriage, both of them brought a garland of flowers each. He placed his and she hers in the middle of their bed. Having had their dinner, both simultaneously went to their bed and got onto it, Pippali on his right side and Bhattacapalani on her left. They made an agreement thus. The garland of whose side withers is to be regarded as having lustful thoughts, and the garlands should be left untouched. Both of them spent the night without being able to sleep throughout all 3 watches, lest one should unconsciously touch the other. The garlands remained unwithered. By day, they behaved like brother and sister, even without a smile tinged with pleasure. Both the wealthy son and the wealthy daughter kept themselves aloof from fondness of sensual pleasure, lokamisa, and took no care of their household business at the same time. Only when their parents passed away did they manage the business. The wealth belonging to Pippali was great. His gold and silver was worth 870 million. Even the gold dust which he threw away each day after using it for rubbing his body would amount to 12 Magadha cups if collected. He owned 60 mechanized dams. The measurement of his farm was 12 leagues. He had 14 large villages as the colony of his servants and workers, 14 divisions of elephant troops, 14 divisions of cavalry, and 14 divisions of chariots. One day, the wealthy Pippali went to his farm riding a fully equipped horse, and while he was stopping at the edge of the farm, he saw crows and birds picking up earthworms and insects and eating them. He asked his servants what the crows and birds were eating, and the servants answered that they were eating earthworms and insects. Again he asked, "Who is responsible for the evil deeds of the crows and birds? As the farm is plowed for you, 1216, sir, you are responsible for those evil deeds," replied the servants. The reply stirred up Pippali's spiritual urgency, causing him to reflect seriously thus. If I am responsible for the evil deeds done by the crows and birds, what is the use of 870 million worth of gold and silver? Indeed none. Nor is there any use of my riches, such as the vast 12-league farm, the 60 mechanized dams, and the 14 large villages of my workers. Indeed, there is no use of them all. Therefore, I shall hand over these riches to my wife Bhattacapalani and go forth to become a monk. At that moment, his wife Bhattacapalani had sesame from 3 big jars spread out on mats and placed in the sun. While seated and surrounded by her maids, she saw crows and other birds picking and eating sesame worms. When she asked her maids, she came to know what the birds were eating. On further inquiry, she was informed that she must be responsible for the evil deeds done by the birds, as the job was done for her sake. She too reflected seriously thus. "Oh, it is enough for me if I just get 4 cubits of cloth to wear and a cupful of cooked rice to eat. I cannot wear more than 4 cubits of cloth, nor can I eat more than 1 cupful of cooked rice. If I am responsible for these wrongdoings done by others, surely I will not be able to remove myself from sasra, the cycle of suffering, even after 1,000 existences. When my husband comes, I shall give all my wealth to him and leave household life and become a female recluse." The couples going forth. The wealthy Pippali returned home and had a bath, went up to the upper terrace and sat down on a high seat, which only noble personalities deserve. Then a feast worthy of a universal monarch was arranged and served to the merchant. Both the wealthy Pippali and his wife Bhattacapalani ate the meal, and when their servants went away, they retired to their quiet resort and stayed quietly at ease. Thereafter, the two discussed the situation between themselves as follows. Pippali: "Madam Bhatta, when you came to this house, how much wealth did you bring?" Bhatta: "I brought my wealth in 55,000 carts." Pippali: "The wealth brought by you and the wealth extant here in this house, such as 870 million in riches, 60 mechanized dams, etc., I entrust them all to you." Bhatta: "Oh, but where are you going?" Pippali: "I am going to become a recluse, madam." Bhatta: "Oh, sir, I too have been readily waiting for the time of your coming back. I too shall become a female recluse." To these two individuals who were endowed with the perfections, the 3 existences of sense, kama, form, rupa, and the formless arupa realms manifested as 3-leaf huts blazing with fire. The 2 great personalities endowed with the perfections, therefore, had the robes and bowls bought from the market and had their hair shaved by the other, saying, "We dedicate our renunciation of the world to the noble arahats." They came down from the main terrace with their bags, in which were put their bowls, hanging from their left shoulders. None of the servants and workers at home, male or female, recognized the two renunciants. Then the couple left the Brahmin village of Mahatitha and went out by the servants' village gate. There they were seen, and it was recognized from their behavior that they were the master and mistress. Crying bitterly, the servants fell at their feet and asked sorrowfully, "Master and mistress, why do you make us helpless?" The couple replied, "We have become recluses as we were shocked by the likeness between the three existences and a leaf hut on fire. If we were to set you free from servitude, one after another, there will be no end even after 100 years. Wash your heads and be liberated from servitude and live free." So saying, they left while the servants were wailing. Parting company with each other. While he was going ahead, the noble Pipali thought in retrospect thus, "This beautiful venerable Bhadda Kapilani, who is as precious as the whole Jambudvipa, has been following me. There could be a reason for somebody to misunderstand us, thinking, these two cannot part from each other even though they have become recluses. They are doing something which is not in harmony with their ascetic guise. And if one misunderstands us, one is in danger of being reborn in a state of woe. Therefore I should desert this fair lady, Bhadda Kapilani." As he went on ahead, the noble Pipali found a junction of two roads and stopped there. Having followed from behind, Bhadda Kapilani stopped there too and stood with her hands joined in reverence. Then the noble Pipali addressed her, "Bhadda, people seeing a beautiful lady like you following me might offend against us by thinking, these two individuals cannot part from each other despite their ascetic life, and then they would be reborn in a suffering state. So take whichever road you choose between these two. I shall go by the road you do not prefer." Bhadda too replied thus, "Oh yes, sir. Womankind is a blemish for a monk. People would also blame us, saying that we are unable to leave each other even after becoming ascetics. You, sir, follow one road. I shall follow the other. Let us be separated." Then she circumambulated exactly 3 times, and paid homage respectfully with the 5 kinds of veneration at the 4 places, such as the front, the back, the left, and the right of Pipali. With her hands joined and raised, she said, "Our love and intimacy as husband and wife that started 100 eons ceases today." She added, "You are of nobler birth, so the road on the right befits you. We womenfolk are of lesser birth, so the left one suits me." Saying thus, she proceeded by the left road. When the two walked on separate paths, the great earth quaked, roaring echoingly as if it were uttering, "Though I can bear up the Kakava mountains and Mount Meru, I cannot do so with regard to the virtues of these two marvelous personages." There appeared thundering sounds in the sky, too. The Kakava mountains and Mount Meru grew up higher and higher because of the earthquake. Meeting with the Buddha. By that time, the Buddha had arrived in Rajagaha after observing the first rain's retreat, Vasa, and in the year of his awakening was still sojourning in the Vivana monastery, before his journey to Kapilavatthu. While he was staying in the fragrant chamber of the monastery, he heard the noise of the quake of the great earth, and he reflected as to the cause of the earthquake, and came to know, it is on account of the power of the virtues of Pipali the young man and Bhadda Kapilani the young woman who have become ascetics after unflinchingly renouncing their incomparable wealth, and dedicating their lives to me. The quake took place at the junction where they parted. On my part, it will be proper only if I do a favor to them. So he went out of the fragrant chamber, personally carrying his bowl and robe, and even without asking any of the 80 great disciples to accompany him, he traveled alone for a distance of 3 miles to extend his welcome. He sat cross-legged at the foot of the banyan tree, known as Bahupataka, between Rajagaha and Nalanda. What was peculiar to the Buddha now was that he did not sit there as an unknown monk practicing austerities, Dutaga. In order to promote the faith of Venerable Mahā Kassapa, who had never seen him before, the Buddha did not conceal his natural splendor that shone forth with the major and minor marks, and he sat there emanating the Buddha radiance and illuminating everything brilliantly up to a distance of 80 cubits. The radiance that was of the size of a leafy umbrella, or that of a cart wheel or that of a pinnacled gable, spread from place to place brightening the whole forest grove, as though it were a time when 1,000 moons or 1,000 suns rose with all their brightness. Therefore, the whole forest grove was very pleasant with the splendor of the 32 marks of a great man, like the sky brightened by stars, or like the water surface with the 5 kinds of lotus blossoming in groups and clusters. Though the natural color of the 12-18 trunk of the banyan tree must be white, that of the leaves green and the old leaves red, by the splendor of the Buddha's body the whole of the Bahupataka banyan trees, with many branches, was all golden and yellow on that very day, as they were bathed with the luminous radiance of the Buddha's light. Venerable Mahā Kassapa thought, "This venerable one must be my teacher, the Buddha. Indeed, I have become a monk, dedicating my monkhood to this very teacher." From the spot on which he stood and saw the Buddha, Venerable Mahā Kassapa walked nearer. At all 3 places he adoringly venerated the Buddha and received his discipleship by declaring 3 times thus: Sathami Bhagava, Svakoha Asmi, Exalted Buddha, you are my teacher. I am your disciple. Then the Buddha replied, "Dear son Kassapa, if you showed such immense reverence to the great earth, it might not be able to withstand it. As for me, who have fared well like former Buddhas, the tremendous reverence shown by you, who are aware of the immensity of my qualities, cannot make a single hair of my body tremble. Dear son Kassapa, be seated. I shall give you an inheritance." This is how the exposition of the collection of the numerical discourses, Anguttara Nikaya, commentary and the exposition of the commentary on Mahā Kassapa's verses of the elder monks, Theragatha, records it. In the discourse about robes, Savarasutta, SN 16.11, however, it is said as follows: when Venerable Kassapa solemnly declared his discipleship thrice, the Buddha said, "Kassapa, if a man, without knowing a pupil of all-round perfect mentality, says, 'I know,' or without seeing him says, 'I see,' his head will fall off. As for me, I say, 'I know,' because I do know him, or I say, 'I see,' because I do see him." Herein the meaning is, if a teacher, outside the dispensation of the Buddha, claimed that he knew or saw without actually knowing or seeing an extremely faithful disciple who showed extreme veneration like Venerable Mahā Kassapa did, the head of that teacher would drop off from his neck, as a ripe toddy palm fruit does from its stem. Or it might split into 7 pieces. Herein, it may further be explained as follows. If Venerable Mahā Kassapa were to direct his great veneration, generated by such faith, to the great ocean, its water might disappear like drops of water falling into a tremendously hot iron pan. If he were to direct his veneration towards the mountain of the universe, it would break up into pieces like a ball of husks. If he were to direct it to Mount Meru, the mountain would be destroyed and tumble down in disarray like a lump of dough pecked by a crow's beak. If he were to direct it towards the great earth, its soil would be scattered like a great pile of ashes being blown off by the wind. But Venerable Mahā Kassapa's veneration of such might could not make a hair on the back of the Buddha's instep tremble. Let alone Venerable Mahā Kassapa, even thousands of monks equal to Venerable Mahā Kassapa would be unable to do so by performing their veneration. They were powerless even to disturb a soft hair on the Buddha's instep, or even to shake a single thread of the robe made of rags that the fortunate one was wearing. So great was the might of the Buddha. Ordination as a monastic. This is based on the discourse about robes, Savarasutta, SN 16.11. Having said, "Dear son Kassapa, be seated. I shall give you my inheritance." As has been mentioned before, the Buddha gave Mahā Kassapa 3 pieces of advice. "Kassapa, you must therefore practice thinking thus: I shall abide by conscience and concern, hiriotapa, in dealing with those monks of higher standing, lower standing, or of equal standing. Kassapa, you must, therefore, practice thinking thus: I shall listen to all teachings on wholesomeness. I shall listen attentively to all these teachings respectfully, reflecting on them and bearing them well. Kassapa, you must therefore practice thinking thus: mindfulness of the body, kayagata sati, accompanied by happiness, sukha, shall never desert me." The Buddha gave him these 3 pieces of advice. Kassapa also received them respectfully. These pieces of advice amounted to Mahā Kassapa's ordination, lower as well as higher. Mahā Kassapa was the only one to receive this kind of ordination in the Buddha's dispensation, which is known as ordination through acceptance of the Buddha's advice, Ovada Paigaha Upasampada. Herein the Buddha granted Mahā Kassapa ordination as a monastic by means of these three pieces of advice. Of these three, the first is, Dear son Kassapa, you must develop first the two effective virtues of conscience and concern, hiriotapa, as you encounter the three classes of fellow monastics. Those of higher standing, those who are senior to you by age and ordination, those of lower standing, those who are junior to you, and those of medium standing who are equal to you. By this first advice, Venerable Mahā Kassapa was taught to abandon pride in birth, for he was of the Brahmin caste. The second advice is, Dear son Kassapa, while you are listening to the faultless teaching, you must be respectfully attentive by lending both your ears, the wisdom ear as well as the natural one, in all three phases of the teaching, the beginning, the middle, and the end. By this second advice, Venerable Mahā Kassapa was taught to abandon arrogance springing from his wide knowledge, for he was highly intelligent. The third advice is, Dear son Kassapa, you must strive not to let the first absorption, jhana, get away from your mental process. The absorption, jhana, which is accompanied by feelings of happiness, sukha vedana, originates in mindfulness of the body, kayagata sati, and the sense object of breathing in and out, anapanarama. By this third advice, Venerable Mahā Kassapa was taught to abandon craving and greed, talobha, developing from possession of a strong personality, upati, for he was good-looking. Having made Mahā Kassapa a monk upon receiving advice at the foot of the Bhāpataka banyan tree, the Buddha left and set out on a journey with the noble Venerable Mahā Kassapa as his follower. While the Buddha had 32 marks of a great being on his body, and was thus exquisitely splendored, Venerable Mahā Kassapa was graceful with the 7 marks. The latter closely followed the Buddha like a small golden boat trails a big golden one. After going some distance, the Buddha came down from the main road and gave a hint that he would like to sit at the foot of a tree. Knowing that the master was desirous of sitting, Venerable Mahā Kassapa folded his very soft upper robe fourfold and spread it, saying, May the exalted Buddha be seated here. The act of the exalted Buddha's sitting will bring me welfare and happiness for a long time. The exchange of robes. Having sat on the double robe folded in four, the Buddha felt the edge of the robe with his hand, which had the color of a lotus blossom, and said, Dear son Kassapa, this upper robe of yours, made of an old piece of cloth, is very soft indeed. If you are thinking, why did the Buddha utter these words of praise? The answer is, because he wanted to exchange robes with Venerable Mahā Kassapa. Why did the Buddha want to make exchange of robes? The answer is, because he wanted to install Venerable Mahā Kassapa in his position. For such installation, were there not Venerable Sāriputta and Venerable Moggallāna? One might argue. The answers is, yes, they were there. But it occurred to the Buddha thus, both of them will not live long. They will attain parinibbana before me. Kassapa, however, will live for 120 years, for months after my parinibbana. In the cave where the 7-leafed satapani tree grows, he will hold a council, Saccāyana, at which a mass recital in approval of the Dhamma and the Vinaya will be made. He will thus render service to my dispensation so that it may last for 5,000 years. The Buddha also was of the opinion that, if I install him in my monastery, monks will show obedience to him. For this reason, the Buddha desired to install Venerable Mahā Kassapa in his own position. It was for this reason that the Buddha was desirous of an exchange of robes. It was because of this desire that the Buddha spoke in praise of Venerable Mahā Kassapa. If somebody spoke admiringly of the good quality of the bowl or that of the robe, it was a natural practice of the noble Venerable Mahā Kassapa to say, Please accept the bowl, Venerable Sir, or Please receive the robe, Venerable Sir. Therefore, knowing by hint that the exalted Buddha would like to put on my double robe, for he admired its softness, Venerable Mahā Kassapa said, Exalted Buddha, may the fortunate one please put on this double robe. Dear son Kassapa, which robe will you don then? Asked the Buddha. If I get the kind of robe you are wearing, I will don it, replied Venerable Mahā Kassapa. Then the Buddha said, Dear son Kassapa, can you do that? This robe made of rags has become very old because of long use. Indeed, when I picked it up, that day saw this great earthquake down to the waters. Those of less virtue are unable to wear this kind of robe that is worn out. Only those who engage themselves in the Dhamma practice and who, by nature, are used to such attire, deserve it. So saying, the Buddha gave his robe to Venerable Mahā Kassapa. After the exchange of robes was done in this way, the Buddha put on Venerable Mahā Kassapa's robe and Venerable Mahā Kassapa donned the Buddha's robe. At that moment, the great earth quaked violently down to the waters as if it were saying, though it lacks mind and volition, "Exalted Buddha, you have done something difficult to do. There has never been in the past such an occasion in which a Buddha gives his robe to his disciple. I cannot bear up this virtue of yours." Foremost title achieved. On the part of Venerable Mahā Kassapa, no arrogance arose in him by receiving the Buddha's robe. He never thought, "Now I have obtained the robe previously used by the fortunate one. I have nothing to strive for now, either for higher paths and fruitions." Instead, he made a vow to practice the 13 austere practices, Dutthaga, most willingly as taught by the Buddha. Because he put great efforts into developing the ascetic practices, he remained only for 7 days as a worldling, and on the 8th day, at early dawn, he became an arahat with the fourfold analytical knowledges, Paisambit A with Mekrane. Setting Venerable Mahā Kassapa as an example, the Buddha delivered many discourses as contained, for example, in the thematic discourses concerning Kassapa, Kassapa Sayutta, SN 16. The Buddha admired Venerable Mahā Kassapa through many discourses such as the Moon Discourse, Kandapama Sutta, SN 16.3, in which the Buddha says, "Kassapo bikhave Kandapamo Kalani Upasakamati." Monks, Kassapa approached his supporters of the 4 social classes by controlling his deeds, words and thought like the moon, being absolutely free from physical, verbal and mental roughness. In this way does he approach his supporters. Later on the Buddha declared, by citing the noble Venerable Mahā Kassapa as the foremost Itad Agga in ascetic Dutthaga practices, as preserved in the thematic discourses concerning Kassapa, Kassapa Sayutta, SN 16. Itad Agga bikhave mama svakna biknadudavna yad item Mahā Kassapo. Monks, among my disciples, monastics, who practice by themselves and who teach and exhort others to practice the excellent ascetic practices, Dutthaga, which shake off the defilements, Kilesa, Mahā Kassapa is the foremost. Five. Venerable Anuruddha. Aspiration in the past. 100,000 eons ago, in the lifetime of the Buddha Pajamuttara, the future Anuruddha was an unknown householder. One afternoon, he went along with a crowd of people to the monastery to listen to the Dhamma. Having respectfully paid homage to the Buddha, he stood at the edge of the audience, paying attention to the Buddha's discourse. After delivering his discourses in serial order, the Buddha declared a monk foremost in achieving the psychic power of the divine eye, Dibba Kakhu Abhina. Then it occurred to the householder. This monk was declared foremost in achieving the psychic power of the divine eye by the Buddha himself. Therefore, he is indeed superior. What if I were to become the best among the monks who achieved the divine eye in the dispensation of some future Buddha? So thinking, he went through the audience and invited the Buddha and his Sangha. The next day, he performed a great alms giving to the Sangha headed by the Buddha. Thinking, I have aspired for a very high post. He invited the Buddha as before, day after day, saying, Please come today for my act of merit. Please come tomorrow for my act of merit. Having invited thus, he gave a great alms-giving dana for 7 days. Offering excellent robes to the Buddha and his company of monks, he expressed his aspiration as follows. Exalted Buddha, I made these offerings, not to obtain divine luxuries, nor to enjoy human pleasure. 7 days ago you declared a monk as the foremost in the divine eye. I wish to be like him, as the foremost among those with similar power in the dispensation of a future Buddha. Having expressed his aspiration thus, the householder fell at the feet of the Buddha. When the Buddha surveyed the future, he foresaw that the fulfillment of the householder's wish, and so he predicted, Supporter, at the end of 100,000 eons in future, Buddha Gautama will appear. In the dispensation of that Buddha, you will be Anuruddha by name, the foremost of those who acquire the psychic power of the divine eye. Having predicted this, the Buddha gave a discourse in appreciation of the meal offering and returned to the monastery. The householder did good works for as long as he lived, and after the Buddha Pajamuttara's attainment of parinibbana, he built a golden shrine which was 7 leagues high. He approached the Sangha and asked, "Venerable sirs, what is the preparatory wholesome deed for acquiring the psychic power of the divine eye?" "Supporter," replied the noble monks, "the gift of light should be given." He then had 1,000 big illuminated trees made first, each bearing 1,000 torches. Just beyond these trees, he had 1,000 illuminated trees of medium size made. Just beyond them, 1,000 illuminated small trees. In this way, 1,000s of trees and torches were offered. His other gifts of lights were innumerable. Offering of lights to Buddha Kassapa's shrine. Having performed such meritorious deeds throughout his life, the householder, the future Anuruddha, was reborn either in the worlds of devas or humans. When 100,000 eons had elapsed in the lifetime of the Buddha Kassapa, in this fortunate aeon Mahā Kassapa, he was reborn as a householder in the city of Bras. After the Buddha's parinibbana, he built a shrine of 1 league and had numerous gold cups made. Each cup was filled with butter oil. In the middle of the cups, he placed a cake of solidified molasses and lighted it. He also lighted the gold cups around the shrine, the round brim of each cup touching that of the next. For himself, he had the biggest vessel made of gold and had it filled also with butter oil. 1,000 wicks placed around the brim were lighted. For the middle wick, however, he had a piece of cloth twisted and lighted it. Holding on his head the bowl of 1,000 lights, he went round the shrine and honored it for all 3 watches of the night. In that existence too, he performed wholesome deeds as long as he lived, and upon his death he was reborn in the realm of the devas. Life as a Nabara. Again, before the lifetime of our Buddha, he was reborn in a poor family, also in Bras, and lived depending upon a wealthy merchant named Sumana. The poor man's name was Anabara. The merchant Sumana gave lavish alms at the gate of his house to destitute, travelers, and beggars. One day a Paksabuddha by the name of Uparaha engaged in the attainment of cessation, Nirodha Samapatti, at Mount Gandhamadana, and when he emerged from that absorption, jhana, he pondered, "Whom should I help today?" Paksabuddhas are very kind by nature to the poor. So, the Paksabuddha Uparaha decided to help poor Anabara for the day. Knowing that the man was about to come back from the forest, the Paksabuddha, taking his alms bowl and robes, disappeared from Mount Gandhamadana and reappeared before Anabara at the village gate. Seeing the Paksabuddha carrying an empty bowl, he respectfully made obeisance to him and asked, "Venerable sir, would you obtain food?" When the Paksabuddha replied that he would, Anabara said, "Please wait here for a while," and quickly went home and asked his wife, "Lady, is there a portion of food you set aside for me? Or is there not?" When the wife said there was, he returned to the Paksabuddha and took the bowl from his hand. On returning home, he said to his wife, "Lady, because we did not perform deeds of merit in the past, we are now always yearning for food. Though we have the desire to give, we have nothing to give. And when we have something to give, there is no recipient for it. Today I encountered the Paksabuddha Uparaha, and there is also my portion of food. Put that food of mine into his bowl." The intelligent wife thought, "As my husband is giving his food to the Paksabuddha, I should also do something for my share of merit." So she too put her portion of food in the bowl and handed it to the Paksabuddha. He also said, expressing his desire, "Venerable sir, may we be liberated from such troublesome living." The Paksabuddha replied, predicting his future, "Supporter of great merit, may your desire be realized." Having spread out his top mantle at one place, Anabara said further, "Please sit down here, venerable sir, and have your meal." After sitting down on the seat made by Anabara, the Paksabuddha had his meal, reflecting on the 9 disgusting things which are 1. Going on alms round, Gamana. 2. Searching for alms, Paryasana. 3. Eating, Parabhoga. 4. Excretions, such as phlegm, bile, blood and pus, asaya. 5. Stomach into which comes newly eaten food, nidaha. 6. Food in undigested state, aparpaka. 7. Food in digested state, parapaka. 8. Discharge and flowing or trickling from here and there from the body, phala nisanda. 9. Smearing or soiling, makana. If discharge, phala, and flowing, nisanda, are taken separately, the number will be 10. Reflection on these 9 or 10 disgusting things is mentioned in the exposition of the perception of the disgusting nature of food, ahara paiklasana, of the path of purification, visuddhimagga, in general, and in the section on the same in the breakdown of form into its ultimate parts, Paramatha Sarupa Badani, authored by Mahavisuddhirma Sayadaw in particular. When the Paccābuddha had taken the food, Anabhara offered the water for washing the bowl. Having finished his meal, Paccābuddha Uparaha gave his blessing in appreciation of the food. Ikita pathita tuha, subbum eva samajatu, sab purenta sakap, kandu panareso yatha. May all your desires and longings be realized. Just as the bright, round moon of the waxing fortnight is full, even so may all your right plans be successful. Having said this, the Paccābuddha proceeded on his journey. Applause of a goddess. At that moment, the guardian goddess of the ceremonial umbrella belonging to Sumana the merchant gave her applause 3 times by uttering a solemn utterance of joy. Ahodna paramadna, uparai supatihita. An excellent gift has been given to the Paccābuddha Uparitha. The merchant asked, "Goddess, did you not see me performing alms-giving for such a long time?" "Merchant," replied the goddess, "I am not applauding your alms-giving. I am doing it for Anabhara the poor man's, as I am so pleased with it." It then occurred to the merchant thus: "This is something marvelous indeed. Though I have been giving alms for so long, I am not able to cause deities to applaud. But the poor Anabhara, despite his dependence on me, by giving alms food just once when he encountered a proper recipient received applause. I should make his gift of food of mine by giving him something suitable." Accordingly, he summoned Anabhara and asked, "Did you give somebody something today?" "Yes, I did, sir," answered Anabhara. "I gave my share of food to the Paccābuddha Uparaha. Take this, dear Anabhara. Take a coin and hand over your gift of food to me," demanded the merchant. When Anabhara refused, saying, "I cannot do so, sir," Sumana, the merchant, gradually raised his offer up to 1,000 pieces of money. Anabhara remained firm in his rejection, saying, "Even for 1,000 pieces of money, I cannot give it away." Then Sumana gave up his attempt to buy, but demanded yet again, "Brother Anabhara, if you cannot give it to me, let it be so. Accept the 1,000 coins and share your merit with me. I do not know clearly whether I should share my merit with you. I will consult the Paccābuddha Uparaha and I will share, provided he advises me to do so." After saying this, he rushed after the Paccābuddha, and when he reached him, he asked, "Venerable sir, the merchant Sumana is offering me 1,000 pieces of money and seeking a share of the merit I have earned by giving you alms food. Shall I give his share or shall I not?" Then the Paccābuddha said, "Wise man, I shall give you a simile. Suppose there is only one house where the lamp is lighted in a village of 100 households. If the remaining 99 householders came with their respective wicks soaked in oil and lighted their lamps by means of yours, will the light remain in that house as it was before, or will it be reduced?" "It will not be reduced, venerable sir. The light will shine even brighter than before," answered the man. Then the Paccābuddha explained clearly, "In the same manner, wise man, if a man shares the merit accrued to him from his offering of alms food, be it a spoonful or a ladleful, whether he shares it with 100 persons or 1,000, his merit will only increase and become greater in accordance with the number of persons who have their shares. Now you have given one meal. If you share your merit with him, there will be 2 acts of giving alms food. One is yours, which is the original, and the other is Sumana's, which is an augment." Freed from doubt but inspired and encouraged, Anabhara respectfully made obeisance and went back to his master. He gladly shared his merit by saying, "Sir, take your share from the merit earned by me from my giving of alms food." Then followed a dialogue between the wealthy merchant Sumana and Anabhara the poor man. Merchant, well brother, take the 1,000 coins. Anabhara, Master, I am not selling my alms food. In fact, with great pleasure I am sharing my merit with you. Merchant, brother, you share your merit with me with great pleasure. On my part, I give you the 1,000 coins as I wish to do honor to your virtue. Do take it, brother. When asked thus, Anabhara accepted the money, saying, All right, as you like, sir. Thereafter Sumana said, Brother, from the time of your acceptance of the coins onwards, you have no work with your hands. You are no longer my employee. Build a house for yourself on the main road. I shall provide you with whatever material you need. Take it from my house. Thus the merchant added his promise. Anabhara, a man of great wealth. The alms food offered to a Paksabuddha who has just emerged from the attainment of cessation, Nirodha Samapatti, is a gift which has results on the day of offering, Dhyadhamma Vedaniya. Therefore, that very day, by virtue of his gift of alms food, the merchant took Anabhara to the king's palace, though he did not do so on previous days. On arrival at the palace, because of Anabhara's act of merit, the king overlooked the merchant and gazed upon Anabhara. Then a conversation between the merchant and the king took place as follows. Merchant, Great king, why are you gazing at this man? King, because I did not see him on the other days. Merchant, Great king, this man is worth gazing on. King, what are his virtues that make him worth gazing on? Merchant, Great king, he did not have his portion of food today but sacrificed it to the Paksabuddha Uparaha, and he has won 1,000 pieces of money from me. King, what is his name? Merchant, Anabhara, Great king. King, as he has 1,000 pieces of money, he should win another 1,000 from me as well. I too would like to honor him. So saying, the king also awarded Anabhara 1,000 pieces of money. Later on, the king ordered his men to build a house for Anabhara. Obeying the king's order, the men cleared an old site and, at every spot they dug they found jars of gold, the neck of one jar touching that of another, to their amazement. So they reported the matter to the king. The king ordered them to excavate, but as they were digging, the jars sank further. The men told the king about it, and he ordered them to continue their digging, saying, Do it not in my name, but do it under Anabhara's instructions. The men went back to the site and did the digging again while uttering, We are doing this under the instructions of Anabhara. As a result, at every spot dug, the jars of gold rose together like huge mushrooms. The king's men collected the treasure of gold and silver and brought them, and piled them up near the king. The king held a meeting with his ministers and asked, Leaving aside Anabhara, who else possesses treasures of such proportions in this city of Braz? When the ministers answered that there was none, the king issued an order stating, Ministers, in that case, let Anabhara be the royal merchant bearing the title Danasahi in this Braz city of mine. On that very day Anabhara became the royal merchant known as Mahā Danasahi, and was entitled to a white umbrella, a symbol of wealth, from the king. Since he became the royal merchant Danasahi by name, he performed good works till the end of his life, and upon his death, he was reborn in the realm of the Devas. This virtuous man, who was the future Anuruddha, was reborn only in the divine and human abodes for a long time. Ascetic life in his final existence. When our Buddha was about to appear, he was reborn in the royal residence of Sukkadana, a Sakyan prince. On his naming day, he was given the name of Anuruddha. Prince Anuruddha was the son of the Buddha's uncle Sukkadana and the brother of Prince Mahanama. He was very gentle and yet very powerful at the same time. The Buddha visited the city of Kapilavatthu for the first time, and while sojourning on his return in the grove of Anyapia, Prince Anuruddha visited him together with Princes Bhaddiya, Ananda, Bhagu, Kimala, Devdatta and the barber Upali, and they became monks. These events have been given in detail in chapters 1920a. Attainment of awakening. The 6 Sakyan princes went together with Upali the barber to the grove of Anyapia, and they became monks in the presence of the Buddha. Of these 7 monks, Venerable Bhaddiya became an arahat in that rain's retreat, Vasa. Venerable Anuruddha gained the psychic power of the divine eye, Dibakaku. Venerable Devdatta developed the 8 mundane attainments. Venerable Ananda was established in stream entry, Sotapati Phala. Venerable Bhagu and Venerable Kimala became arahats later. The resolutions made in the past by these monks will be described in their respective sections. As for Venerable Anuruddha, after becoming a monk he acquired in his first rain's retreat, Vasa, the 8 attainments and developed the psychic power and higher divine eye by which he was able to see 1,000 universes. One day, he went to Venerable Sāriputta and said, "Friend Sāriputta, 1. I can see 1,000 universes by means of the particularly pure divine eye, which surpasses the eyesight of human beings. 2. I put forth effort unflinchingly. Not being unmindful, I possess mindfulness. There is no anxiety in my person and I am calm. My mind is one-pointed and well-concentrated. 3. Even then, my mind is not unattached to craving, ta, and wrong views, dihai, and not liberated yet from the pollutants, asava." Then Venerable Sāriputta taught Venerable Anuruddha concerning meditation. 1. Friend Anuruddha, the very fact that you are conscious and thinking, I can see 1,000 universes by means of the particularly pure divine-like eye, which surpasses the clear eyesight of human beings, reveals that you have conceit, mana. 2. Friend Anuruddha, the very fact that you are conscious and thinking, I put forth effort unflinchingly. Not being unmindful, I possess mindfulness. There is no anxiety in my person and I am calm. My mind is one-pointed and well-concentrated. Reveals that you have mental restlessness, adhaka. 3. Friend Anuruddha, the very fact that you are conscious and thinking, even then, my mind is not unattached to craving and wrong views and not liberated yet from the pollutants, asava, reveals that you have doubt and worry, sasaya. Therefore, I would like to give you words of advice as follows. Discard these 3 things, conceit, restlessness, and doubt that are developing in your mind. Without being conscious of these things, direct your mind to the deathless nibbana. Having learnt meditation, Venerable Anuruddha, after seeking permission from the Buddha, went to the country of Satya. Living in the eastern bamboo grove in that country, he practiced asceticism. For 15 days or half a month, he did not sleep but put effort into his meditation by walking to and fro. He then became weary from his meditation so much so that he took rest by sitting under a bamboo thicket. While sitting, the thoughts of a great man, Mahā Kassapa, arose in his mind as follows. 1. The 9 supermundane states, Dhamma, can be realized only in one who is of few wants, i.e., one who has no desire, icha, and craving, ta, but not in one who is greedy. 2. The 9 supermundane states can be realized only in one who is easily contented, but not in one who is discontented. 3. The 9 supermundane states can be realized only in one who is quiet, but not in one who takes delight in company. 4. The 9 supermundane states can be realized only in one who is energetic, but not in one who is indolent. 5. The 9 supermundane states can be realized only in one who is evidently mindful, but not in one who is far from being mindful. 6. The 9 supermundane states can be realized only in one who is of concentrated mind, but not in one who is not of concentrated mind. 7. The 9 supermundane states can be realized only in one who is wise, but not in one who is foolish. With regard to the individual who is of few wants, there are 4 kinds. 1. One who is of few wants concerning the 4 requisites, pakaya apicca. 2. One who does not let others know of one's attainment of path and fruition but keeps it secret, adhigama apicca. 3. One who does not let others know of one's learning but keeps it secret, pariyati apicca. 4. One who does not let others know of one's austere practice but keeps it secret, dittagga apicca. 1. The one who is of few wants concerning the 4 requisites, pakaya apicca, accepts only less though offered much. When offered, he accepts less than what is offered. He never takes all. 2. The one who does not let others know of their attainment of path and fruition but keeps it secret, adhigama apicca, like Venerable Majjhantika, does not tell others of his spiritual attainment of path and fruition but remains quiet. The story of Venerable Majjhantika in brief is as follows. He was an arahat, but his alms bowl and robes were worth only a quarter of a coin. On the day of King Asoka's dedication of a monastery, he was heading a community of monks. Seeing his bowl and robes too old and worn out, people thought he was an inferior and aged monk, so they asked him to wait for a moment outside. Then only he thought, if an arahat like me does not make a contribution to the king's welfare, who else will? So thinking, he instantly sank into the earth and received the first portion of alms food, which was meant for the head of monks, and was offered to him respectfully. Then he reappeared while others were unaware. In this way, the Venerable Majjhantika did not want others to know he was an arahat prior to his acceptance of food. 3. The one who does not let others know of one's learning but keeps it secret, pariyatiya picha, does not want to reveal to others his knowledge of the scriptures, though he himself is highly learned in the 3 baskets. He is like Venerable Tissa, a resident of Saketa. The story of Venerable Tissa in brief is as follows. Venerable Tissa was requested by other monks to teach them the texts and their commentaries, but he rejected their request, saying that he had no time to do so. Then the monks asked him, somewhat reproachfully, "Have you got no time even to die?" So he deserted his followers and left his dwelling for the Kaikravlikasamutta monastery. He stayed there for the 3-month rains retreat, Vasa, like an unknown and illiterate monk. He fulfilled his duties there towards all his co-residents, be they senior or junior to him or be they of mid-standing. On the full moon day of October, Asayuja, at the meeting oath the great invitation, Mahā Kassapa occasion, he taught, causing gooseflesh to rise on people's skin. They shouted with cheers and threw up their headdresses into the air. Thus he created wild acclaim among the audience. But lest the people should know he was the one who taught that night, he secretly went back to his original dwelling, for he was of the type keeps his leaning secret, pariyatiya picha. 4. The one who does not let others know of one's austere practice but keeps it secret, dutthaga apicha, does not like to inform others of his practice of austerity. He is like the elder of 2 brothers. A brief account of the 2 brothers goes as follows. The 2 brother monks were dwelling on the Satya hill. The younger brother went to his brother with a stalk of sugarcane which was offered by a supporter to the elder one. "Please have it, sir," said the younger brother. As the elder brother had already finished eating and washed his mouth, he replied, "Enough, dear brother." "Why?" asked the younger brother. "Have you taken a vow to observe the austere practice of eating 1 meal a day, ekasanika dutthaga?" Then only did the elder brother ask his younger brother to bring the sugarcane. Though he had observed this particular practice for 50 long years, he partook of the sugar cane as he wished to keep his brother in the dark about his practice. After that, he washed his mouth and renewed his vow again. These descriptions of the 4 types of persons of few wants, apicha, are given in the collection of the numerical discourses, Anguttara Nikaya commentary, and the stories are reproduced from the collection of the middle-length discourses, Majjhima Nikaya commentary. In the latter, further details of the 3 kinds of wishes, icha, the 4 with few wants, apakata, the 12 kinds of contentment, santosa, the 3 kinds of seclusion, pavavika, the 5 kind of contact, sasaga, etc. are given. At the time, while Venerable Anuruddha was struggling with the 7 thoughts of a great man, Mahā Kassapa, the Buddha was sojourning in a forest sanctuary, Basaka by name, near Susamarajari town in the Baga country. The forest was to the west of the bamboo grove where Venerable Anuruddha was. Therefore, this place was known as the Eastern Bamboo Grove. After working out the 7 thoughts, Anuruddha was too tired to take a further step to think about the 8th one. It was true that the disciples who had thought of the previous 7, such as few wants, easy contentment, calm, energy, mindfulness, mental concentration, and wisdom, were reluctant to go higher and ponder still another state, Dhamma. For them, it is a rule that they should end up with wisdom. That was why Venerable Anuruddha, having reflected on the 7th item of wisdom, which is a thought of a great man, Mahā Kassapa, was too tired to go on reflecting on the 8th thought. Then the Buddha, while in the Basaka forest, knew that Anuruddha is weary of reflecting on the 8th thought of a great man, and thought, "I shall cause Anuruddha's wish to be satisfied." Accordingly, he instantly appeared in Venerable Anuruddha's presence and sat down on the seat that had been already prepared. Then the Buddha presented the missing eighth thought, saying, "Anuruddha, well done, well done. The 9 supermundane states can be fulfilled only in him who has few wants, but not in him who has many. The 9 supermundane states can be fulfilled in him who is wise, but not in him who is foolish. Anuruddha, your reflections belong to the noble ones. Anuruddha, as it is the case with you, proceed to the 8th reflection, which is, the 9 supermundane states can be fulfilled in him who takes delight in nibbana that is free from sasra, from the expanding papanka factors, craving, ta, conceit, mana, and wrong view, dihai, but not in him who takes delight only in the expanding papanka factors. Thus did the Buddha provide the missing 8th thought of a great man. The Buddha then continued to preach elaborately to Venerable Anuruddha so that, while engaging in these 8 reflections, he could easily be absorbed in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th mundane absorptions, jhana, and that while absorbed in the 4 mundane absorptions, jhana, he could easily have the 4-fold course of practice belonging to the lineage of the noble ones, Arya Vesa Papad. 1. Contentment in robes, Savara Santosa. 2. Contentment in food, Pyapta Santosa, including medicine. 3. Contentment in dwelling, Senasana Santosa. 4. Delight in meditation, Bhavanarma. The elaborate preaching of the same may be read in the commentary to the Discourse on the Lineage of the Noble Ones, Arya Vesa Sutta, and 4.28. After teaching this, the Buddha thought about the right dwelling for Venerable Anuruddha, a place that would suit his meditation, and he came to know that the bamboo grove would be the right place. Accordingly, he advised Venerable Anuruddha, saying, "Anuruddha, as the bamboo grove is suitable for your dwelling, observe the rain's retreat, Vasa, in this bamboo grove in the country of Satya." Having advised him thus, the Buddha disappeared and reappeared at Basaka forest, where he expounded the 8 thoughts of a great man, Mahā Kassapa, in detail to the monks there. After the Buddha's departure, Venerable Anuruddha put great efforts into his ascetic practice and soon, during the next rain's retreat, Vasa, became an arahat, the exhaustion of the pollutants, asava. The state endowed with the 3-fold knowledge of previous lives, Pubnavesa a with Makrane, knowledge of the divine I, Dibakaku a with Makrane, and knowledge of the destruction of the pollutants, Asavakya a with Makrane. He then became elated and thought, "Oh, seeing my mental conditions, the exalted Buddha came and provided me with the 8 thoughts of a great man, Mahā Kassapa. My heart's desire also has now been fulfilled to the highest degree indeed." Paying attention to the Buddha's discourse and the supermundane states, Venerable Anuruddha uttered a solemn utterance as in the Discourse on the Great Thoughts, Mahāvittaka Sutta, and 8.30. Mama Sakapa Manaya, Satha Lok Anataro, Mano Mayina Kaina, Idiya Upasakami. The Fortunate One, who is the teacher of devas and humans, who is peerless in the 3 worlds, knew my thoughts and, in his mind made body, approaching by means of his psychic powers, and through his supernormal powers, he came to my presence in a moment. Yathami ahu sakapo tato atari dise, nipapanka rato budo nipapankam adase. To me occurred the thoughts of the Noble One in the 7-fold manner. The exalted Buddha taught me, out of compassion, the 8th thought which is higher than the 7 reflections of mine. The Buddha, who is named the Omniscient One, the best of the world, who delights in the unconditioned nibbana that is truly free from the 3 sasra expanding factors, papanka, taught me, out of compassion, the unconditioned nibbana that is truly free from the 3 sasra expanding factors, papanka. Tasha Dhammam Anaya Visi Sasane Rato, Tiso Vija Anapada Kata Buddhasa Sana. I, Anuruddha, having comprehended the Dhamma taught by that Buddha, named the Omniscient One, the best of the world, lived in bliss in this very existence, always being delighted in the attainment of fruition in the dispensation of the 3 trainings. The 3-fold knowledge, starting with knowledge of past lives, Pubnavesa a with Makrane, is known by me. I have labored and put it into practice, reaching the goal of becoming an arahat, the teaching of the 3-fold training of the omniscient Buddha, the head of the world. Foremost title achieved. Thereafter, when the Buddha was staying at the Jetavana monastery, he convened a meeting, in which he declared a large number of monks as foremost itad aga in their respective attainments, and he admired Venerable Anuruddha, saying, Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknadibaba kakhukna yad ida Anuruddho. Monks among my disciples who are endowed with the divine eye, Dibba Kakhu, Anuruddha is the foremost. Saying thus, the Buddha declared Venerable Anuruddha as the foremost itad aga in acquiring the divine eye. Herein it may be asked, why did the Buddha appoint Anuruddha only, despite the presence of other arahats with the 3 understandings and arahats with the 6 deep knowledges who had attained the divine eye too? The answer is, it was true that other arahats with the 3 understandings and the 6 deep knowledges had attained divine eye too, but they did not make use of it as much as Venerable Anuruddha did. When Venerable Anuruddha went on alms round, except in partaking of food at all times, he developed the light Kaja, Aloka Kaja, and surveyed beings by the psychic powers of his divine eye. In this way, Venerable Anuruddha gained the 5-fold mastery of the divine eye and became more experienced than the other arahats. This was the reason for the Buddha declaring him the foremost itad aga in this particular field of attainment. The alternative answer is this: Venerable Anuruddha had done meritorious deeds for a period of 100,000 eons with the aim of acquiring this particular declaration of being foremost in attaining the divine eye. Accordingly, in this existence too, which was his last, in which his perfections and aspirations were fulfilled, he made use of the divine eye more than any other arahat, as he had inclination to do so, which was derived from his past resolution, and so the declaration was made by the Buddha. Picking up a rag robe offered by a deva. Based on the commentary to the Dhamma verses, DHP 93. While the Buddha was sojourning at Vivana, Rajagaha, Venerable Anuruddha was looking for rags, from which a robe was to be made, at dust heaps and other places. A deity named Jalini, who happened to be his wife 3 existences ago, was living in Tvatisa. Seeing that Venerable Anuruddha was searching for rags, she brought 3 pieces of divine cloth, each 13 cubits long and 4 cubits broad. But she thought, if I offer these pieces of divine cloth in this shape, Venerable Anuruddha may not accept them. So she left them at a dust heap ahead of Venerable Anuruddha, who was seeking rags. She did so in such a way so that only the edges of the pieces could be seen. When Venerable Anuruddha went there in search of rags, he saw the edges of the pieces of divine cloth. He picked them up at that very place and departed thinking that they were the best quality. On the day Venerable Anuruddha was making robes, the Buddha, in the company of 500 monks, visited Venerable Anuruddha's dwelling and took his seat. The senior venerables, belonging to the community of 80 disciples, were also seated at the same place where the robe-making was undertaken. Venerable Kassapa, Venerable Sāriputta, and Venerable Ananda helped him in making the robes, taking their seats at the starting part, at the middle, and at the far end respectively. Other monks also came to assist him by making sewing threads, while the Buddha himself put the thread through the eye of the needle. Venerable Moggallāna roamed about collecting other necessary things for the stitching. The deity Jalini entered the city and announced, "Citizens, the exalted Buddha, in the company of the 80 Arahat disciples, together with the 500 monks, is staying at the monastery to stitch robes for our master Venerable Anuruddha. Go to the monastery and offer rice gruel and other edible things." Thus the deity urged the womenfolk to assemble with the food. Venerable Moggallāna brought bunches of jambu plums during the rest period, just before the mealtime. The 500 monks could not finish the fruit. Sakka, the lord of the Devas, leveled the ground at the stitching site. Therefore, the ground looked like a place spread with liquid lac. The leftover food, such as gruel, solid things, and rice, were plenty. Then the monks blamed Venerable Anuruddha, saying, "What is the use of bringing these kinds of food in such large quantities? In fact, you should have noted the amount of food required and should have asked your relatives, male and female servants and supporters, saying, 'Bring only this much.'" Perhaps Venerable Anuruddha wanted us to know that he has a large number of relatives, servants, and supporters. Then the Buddha asked them what they were talking about, and when they told him what they were talking about, the Buddha asked them, "Monks, do you think all these foods were caused to be brought by Anuruddha?" When the monks replied in the affirmative, the Buddha said, "Monks, never does my dear son Anuruddha beg the 4 requisites in this amount. As a matter of fact, Arahats never speak with an emphasis on the requisites. This food occurred by the power of a deity. Having thus responded, the Buddha uttered the following verse in order to give a discourse, DHP 93. Yasasava parak, aher ca anasido, sanato animido ca, vamako yasa gakero, 1230. A case va sakuntna pada tassa duranaya. O monks, my dear sons, an arahat, in whom the four pollutants, asava sense desires, kama, continuation, bhava, wrong views, daihi, and ignorance, avijja, are destroyed without leaving even the slightest traces, is not attached to food with craving, ta, and wrong views, daihi. In his attainment of fruition, he always resorts to nibbana, known as the freedom of emptiness, sanata vimukha. As there is no passion, raga, hatred, dosa, or delusion, moha, in it. Nibbana, also known as the causeless freedom animitta vimukha, is absolutely liberated from such causes as passion, hatred, and delusion. Nibbana is also known as freedom of desirelessness, apayita vimukha, as it is absolutely liberated from such desires as passion, hatred, and delusion. Just as what is in the air is trodden by the feet, touched by the breath, the head and the wings of the bird that flies in the air, is impossible to know, even so his attainment of the element of nibbana after death is impossible to know for ordinary individuals. By the end of the discourse, a large multitude attained stream entry, Sotapatti Phala, and other attainments.
Ven. Bhaddiya.
This chapter on the jewel of the saga contains two venerable Bhaddiyas, one being this Bhaddiya, and the other being Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya, about whom we will tell his story next. The former Bhaddiya was one of the 6 Sakyan princes who became monastics, as has been told in the story of Venerable Anuruddha. Aspiration in the past. This Bhaddiya was a son of a wealthy family in the lifetime of the Buddha Pajamuttara, 100,000 eons ago. He went to the monastery in the same way as was told in the story of Anuruddha, to listen to the Dhamma. That day he saw the Buddha declare a monk as the foremost etad aga, among those belonging to high family, Akka Kalika. He became instantly inspired, thinking, I should also become one like him in the dispensation of a future Buddha. Accordingly, he invited the Sangha headed by the Buddha to a great alms-giving Mahādana, performed for 7 days. Thereafter, prostrating at the feet of the Buddha, he said, Exalted Buddha, I do not long for a luxurious life as a result of my great gift, Mahādana, but I do wish to become a monk who is foremost among those of high family. Surveying the future, the Buddha foresaw that his wish would be fulfilled and said, This wish of yours will be fulfilled. 100,000 eons from now, the Buddha Gautama will arise. Then will you become one declared foremost among the monks who come from a superior family. Having predicted this, the Buddha gave a discourse of appreciation concerning the meal and left for the monastery. After receiving the prediction, he acquired good works conducive to that end and had seats for teachers made and donated. He had coverings for the seats made and donated. He donated fans for teachers' use while teaching. He gave offerings in honor of teachers, and lights outside the hall of discipline, Sima. In this way, he performed deeds of merit till the end of his life. On passing away, he was reborn either in divine or human abodes. Sometime between the Buddhas Kassapa and Gautama, he was reborn as a householder's son in the city of Braz. At that time, a large number of Pakska Buddhas came from Mount Gandhamadana to Braz and, having taken their seats on the bank of the river Ganges, where water was plenty, 1231, they partook of their food. Knowing that the Pakska Buddhas always went to that site and had their meals, the householder, the future Bhaddiya, placed 8 great stone slabs there as his donation and gave the Pakska Buddhas food as long as he lived. Ascetic life in his final existence. During the interval between the 2 Buddhas, Kassapa and Gautama, lasting innumerable eons, Buddhantarasakya, he was reborn only in the realms of Devas and human, and in the lifetime of this Buddha, his rebirth was that of a Sakyan prince in the city of Kapalavathu. He was named Bhaddiya by his parents. When he came of age, he became a leading prince amongst the 6 Sakyan princes, who all ordained along with the barber Upali. While the Buddha was sojourning in the mango grove near the town of Anyapia, he received ordination as a monastic and became an arahat in the rain's retreat, Vasa, of the same year. After attaining, as he lived in the bliss of fruition attainment, Phala Samapatti, and uttered with joy, "Blissful I am, blissful I am." Worldling monastics did not know of his attainment and misunderstood him, thinking he uttered it from recalling his previous princely luxuries. They reported it to the Buddha. The account of this may be read in the Exalted Utterances, Udana 2.10. Foremost title achieved. At a later time, while the Buddha was staying at the Jetavana monastery, he addressed the monastics regarding Venerable Bhaddiya. Itad aga bikhave mama svakna bikna kalikna yad ida badio ki, godaya pudo. Monks, among my monastic disciples belonging to a high family, Bhaddiya, son of Kigid, is the foremost. Speaking thus in praise of him, the Buddha declared that Venerable Bhaddiya was the foremost, Itad aga, among those of high birth. Herein, the original name of Venerable Bhaddiya's mother was Goda. As she was slightly dark, she was called Kigid, the Sakyan princess. Hence Venerable Bhaddiya's name Kigidhaputta Bhaddiya. Bhaddiya, the son of Kigid. Kigid was the oldest of all Sakyan princesses. At the time the Bodhisattva became a Buddha, his father, King Suddhodana, was over 90. He was not strong enough then to perform his duties as a leading monarch unlike when he was younger. Therefore, he must have been the nominal head of the Sakyan princes. So Bhaddiya was elected king, the choice was made from the senior to the junior families, and it therefore fell upon him. But the prince gave up his kingship of the Sakyans and became a monk. Hence, his appointment as the foremost amongst the monks belonging to a high family. Alternatively, Venerable Bhaddiya had been king for 500 successive existences as a result of his resolution made in the past. Hence, his title as foremost amongst those belonging to a high family. Seven. Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya. Aspiration in the past. This Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya was a son of a wealthy householder in the city of Hasavat, in the lifetime of Buddha Pajamuttara, and in the way mentioned in the story of Venerable Anuruddha, he went to the monastery to listen to a discourse. At that time, the Buddha declared a monk as the foremost, Itad aga, in having a very sweet voice. Seeing this, he became inspired to become like that monk in the lifetime of a future Buddha. So he invited the Sangha headed by the Buddha and gave them a great alms-giving Mahādana for 7 days. Thereafter, he made supplication, "Exalted Buddha, I do not wish for any other result on account of this alms-giving but to be declared a monk who is foremost, Itad aga, among those who has a sweet voice, in the dispensation of a future Buddha." So saying, he prostrated at the Buddha's feet. Surveying the householder's future, the Buddha saw that his wish would be fulfilled. He therefore said, "Your wish will come true. 100,000 eons from now, Buddha Gautama will appear. Then you will become a monk in his dispensation and be declared foremost among those possessing a sweet voice." Having predicted thus, the Buddha returned to the monastery. Life as Siddhapada Cuckoo. Having received the prediction, the son of the wealthy man performed good deeds till his death and was reborn only in the realms of devas and humans. When the Buddha Vipassi appeared, he was a cuckoo named Siddhapada and lived in the Kema Deer Park. One day, he flew to the Himavanta and came back carrying a sweet mango in his beak. While seeing the Buddha surrounded by monks, it occurred to him, "On other days, I saw the Buddha but I had nothing to offer. However, I have brought this ripe mango today for my children to eat. I shall bring them some other fruit, but this mango I shall offer the Buddha." Then he flew down and was hovering overhead, but not resting on the ground yet. Perceiving the cuckoo's thought, Buddha Vipassi looked at his attendant, Venerable Asoka, who took out the alms bowl from its bag and placed it in the hand of the Buddha. Then the cuckoo put the mango, which he had brought in his beak, into the Buddha's bowl as his offering. At that very place the Buddha ate it while sitting. Filled with faith, Sada, the cuckoo repeatedly reflected on the attributes of the Buddha as much as he had understood them, and having paid respects to the Buddha, he returned to his nest where he remained for a week without even searching for food, instead spending the time feeling joyous and happy. In his life as Sāriputta cuckoo, this much of his good deeds was done. As a result of this, Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya voice was very sweet and pleasant. Life as a master carpenter. During the time of the Buddha Kassapa, the future Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya became a master carpenter. After the Buddha's parinibbana, his devotees discussed building the only shrine for the single body relic. The main disagreement was about the size of the shrine. Some said, it should be 7 leagues. Some said, 7 leagues is too big, and the construction will not be finished. Let us make it 6 leagues. Some said, 6 leagues is still too big, and the construction will not be finished. Let us make it 5 leagues. In this way, the size was reduced to 4 leagues, 3 leagues, 2 leagues. Then the master carpenter, the future great elder Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya, as he was chief at the meeting, decided, friends, come. No matter who said what, let us build a shrine, Satya, which is easy to repair in the future. So saying, he took the measuring rope and went to the construction site. While measuring, he made the length of 1 mile and said, let each side of the shrine be 1 mile so that the 4 sides will make a league. As it will be a league at the base, so will be its height. The carpenter thus brought the discussion to an end. In agreement with him, the people built the relic shrine, Datu Satya, which was 1 mile on each side and 1 league in total and was 1 league in height. In this way, the master carpenter decided the size and the construction of the shrine dedicated to the Buddha, who possessed incomparable attributes. Ascetic life in his final existence. As a result of his decision on the small size of the shrine of the Buddha, the possessor of unique attributes, he was small-bodied, shorter than others in all his subsequent existences, and in his last existence in the lifetime of our Buddha, he was born in a wealthy family in the city of Savatthi. His parents named him Bhaddiya. When the wealthy son Bhaddiya came of age, and while the Buddha was residing at Jetavana, he went to the monastery and listened to the Dhamma. So great was his faith that he was ordained and learned a meditation subject from the Buddha. Putting effort into insight vipassana practice, he became an arahat. Teachings around Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya. Herein, the worthy and inspiring discourses in connection with the great elder will be reproduced in brief. This is a summary of the first discourse about Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya, Pahama Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya Sutta, UD 7.1. After becoming a monk, he took a meditation subject from the Buddha and engaged in insight practice and attained stream entry, Sotapadiphala, first. At that time, learners, Sekha, such as stream enterers, Sotapanna, once returners, Sakadagami, and non-returners, Anagami, approached Venerable Sāriputta to ask him for meditation subjects, or sermons, or answers to their problems for the sake of higher attainments. In complying with their requests, Venerable Sāriputta explained to them how to meditate. He gave them sermons and answered their questions. As the monks continued to strive, some became once returners, Sakadagami, some non-returners, Anagami. Some became arahats and acquired the threefold knowledge, the sixfold psychic power, or the 4 analytical knowledges. Seeing these monks and poising himself to seize an opportunity for his own uplift, Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya reflected on his stoutness of heart and his being almost devoid of defilements. And reflecting thus, he approached Venerable Sāriputta and exchanged greetings with him and made a request for a discourse. Venerable Sāriputta, on his part, gave a discourse that was in harmony with the young Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya's inclination. In accordance with Venerable Sāriputta's discourse, Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya developed his insight vipassana, wisdom along the lines set out in the teaching. On account of the 2 factors, the might of Venerable Sāriputta's teaching and Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya's possession of deeds of merit done in the past, the latter's insight knowledge improved, culminating in awakening. Fully aware of this, the Buddha, at that time uttered a solemn utterance as follows, UD 7.1. Uda adho sabati vipamudo, ayaham asmi ti ananupasi, eva vimudo udatari oga, asha pubba apunabhavaya. An arahat, who has destroyed the pollutants, asava, is freed from above, uda, from the material elements, rupa dhatu, and the immaterial elements, arupa dhatu, as well as from below, adho, from the elements of sensual pleasure, kama dhatu, and also with regard to all kinds, sabati, of formations, is freed in the manner of the three kinds of deliverance. Deliverance by elimination, vikambana vimudi, deliverance by cutting off, samukkata vimudi, and deliverance by calming, pipasati vimudi. That arahat, who has destroyed his pollutants, asava, no longer wrongly sees through conceit and false view, with regard to the five aggregates of form, feeling, perception, volitions, and consciousness, taking it as, this really I am. The arahat, who has thus been delivered in all ways from the 10 fetters and all unwholesome things, has crossed the fourfold whirlpool or the whirlpool of sasra, which he had never dreamed to do before the attainment of the noble path. He had crossed over to the other shore through total extinction, anupadasisa nibbana, and stands blissfully there, taking no new birth. As has been described in the first discourse, Sutta, while meditating based on the first advice received from Venerable Sāriputta, Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya became an arahat. But Venerable Sāriputta was unaware of this through lack of reflection, and still thought, 1234, that Bhaddiya was a learner. This is a summary of the second discourse about Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya, Dutiya Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya Sutta, UD 7.2. On a later day, Venerable Sāriputta taught him again in detail how to reach awakening by doubling the length of the discourse and touching upon many points, just as a very generous supporter, when asked for a little, would lavishly give more than what was required. On his part, Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya did not react by thinking, now that I have done my duty as a monk, what is the use of this teaching of his? Instead, he listened to the teaching as before, with all reverence to the Dhamma Gaurava. Seeing the situation, the Buddha, staying at the Jetavana monastery of Savatthi, uttered a solemn utterance by means of his supernormal power so that Venerable Sāriputta might come to know of the destruction of the moral pollutants by Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya, UD 7.2. Akechi va vyaga nursa, vasukha sarita na sandati, chinna va navatati, esavanto dukasa. In an arahat, who has destroyed the pollutants, asava, the round of moral defilements, kilesa va, is cut off. An arahat, who has destroyed the pollutants, asava, and reached the wonderful bliss of nibbana, is free from craving. In an arahat who has destroyed the pollutants, asava, the morally defiling river of craving that has flowed steadily has been dried up by the fourth sun of the arahat path in the way the five great rivers were, because of the rising of the fourth sun when the world was on the verge of devolution. By no means does the river like craving flow any longer. The round of action that has been cut, the way the tree is uprooted, and never repeats its being. The absence of the round of results due to the cutting off of the round of passion and actions is the end of suffering. Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya's virtues. This is a summary of the further discourse about Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya, Apara Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya Sutta, UD 7.5. Once, while the Buddha was staying at Jetavana in Savatthi, a large number of monastics visited him. At that time, Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya, after going on alms round with many other monks in a village, having finished his meal, washed his alms bowl, dried it, put it in its bag, and carried it on his shoulder by means of a sling. He folded his outer garment and put it on his left shoulder. He had all forms of pleasant deportment, such as stepping forward, stepping backward, looking straight forward, looking sideward, bending, stretching, and casting down his eyes. He set out on foot to the Buddha with his mind well concentrated by both mindfulness, sati, and clear comprehension, sampajana, treading evenly on the forefootstep with the hind footstep. When he went thus, he did not mix with others but followed behind them because he led a solitary life, aka carry. Another explanation. His ugly dwarfish body structure brought jeers and contempt from such worldly monks as the group of 6, Chabagya. Remembering this, the considerate Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya thought, may these few worldly monks not develop unwholesomeness on account of me. And hence he followed behind them. In this manner, These monastics and Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya arrived in Savatthi and entered the Jetavana monastery and approached where the Buddha was. Seeing from a distance the pleasant deportment of Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya who was following behind the monks, it occurred to the Buddha thus: "These monks do not know the greatness of my son. Therefore, some of these worldly monks have overwhelmed my son with contempt and jeers. Such actions will bring them no benefit but cause suffering for a long time. Now, the time has come for me to reveal the virtues of my son to them and thereby set him free from their acts of contempt." So the Buddha asked the monks, "Do you see, monks, that monastic who came behind you and who was bullied by some worldly monks with their mocking remarks because of his ugly dwarfish frame?" "Yes, we do, exalted Buddha," answered the monks. Then the Buddha said, "Monks, this monastic is of great supernormal power. There is almost no absorption, jhana, in which he has not engaged." That is to say, the monk had experience in all the absorptions, jhana, such as the attainment of form absorption, rupa samapatti, the attainment of formless absorption, arupa samapatti, the attainment of the four sublime states, brahma vihara samapatti, the attainment of cessation, nirodha samapatti, and fruition attainment, phala samapatti. By this statement, Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya's possession of supernormal powers is indicated. Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya has personally become an arahat, even in this present life, by realizing it through extraordinary intelligence, the arahat fruition that is the goal of the peerless and noble practice sought after by those clansmen who rightly chose to leave household life for monkhood. That is to say, he is a monk who has continuously been absorbed in arahat fruition attainment, phala samapatti. By this statement, Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya's possession of might was manifested. Arahat fruition attainment, phala samapatti, was enjoyed by the noble Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya. Hence it was his splendor, anubhava. After saying thus, the Buddha also spoke a solemn utterance in verse as follows, UD 7.5. Neligo sita pachado, ekaro vatati ratho, anga pasayanta, chinna soda abandana. Behold carefully this chariot-like body frame of my son Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya. It consists of the wheel, the principal component part of the chariot equal to the flawless morality of an arahat. The coverings of the chariot are equal to the white and clean emancipation of an arahat. The spokes of the wheel of the chariot equal to the incomparable mindfulness of an arahat. The chariot-like body frame of my bosom son Bhaddiya moves about in full swing, even without lubrication. Following from behind a large number of monks, he has no suffering of defilement. All the oil of craving has been eliminated. He had none of the 10 fetters. Here, the Buddha was so overjoyed because of the virtues of Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya that he urged others to have a look at Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya's body. Others' accounts and teachings concerning Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya may be noted from commentary to the Dhamma verses. Dhammapada, DHP 262-61. The commentary to the verses of the elder monks, Lakunḍaka Bhaddiyathra Gatha, page 466, etc. Foremost title achieved. At a later time, while the Buddha was staying at Jetavana and holding a meeting, he declared, in respect of Venerable Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya, Itad aga bikhave mama svakna, biknamajasarna yad ida Lakunḍaka Bhaddiyo. Monks, Lakunḍaka Bhaddiya is the foremost, Itad aga, among my disciples having a sweet voice. Venerable Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja. Aspiration in the past. The future Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja was reborn in a family of lions during the lifetime of Buddha Pajamuttara and lived, moving about for food at the foot of a mountain. One morning, when the Buddha surveyed the world, he saw the lion having the potential to attain the paths, the fruitions, and nibbana. Accordingly, the Buddha made his alms round in the city of Hasavat, and in the afternoon, while the lion was in search of food, he entered the lion's den and sat absorbed in the attainment of cessation, nirodha samapatti, with his legs crossed in midair. When the lion came back from his search for food and stood at the entrance of the den, he saw the Buddha miraculously sitting in midair, and it occurred to him thus: "This man, who has come to my place, is able to sit in midair. This noble personage must be great and worthy of honor indeed. As he is worth honoring, he is able to sit cross-legged in midair in the cave. His body light also spreads and flashes everywhere. I have never seen such a miracle. This noble individual must be the best of all who ought to be honored. I too should do honor to him to the best of my ability. So thinking, the lion brought all kinds of terrestrial and watery flowers from the forest and spread them on the ground up to the height where the Buddha was sitting. Then he stood right in front of the Buddha, worshipping him. The next day, he discarded the withered flowers and replaced them with fresh ones to make a similar seat, and with it, honored the Buddha. In this way, the lion made floral seats for 7 days, and he took great delight in it. At the same time, he acted as a guard at the entrance of the cave, honoring the Buddha thereby. On the 7th day, the Buddha emerged from his attainment of cessation, Nirodha Samapatti, and stood at the cave's entrance. Then the lion circumambulated him 3 times, keeping him to his right, and paid homage to him from the 4 cardinal points, and stood still after stepping back. The Buddha, having realized that such a performance of meritorious deeds was efficacious enough for his attainment of the paths and fruitions, rose into the sky and returned to the monastery. Life as son of a wealthy merchant. As for the lion, because he was separated from the Buddha, he felt very unhappy, and after his death took rebirth in the family of a wealthy, Mahā Kassapa, merchant in Hasvit city. On coming of age, he went along one day with other citizens, and while listening to the Buddha's teaching, he saw him declaring a monk, the best among those who spoke boldly on the paths and fruitions. As in the case of the pervious venerables, the merchant's son performed a great alm-giving Mahādana to the Buddha for 7 days and aspired after a similar position in future. Seeing that the man's wish would be fulfilled, the Buddha predicted to that effect. After receiving the prophecy, the merchant's son did good works till his death. When he passed away from that life, he was never reborn in the suffering states for 100,000 eons, but, instead, alternatively in the realms of devas and human beings. Ascetic life in his final existence. Having been reborn thus from the human realm to the Deva realm and vice versa, Piṇḍola was born into the family of a wealthy Brahmin, in the city of Rajagaha, during the lifetime of the present Buddha, and was named Bhāradvāja. When Bhāradvāja came of age, he studied the 3 Vedas, and when he had accomplished his studies, he became a teacher, going from place to place and teaching 500 Brahmin youths. As he himself was a teacher, at every feeding place he personally received the food rather aggressively. As he was somewhat greedy with regard to food, he emphatically looked for food together with his students, asking, "Where is gruel available? Where is rice obtained?" On account of his wandering and longing for food wherever he was, he came to be known as Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja, Bhāradvāja, the seeker of food. At a later time, Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja suffered economic misfortune and became poor. One day the Buddha went to Rajagaha and gave a discourse. After listening to the discourse, the Brahmin developed faith and took ordination as a monastic. Those who had joined the Buddhist Sangha were generally known by their clan name. Therefore, the monastic should have been known as Bhāradvāja. But he was not. Instead, he was called Venerable Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja. The reason for this was that he carried a pot-like bowl and ate a bowlful of gruel, or a bowlful of cakes and a bowl of rice. Then other monks told the Buddha of the monk's gluttony. The Buddha forbade his use of the bag for the bowl, so the poor monk had to keep it upside down under the couch. When he kept it, he pushed it under the couch, causing a friction between the brim of the bowl and the rough ground. When he took it out, the same thing happened. As time went by, because of the repeated frictions, the bowl, which originally was big like an enormous pot, became a bowl with the capacity of cooked rice from a small measure, amba, of uncooked rice. Then the monks reported the matter to the Buddha, who from that time onwards permitted Venerable Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja to use the bag. Thus Venerable Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja was like one who adopted monkhood for food. Hence he was called Piṇḍola. Because he belonged to the Bhāradvāja clan, he was named Bhāradvāja. Therefore, after becoming a monastic, he was called Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja, a 2-word name. At a later time, when he strove to engage in development of the sense faculties, Indriya Bhavana, he became an Arahat, Arahata Phala. After becoming an Arahat, He went from one dwelling place to another, from one monastic compound to another, carrying a curved iron rod used as a key and fearlessly roaring a lion's roar. Those who have doubt as regards the path and the fruition, let them ask me. A detailed account of this should be taken from the translation of the discourse concerning Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja, Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja Sutta, SN 48.49. One day he brought down, by means of his supernatural power, the sandalwood bowl that was hanging in the air from the top of a bamboo pole which was supported by a series of other poles to the height of 60 cubits by a wealthy merchant of Rajagaha. Surrounded by applauding people, Venerable Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja went to the Vivana monastery and placed the bowl in the hand of the Buddha. Although knowing about it, the Buddha asked, "Dear son Bhāradvāja, from where did you get this bowl?" When Venerable Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja explained, the master said, "You, dear son, have shown a superhuman state, Atari Manasa Dhamma. The absorptions, jhana, paths, magga, and fruitions, phala, that surpass the 10 wholesome courses of action belonging to men, kasala kama patha, just for an unworthy gain. You, dear son, have done something that should not be done." Beginning with these words, the Buddha rebuked Venerable Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja in many ways and set up a rule that forbade the performance of miracles. Afterwards, 3 kinds of talk occurred amongst the monastics with regard to his virtues. 1. Venerable Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja, who was also known as the Great Elder Sahanati, as he was in the habit of making bold speeches, on the day he became an arahat, fearlessly announced, "Those who have doubts about the paths and the fruitions, let them ask me." 2. He reported his attainment of awakening to the Buddha, whereas other venerables kept silent. 3. He flew up and brought down the sandalwood bowl of the Rajagaha merchant. The monastics told the Buddha of these 3 virtues put together. As it was the nature of Buddhas to reproach what should be reproached and to admire what should be admired, the Buddha only selected what was worth admiring, and said in praise, "Monks, by developing his 3 faculties and by repeatedly reflecting on them, the monk Bhāradvāja declared his awakening, saying, 'I know that there is no more rebirth for me, I have practiced the noble practice, that what was to be done has been done, and I have nothing else to do concerning the path.'" What are the 3 faculties? The faculty of mindfulness, Satindriya, the faculty of concentration, Samadhindriya, the faculty of wisdom, Panindriya. By developing and by repeatedly reflecting on them, he declares he is an arahat, saying, "I know that there is no more rebirth for me, concerning the path. I have practiced the noble practice, that what was to be done has been done, and I have nothing further to do concerning the path." Monks, in what do these 3 faculties end? They end in bringing about destruction. But destruction of what? The destruction of rebirth, old age, and death. Monks, as he knew full well that he had no more rebirth, old age, and death, the monk Bhāradvāja speaks of his being an arahat. "I know that there is no more rebirth for me, that I have practiced the noble practice, that what was to be done has been done, and that I have nothing else to do concerning the path." The Buddha spoke thus in praise of Venerable Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja. It was this very great elder who gave a discourse to King Udina of Kosambi and established him as a lay devotee in the 3 treasures. See the discourse concerning Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja, Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja Sutta, SN 48.49. Foremost title achieved. While holding a ceremony at a later time, the Buddha declared admiringly of Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja as follows, "Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknasha indikna yad ida Piṇḍola Bhāradvājo." Monks of my disciple monastics, who fearlessly speak like a lion's roar, Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja is the foremost, Itad aga. Thus the Buddha appointed Venerable Piṇḍola Bhāradvāja as the foremost, Itad aga, amongst those making a lion's roar, Siha Nataka. (9) Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa. The Venerable's original name was Puṇṇa. Since he was the son of Venerable Ko's sister, Mant, the Brahmin lady, he was known as Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa. Aspiration in the past. The man of good family who would become Mantāniputta was born into the wealthy Brahmin family, in the city of Hasavat, before Buddha Pajamuttara appeared 100,000 eons ago. On his naming day, his parents and relatives gave him the name Gautama. On coming of age, the Brahmin youth Gautama, son of a wealthy Brahmin, studied the 3 Vedas and also became skillful in all crafts. While going from place to place in the company of 500 youths who were his pupils, he reflected on the Vedas, and on seeing in them no means for liberation from Sasra, it occurred to him, like the trunk of a banana plant, these Vedas are smooth outside but there is no substance inside. My wandering with attachment to them resembles an act of grinding the chaff in the hope of getting rice. What is the use of these 3 Vedas? There is no use at all for me. Again he pondered, I shall adopt an ascetic life and develop the absorptions, jhana, based on the sublime states, Brahma Vihara. Being one who never falls off from such absorptions, I shall take rebirth in the Brahma realm. Pondering thus, he went together with his 500 pupils to the foot of a hill and lived there as an ascetic. The followers of the ascetic Gautama were matted hair recluses numbering 18,000. The master Gautama himself was accomplished in the 5 mundane psychic powers and the 8 mundane absorptions, and taught his 18,000 disciples how to develop concentration of mind by means of certain meditation devices. Following the teaching of their master, the 18,000 disciples also became accomplished in the 5 mundane psychic powers and the 8 mundane absorptions. In this way, as time went by, when the master Gautama became old, the Buddha Pajamuttara was living amidst them with 100,000 monastics and having his native Hasavat city as his resort for food. One day at daybreak, when the Buddha surveyed the world of sentient beings, he saw the potentials of the recluse disciples of Gautama. He also foresaw that, with my visit to the ascetic Gautama, he will aspire to be foremost, itad aga, among those who could proclaim the Dhamma well in the dispensation of a Buddha to come. Accordingly, he cleansed himself, took his bowl and robe and went in the guise of an insignificant man and stood at the entrance of Gautama's hermitage, while the recluse's disciples were away in search of herbs and fruit. Although he had not known beforehand that the Buddha Pajamuttara had appeared, the ascetic teacher Gautama, on seeing the Buddha, guessed it was the great man from a distance. Considering the physical perfection of this noble visitor, such a personality could become a universal monarch if he were to live a household life, but if he were to live an ascetic life, he could become a genuine omniscient Buddha, who burst opens the roof of the defilements, kilesa. Therefore, this man appears to me as one liberated from the 3 worlds. As soon as he saw the Buddha, he bowed his head most respectfully and said, "Exalted Buddha, please come this way." So saying, he prepared and offered a seat to the Buddha, who then took the seat and taught Gautama. At that time, his pupils, the matted hair ascetics, returned. They had the thought, "We shall offer choice fruit and roots to our master, and as for us, we shall eat what remains." But they were surprised by the sight of the Buddha sitting in a high place and their master in a lower place. "Look, we have been roaming about under the impression that there was nobody else who was nobler than our master in the world. Now we have clearly seen a great man who let our master take a lower seat and who himself took a higher one. This noble person must be most honorable." So thinking, they went on, bringing their fruit baskets. The master Gautama, fearing that the pupils might respect him in the presence of the Buddha, asked them from a distance, "Pupils, do not pay homage to me. The Supreme One in the world of sentient beings, together with the Devas and Brahmas, who deserves the homage of all, is seated here. Pay homage to him." Trusting their teacher that he would not have spoken without knowing, they bowed at the feet of the Buddha. "Pupils, I have no other food to give to the Buddha. Let us offer him these fruits and roots." So saying, he put the choice ones into the Buddha's bowl. Only when the Buddha had partaken of the fruits and roots did the recluse and his pupils eat their shares. After partaking of the fruits as his meal, the Buddha wished, "May the 2 chief disciples come to me with 100,000 monastics." At that moment the chief disciple, Venerable Mahā considered, "Where has the fortunate one gone?" And knowing that the Buddha wishes for our visit, he appeared in front of the Buddha with his head bowed, together taking 100,000 monastics. Gautama addressed his pupils. "Pupils, we have nothing to offer to the assembly of monks. They have no choice but to stand miserably. Let us make seats of flowers for the Sangha headed by the Buddha." Bring aquatic flowers and terrestrial flowers quickly. The ascetic pupils instantly brought beautiful and fragrant flowers by their supernormal powers from the foot of the hill. And, in the way stated in the story of the great elder Sāriputta, they made floral seats. The engagement in the attainment of cessation absorption, Nirodha Samapatti-jhana, by the Buddha and his monks, the holding of floral umbrellas over them by the recluses, and all the other accounts should also be understood in the way as mentioned in the story of great elder Sāriputta. On the seventh day, when the Buddha emerged from the attainment of cessation absorption, Nirodha Samapatti-jhana, he saw the recluses, who were surrounding him, and asked a monastic disciple who was foremost, Itad Aga, in teaching, "Dear son, these recluses have done a great honor. Dear son, give them a discourse in appreciation of the floral seats." The Arahat took the command respectfully and gave an appreciative discourse after reflecting on the teaching. At the end of the discourse, the Buddha himself taught in addition the means leading to attainment of the paths and the fruitions in a voice that resembled a Brahma's. When the teaching ended, the 18,000 matted hair recluses became arahats, except only for their master Gautama. As the master, however, was unable to realize the truth in that life, he asked the Buddha, "Exalted Buddha, who is the monastic that gave a discourse earlier?" When the Buddha answered, "Ascetic Gautama, the monk who taught first is the foremost, Itad Aga, among those who are able to teach well in my dispensation." Gautama said, "Exalted Buddha, as the result of the merit of the service at Hikara, given to you may I, like the monk who taught me first, become the foremost, Itad Aga, among excellent teachers in the dispensation of a future Buddha." Having said thus, he prostrated at the feet of the Buddha. The Buddha surveyed the future and saw that the wish of the ascetic Gautama would be fulfilled without any doubt. Accordingly, he predicted, "In the future, 100,000 eons from now, Buddha Gautama will appear. Then you will become foremost among those who are excellent in teaching the Dhamma." And he called the ascetic pupils who had now become arahats, "Come, monks, itha bhikkhavo." Then the hair and beard of all the recluses disappeared immediately without being shaved, and they were instantly robed and readily equipped with alms bowls and robes created by miraculous power. Their ascetic appearance vanished, and they became like great disciples who were of 60 years, standing or 80 years of age. Buddha Pajamuttara returned to the monastery accompanied by the whole company of monks. Ascetic life in his final existence. Having rendered his service to the Buddha till the end of his life and performed good works to the best of his ability, the ascetic Gautama took rebirth only in the realm of devas or that of humans for 100,000 eons. At the time of our Buddha's appearance, he was reborn in a wealthy family in the Brahmin village of Doavathu. The child was named Phwa by his parents and relatives. Having attained the path and wisdom and become an arahat having omniscience, the Buddha taught the first discourse, and in the course of his journey, he stayed somewhere with Rajagaha as his resort for alms food. While the Buddha was staying there, Venerable Anasai Koa came to the Brahmin village of Doavathu, near Kapalavathu, and ordained Phwa the youth, the son of his sister, and taught him how to practice as a monk. The next day, Venerable Koa visited the Buddha, and having venerated him respectfully and sought permission, he went to the Chedanta forest, residing there till his death. Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa, however, did not go along with his uncle to the Buddha, for he thought, "I shall go to the Buddha only after attainment of awakening, the culmination of my duties as a monk." So he stayed behind in the city of Kapalavathu, and when he put great efforts in his endeavors, he soon became an arahat. From Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa, 500 clansmen took ordination. As he himself followed and practiced the 10 bases for speech, Kathavathu, he gave an exhortation to the 500 monks involving the 10 bases for speech. The 10 forms of speech, Kathavathu, are 1. Speech concerning few wants, Apika Katha. 2. Speech concerning easy contentment, Santahi Katha. 3. Speech concerning seclusion, Pavavika Katha. 4. Speech concerning freedom from the fivefold contact, Asasaga Katha. 5. Speech concerning industriousness, Viriya Katha. 6. Speech concerning morality, Sila Katha. 7. Speech concerning mental concentration, Samadhi Katha. 8. Speech concerning wisdom, Puṇṇa. 9. Speech concerning liberation, Vimudhi. And 10. Speech concerning reflective wisdom, Paccavecca. As he himself engaged in these 10 forms of speech, so did he advise these 10 to his followers. Being established in the exhortation of their teacher, all 500 monks worked to fulfill their ascetic duties and became arahats. Knowing about the culmination of becoming arahats by their performance of the ascetic duties, the 500 monks went to their preceptor, Upajjhaya, Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa, and waited upon him. And they said, "Venerable Sir, our ascetic works have culminated in their highest point by our becoming arahats. We also practiced the 10 bases for speech quite easily. The time has come for us to visit the Fortunate One." On hearing the words of the monks, 1241, Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa thought, "The Fortunate One knows my practice of the 10 bases for speech. When I teach, I always make it a point to give such a speech. If I now go with them, surely they will surround me. It is not befitting for me to visit the Buddha when surrounded by such a community of monastics. Let them go earlier and visit the Fortunate One first." So thinking, he said to the monks, "Dear friends, you please go ahead and visit the Fortunate One before me. Also, worship at the feet of the Fortunate One in my name. I shall follow along after you on the same road." The 500 monastics, who were all the natives of Kapilavatthu where the Buddha was born, who were all arahats, free from the pollutants, asava, and who had all made easy acquisition of the 10 bases for speech, accepted the advice of their preceptor. They arrived at the Vivana monastery of Rajagaha after covering a distance of 60 leagues, and having venerated the feet of the Buddha, they sat down at a proper place. Since it was a natural law, Dhammadasaya, of Buddhas to exchange greetings with visitors, the Buddha spoke sweet introductory words by asking, "How are you, monks? Are you fit and well?" And so on. He also put another question, "Where did you come from?" "We came from the region of Kapilavatthu, your birthplace," replied the monks. Then the Buddha asked, "Among the monks of the region of Kapilavatthu, my birthplace, who is admired by his fellow monastics as one of few wants, who speaks words of Dhamma connected with few wants?" As a priority, the Buddha asked this question of monastics who easily practiced the 10 bases for speech. The answer, given unanimously by the 500 monks, was, "Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa is like that, Venerable Sir." Overhearing the answer, Venerable Sāriputta was very keen to meet Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa. The Buddha thereafter went from Rajagaha to Savatthi. Learning of the Buddha's visit to Savatthi, Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa went alone to Savatthi and met the Buddha personally without any monks leading him. The Buddha gave him a discourse with reference to the 10 bases for speech, Kaccāyana. Having listened to the discourse, Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa paid his respects to the Buddha, and went to Anhavana forest in order to live in seclusion and spent the day at the foot of a tree. Hearing that Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa was on his way to Anhavana, Venerable Sāriputta followed him, continuously watching the head of the foregoing Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa from behind, lest he should lose sight of him. After waiting for a chance, Venerable Sāriputta, in the evening, approached the tree where Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa was. Having exchanged greetings with him, Venerable Sāriputta asked him about the 7 purities, the Suddhi. Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa answered each and every question. Then one expressed to the other his appreciation of their Dhamma talks. See the discourse on the relay chariots, Ratha Vinita Sutta, MN 24, for more details. Foremost title achieved. At a later time, in an assembly of monks, the Buddha spoke in praise of Venerable Mantāniputta Puṇṇa. Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknadhama kathikna yad ida puo Mantāniputto. Monks, among my monastic disciples who teach the Dhamma, Mantāniputta Puṇṇa is the foremost. Speaking thus, the Buddha placed the great elder foremost, Itad aga, among all excellent Dhamma teachers. Venerable Kaccāyana. Aspiration in the past. The good man, the future Kaccāyana, was brought up in a family of householders during the lifetime of the Buddha Pajamuttara. One day, he went to the monastery and stood at the edge of the audience listening to a discourse. Seeing the Buddha declare someone as foremost, Itad Agga, among those who were good at elaborately and analytically teaching the Dhamma which had been spoken of in brief, it occurred to him thus, "This monk is supreme indeed." He was praised by the Fortunate One as the best among those who can elaborate and teach in detail what is briefly taught by the Buddha. I too should become a monk with such a title in the dispensation of a future Buddha. So thinking, he invited the Buddha and performed a grand alms-giving Mahādana for 7 days in the way mentioned above. "Fortunate One," said the man, "as a result of this 7 days great alms-giving, I do not wish for any other bliss but to be the foremost Itad Agga, like the monk, who, 7 days ago, was declared as the best among those who can elaborately and analytically explain what has been briefly spoken." Having said thus, he prostrated at the feet of the Buddha. When the Buddha Pajamuttara surveyed the future, he saw that the man of good family's wish would be fulfilled. He therefore predicted saying, "Friend, at the end of 100,000 eons from now, there will appear the Buddha Gautama. In his dispensation, you will become the foremost Itad Agga, among those monastics who are able to expound in detail the meaning of the doctrines taught briefly." After giving an appreciative discourse, the Buddha left. Donation of gold bricks. Having performed meritorious deeds till he died, the man of good family was reborn either in the realm and the human world for 100,000 eons and was then reborn in a good family, in the city of Braz, during the lifetime of the Buddha Kassapa. When the Buddha entered Parinibbana, the man of good family went to the site where a gold shrine, Satya, was being built. There he donated bricks of gold worth 100,000 pieces of money in honor of the Buddha and made the following wish. "Exalted Buddha, in whichever plane of existence I am born, may the color of my body be gold." Ascetic life in his final existence. Having performed deeds of merit, he was reborn either in the realm or the human world for one immeasurable period, Asakya Kappa, during the interval between two Buddhas. In the lifetime of our Buddha, he was a son of the Brahmin chaplain in the city of Ujjaini. On his naming day, his father remarked, "My son, having a golden complexion, brings his own name." He was, therefore, named Kancana Gold by his parents and relatives. On reaching adulthood, the golden boy was accomplished in the 3 Vedas. When his father, the Brahmin chaplain, died, he succeeded him in the same post. As the Brahmin chaplain, he was also known by the name of his clan, which was Kaccāyana, which is a contracted form of Kaccāyana. King Kapajota summoned his ministers and said, "Ministers, a Buddha has emerged in the world. Those of you who are able to bring him to me may do so." The ministers unanimously replied, "Great King, no one except the Brahmin chaplain Kaccāyana is able to do so. He may be sent to bring the Buddha." The king then summoned him and said, "Friend Kaccāyana, go and bring the Buddha to me." "Noble king," replied Kaccāyana, "I shall go, provided I have your permission to become a monk." "Friend Kaccāyana, do whatever you want, but bring the Buddha." So saying, the king gave his permission, thinking, those who go to a Buddha should not do so in a large company. He went to the Buddha with the 7 others, he being the 8th. The Buddha taught a discourse. At the end of the discourse, the chaplain Kaccāyana became an arahat together with his 7 companions, all being endowed with the analytical knowledges, Paisambhadpada. Then the Buddha stretched out his right hand and called out, "Come, monks!" The hair and the beard of all 8 instantly disappeared, and alms bowl and robes created by a miracle, Iti Maya, appeared on their bodies. They achieved the ascetic life, and their appearances became like that of great disciples of 60 or 80 years standing. Having reached the apex of his monk's life, which was becoming an arahat, Venerable Kaccāyana did not forget, but requested the Buddha to visit the city of Ujjaini by reciting verses in praise of the journey, as did Venerable Kuti. Hearing the words of Venerable Kaccāyana, the Buddha came to know, "Kaccāyana wants me to go to Ujjaini." Buddhas do not set out to a place which is not worth visiting due to any reason. Therefore, he asked Venerable Kaccāyana, "Dear son, you alone go to Ujjaini. If you go, King Kapajota will be pleased." Being aware that Buddhas speak no word of ambiguity, Venerable Kaccāyana made obeisance most respectfully and left for Ujjaini city with the 7 monastics who were once his companions. 2 daughters of different merchants. While on the way to Ujjaini, Venerable Kaccāyana went on an alms round in the township of Telapani, which was situated in the middle of his journey. In that township lived 2 ladies whose fathers were merchants. Of them one belonged to the family of a merchant whose business had failed. When her parents died, she had to live depending upon her nurse. But she possessed a full and beautiful body. Her hair was longer than that of others, softer and more pliant as well and jet black, resembling the color of a bee. The other lady, living in the same township, had less hair. Prior to Venerable Kaccāyana's visit, she tried to buy some hair from the lady with luxuriant hair through a messenger saying that she would pay her 100 or 1,000 pieces of money or any price demanded. But she had refused to sell. On the day that Venerable Kaccāyana came for alms food, the lady with the beautiful hair saw him together with the 7 monastics, and noticed they had empty alms bowls. Then it occurred to her, a golden descendant of Brahma has come with a bowl that has been washed. It is empty, but I have no other things to offer. This lady sent somebody to buy my hair. Now I shall get enough to make offerings for the noble one with the money from the sale of my hair. So she sent her nurse to invite the venerables and gave them seats in her house. When the venerables began to sit down, the lady went into her chamber and asked her nurse to cut her hair, and she sent her away, saying, "Mother, go and sell my hair to the lady of such and such a name and bring back whatever amount of money paid by her. We shall offer food to the venerables." The sad nurse wiped her tears with the back of the palm of her hand and holding up her breast with the other hand. She went to the other lady, secretly carrying the hair so that the venerables might not see it. It is a usual way of dealing on the part of the buyer to have no appreciation for the thing personally brought by the seller however much the merchandise is excellent and valuable, so the buyer tries to get it at a very low price. Hence, the wealthy lady lacking in hair thought, "Formerly I was unable to obtain the hair although I was willing to pay a lot of money for it. Now the hair has been cut off but she will not get the original price. She must accept any amount I am going to pay." Accordingly she said to the nurse, "Nurse, I failed to get the hair despite my offer of so much money to your mistress. The lifeless hair, which might have fallen from anywhere, is worth only 8 coins. So she paid the nurse only 8 coins. An unreasonably low price. The nurse brought the money to her mistress, who offered a portion of food worth a coin to each of the 8 monks. When Venerable Kaccāyana reflected, he saw the lady's act of merit was full of potential. So he asked, "Where is the lady now?" "In her chamber, sir," answered the nurse. Venerable Kaccāyana then asked the nurse to bring the lady before him. The lady who gave the alms food came out at Venerable Kaccāyana's request, made but once, for she had much respect for the monks, and having bowed before them, she developed strong faith in them. The seeds of an alms-giving sown in the Buddha's dispensation is likened to the fertile soil which yields good results even in the present life. Hence, as soon as the lady bowed down, her hair became luxuriant as before. The venerables then received the food and rose into the sky even while she was watching them, and they descended at King Kappajota's garden called Kanchanavana. Having seen Venerable Kaccāyana, the gardener went to the king and informed him, "Great king, our master, the chaplain Kaccāyana, became a monk and is visiting the royal garden." King Kappajota went to the garden and made obeisance to Venerable Kaccāyana, who had finished his meal, venerating him with the hands, knees and forehead touching the ground, and sat at a suitable distance and asked, "Venerable sir, where is the fortunate one?" Venerable Kaccāyana answered, "Noble king, the Buddha himself has not come yet, but he has sent me." The king asked again, "Venerable sir, from where did you get the meal today?" In replying to the king's question, Venerable Kaccāyana told the king all about the hard-earned merit of the lady who was his alms food giver. Having provided Venerable Kaccāyana with accommodation, King Kappajota invited him to the next day's meal and returned to the palace, where he called up the lady, the food donor, by royal order and made her his chief queen. This was the acquisition of wealth and happiness in the present life by the lady as the result of the first impulsive wholesome volition, Pahama Javana. Herein the meaning is, in performing alms-giving, dana, there are 7 impulsive moments concerning a great wholesome volition, Mahā Kassapa. Of them, the first impulsive volition results in the present life, if there are favorable circumstances. Hence, the first impulsive volition is called a deed resulting in the present life, Dhyādhamma Vedaniya Kama. The seventh impulsive volition has a result in the second life, if there are favorable circumstances. Hence it is called the deed resulting in the immediately following life, Upapaja Vedaniya Kama. The volition of the middle five impulsions give results in successive lives from the third, if there are favorable circumstances. Hence, any volition of these middle five impulsions is called a deed giving results in successive lives, Apropariya Vedaniya Kama. It means a deed that has results in successive existences. When a deed brings about its result, the result is of two kinds: existence, bhava, and acquisition of wealth, bhava samapatti. The resultant mental aggregates and the body formed by deeds, kama, that emerge at the time of conception, paisandhi, and at the time of growing, pavati, are called the existence, bhava, result. The mental aggregate and the body generated by deeds, kama, are called the attainment of existence, patti bhava. Various forms of wealth enjoyed in life are called the acquisition of wealth, bhava samapatti. Of the three kinds of resulting deeds, the deeds resulting in the immediately following life, Upapaja Vedaniya Kama, and the deed resulting in successive lives, Apropariya Vedaniya Kama, bring their respective existence result and acquisition of wealth result. As regards the first impulsive volition or the deed resulting in the present life, when it results presently, it brings only acquisition of wealth, the various forms of wealth to be enjoyed in that life, but not existence, bhava, because that result has already given by the birth generation, janaka kama, that created conception as its result in this life. Therefore, the first impulsive volition or the deed resulting in the present life of the lady in question brought her only the acquisition of wealth, bhava samapatti, result which was wealth and property in the same existence. From that time onwards, King Kapajota did great honor to Venerable Kaccāyana. Pleased with the teaching of Venerable Kaccāyana, many became monks in his presence. Since then, the whole city of Ujjaini had been covered with the color of the robes and blown by the breeze caused by the movements of the going and coming of the monks. The queen conceived a son, and she gave birth to him after 10 months. The prince was named Gopala after his grandfather. Subsequently, the queen became well known by the name of Gopalamita in relation to her son. As Queen Gopalamita was so impressed by Venerable Kaccāyana, she built a big monastery for him in the garden of Kaccāyana and donated it to him with the king's permission. Having made the people of Ujjaini faithful in the Buddha's dispensation, Venerable Kaccāyana returned to the Buddha. Foremost title achieved. At a later time, while staying at Jetavana in the assembly of monks, the Buddha spoke in praise of Venerable Kaccāyana and declared him foremost, Etad Aga, in connection with the three discourses. 1. The discourse on the honey ball, Madhyupika Sutta, MN 18. 2. The Kaccāyana repetition, Kaccāyana Payala, probably MN 133 FF, and the discourse on the way to the beyond, Praya Sutta, SN 43.44. Etad Aga Bikhave Mama Svakna Biknasikatena Basatasa Vitharina Atha Vibhajantanamiad Ida Mahakano. Monks, among my disciples who are able to elaborate what has been taught briefly, Mahā Kaccāyana is the foremost, Etad Aga. The sermons given by Venerable Mahā Kaccāyana may he taken from the traditions, Apadana, the AP 35 text and its commentary, the verses of the elder monks, Theragatha, Thag 8.1, and its commentary, etc.